Chapter 601, Mission Objective. The entire battle only took a few minutes to finish. Jiang Fei and his team stood unharmed, albeit a little tired. "We need to leave," said Jiang Fei. The scouts were only there to survey and investigate the situation. Once the base did not hear from them, they would send an even larger welcoming party for Jiang Fei. There were powerful level 4 biohumans in Japan, and their numbers exceeded what Jiang Fei could handle. Even though they were strong, it was impossible to fend off thousands of them. "Agreed," said Shang Guanqi, submitting to his order. Before the fight had begun, the girls were not keen on following Jiang Fei's orders, but when he showed them what he could do, they had to acknowledge that Jiang Fei was strong. 0541, find me a safe spot. "We need to rest and recuperate," said Jiang Fei in his mind. Scanning. Safe zone located. 34 kilometers in 0200 direction. "It is within the mountain ranges and it is safe to rest there," said 0541. 0541 had factored in multiple aspects of what it considered as safe. The main factor was human presence as well as complicated terrain to allow Jiang Fei and his team to conceal their movement. "Follow me," said Jiang Fei as he led them to the location 0541 had indicated. 0541 was truly a godsend to Jiang Fei. With 0541's help, Jiang Fei could understand the movements of both allies and enemies. Jiang Fei could even detect enemies that were coming to his directions from at least 50 kilometers away, allowing him to take a different route to avoid confrontations. "Team leader, are you familiar with these lands?" Ding Minghan asked Jiang Fei. "Somewhat. I did my homework," said Jiang Fei, faking an excuse. "I see, no wonder you could move around without being detected by the enemies." "Thanks to you, we're all safe," said Ding Minghan. Her speech tone and body movements were so erratic that Jiang Fei could not read her. "Brother Jiang Fei, where are we going?" Yang Qing ran towards Jiang Fei and asked. "Somewhere safe. We need to rest for a little. We need to avoid any confrontations now since the Japs will be sending their top fighters." "I'm fine on my own, but you guys are not," said Jiang Fei. With the hoverboard masked as a giant sword and 0541, he could fight an opponent no stronger than the pinnacle of level 4. If all else failed, he could simply escape easily. Having the girls with him was like being shackled with weights. "Are you looking down at us?" said Yun Yu as she spat on the ground. "Mind your manners," Lian Fei bowed apologetically. They were already behind enemy lines, and if they angered Jiang Fei, he might expel them from the team, leaving them to die in a foreign land. For that simple reason alone, Lian Fei stopped Yun Yu from angering Jiang Fei. "I'm not underestimating you lot. Don't misinterpret my words. I am strong and so are you. I am only reminding you that we are in enemy land. A simple mistake would be the end of you. Do not let a single victory to get inside your head. I simply do not wish to see the entire team fall to the Japanese because of a simpleton taking on an enemy beyond her capability," said Jiang Fei with a cold stare. Jiang Fei was already at his last straw. If he was not entrusted by the Alliance to take care of the girls, he would have already ditched them a long time ago. Alone, he would be unstoppable, but he had already accepted the responsibility to babysit the girls. At the very least, he should keep all of them alive. 30 kilometers was nothing but a short stroll for the martial artists. In no time at all, the team reached the mountains and hid inside the forest. "This is a safe place for us to rest. Gather your strength. We will move on soon," said Jiang Fei. With the technology of the Japanese so advanced, it would not take too long before they could detect the presence of Jiang Fei and his team. There was no such thing as a permanent safe zone. Given time, they would need to leave. Ugh. Killing the bastards was much easier than running across the land, Ding Minghan grumbled. "That's correct. Guess what we will be doing next?" Jiang Fei snickered. "Are we going to run again?" "Yup," said Jiang Fei. "Why? Why couldn't we just kill whoever that comes in our way?" said Ding Minghan as she brandished her sword. "There's the simpleton I've mentioned earlier. Listen closely. Killing the enemy is not our mission. That's the Mutant Brotherhood's job. They insisted that they wanted to get most of the achievements. Let them do the hard work, said Jiang Fei. I'm not going to repeat this again. We are in Japan right now. The ground you're standing on does not belong to us. I'd bet you would not even know the name of this province. How sure are you that the enemies you met along the way would not be level 5? Even if they were level 2 at best, could you fend off hundreds of thousands of biohumans? Our current objective is to stay alive and maintain our strength. Once the guys in the Mutant Brotherhood sent the intel, we would know the location of the enemy's base. Only then, we will strike them where it hurts the most. This is cumbersome, scoffed Ding Minghan. Even though she understood Jiang Fei's plan, she could not help but feel bored. Although she was the beloved young maiden constantly loved and revered, her name had been appearing on the kill list of many bounty hunters around China. Her life had been in constant fear and protection, hence, she was always bored. I don't care about that. I want all of us could go back home, safe and unharmed. Eat. Rest. You would not want to waste time talking with me. Jiang Fei turned away from the girls and found a rock to sit. Once he was in resting position, Jiang Fei closed his eyes and pretended to meditate while he was actually communicating with 0541. The plan that Jiang Fei carefully elaborated was not his own but the Alliance's. If they had to wait for intel from the Mutant Brotherhood, the Alliance would not be able to stop them from obtaining the data of the biohuman experiments. Jiang Fei would have to think of another plan to bypass the Mutant Brotherhood and to get the data before the Mutant Brotherhood. It was midnight when Jiang Fei and the other two attack teams landed in Japan. After the entire ordeal with the attack on the beach, Jiang Fei took shelter in the mountains. It did not take long before the Japanese realized that they had been infiltrated. Beside the scouts that Jiang Fei defeated, Old Hai and Zhao Ganming had also defeated the scouts that had been sent to their locations. After receiving no news about the scouts, another batch of scouts, accompanied by a large fighting force, was dispatched. Once they had discovered the dead bodies of the scout team, the entire Japan was put into red alert. All biohuman soldiers, as well as the entire Japanese military force, was mobilized. As a result, ear-piercing alarm blared for a while. All the cities and villages in Japan were placed on martial law even though the number of enemies was only close to 100. Chapter 602, Jiang Fei is angry. TSK, the Japanese sure are good at sniffing us out, said Jiang Fei out loud as he leaped to his feet. 0541 had detected a small team of biohuman fighters coming towards their direction at high speed. What's wrong? Yang Qing asked. Prepare to fight. There's no running from the enemy this time. They are too strong, said Jiang Fei. The current group of enemies was smaller when compared to the scouts that they had encountered on the beach. This time, they only had 20 people. Unlike the first battle, this one would be harder. According to 0541, there were 3 level 4 biohumans and 1 pinnacle stage of level 4. The others were level 3 biohumans. It was a small team, specifically designed to find and kill metahumans. This is going to be tough, said Jiang Fei as he gritted his teeth. Alone, he could fight the stronger level 4 biohuman, but he would not have time to mind the others. Currently, they were lacking in numbers and strength. The enemies are coming, and I can tell that they are very strong. All I'm asking of all of you is to survive. Leave the killing to me, leader. There's no need to look down on us. We are not weak, Yunyu snorted as she stomped the ground with her dipper stick. Fine. I can't expect much from a simpleton. Your life is your own to care for, said Jiang Fei before turning away. The best lesson these arrogant girls could learn was letting the enemies get them. That should teach them that there would always be someone stronger. There they are. Kill them! Kill them all, a roar could be heard coming from down the slope. The enemy had arrived, and the strongest level 4 was the one that roared. 0541, find the location of the remote controller, said Jiang Fei in his mind. Powerful biohuman soldiers were all once powerful mutants. Before they could be experimented with, they must have had their memories and consciences removed. If they were not lobotomized, the first thing the victims would do when they were biologically enhanced would be to kill the people who had tortured them. 30 kilometers, 0700 direction, said 0541. sh*t. They are getting better and better at this. They have already increased the range of control, Jiang Fei frowned. 30 kilometer is very far, considering the fact that he had to protect the girls and his team. He lacked the skill to instantly teleport. The only way to kill the pilot is to get rid of the biohuman soldiers first. Here it comes, cried Jiang Fei. The die had been cast. Jiang Fei would not have the time nor attention to spare to protect the girls this time. They would have to rely on their own. Without waiting, Jiang Fei held the Qingying sword and dashed towards the strongest level 4 biohuman. Yang Qing, Yang Pe, and Shuaihan cooperated to fight the other level 4 biohumans. The rest of the enemies were handled by the other girls. Shuaihan jumped into the air and descended like a torpedo. She borrowed the momentum of gravity and slashed the level 4 biohuman. It was so fast and swift that the enemy could not even dodge the attack. The attack connected, but it was not lethal to the biohuman. Yang Qing and Yang Pe performed their combo attacks on another level 4 enemy. Since the enemy was remotely controlled, there was a latency of movement in between. The twins were so fast that the enemy could not even keep up with them. Every tiny bit of lag was completely exploited by the sisters. Ding Minghan attacked with her Ninetails whip. She was considered to be a long-range attacker in a melee fight. So far, Jiang Fei could not tell how far her whip could extend, but from the looks of it, it would reach as far as 3 meters away. Since she would need to retract her whip in between attacks, her attack rate was slower, and yet, she easily stopped 4 of the level 3 biohumans. Lian Fei pressed her lips on the flute and began to play a melody. Compared to her previous fight, these level 3 biohumans were more resistant to sound attack. Although she could cause damage, it was only to the point where the enemy would move slower whilst sustaining internal damage, not to the point where their head would explode. Yunyu was standing closer to Lian Fei as she was her main support and protector. Anyone who came close to Lian Fei would be sent flying away by Yunyu and her 7-star dipper stick. While that was the case, eventually, she got her hands full when more than 5 level 3 biohumans surrounded her. Having too many biohumans targeting her, it got harder and harder for Yunyu to fend off the attackers. Jiang Fei was busy fighting, but he still had the time to quickly glance through the condition of the battlefield. Alas, the one thing that he did not want to see happen. Shang Guanqi was still standing at the side, not participating in the battle. Just what is that *tch thinking? Jiang Fei was pissed. While his entire team was having too much on their plate, the girl from the Soaring Cloud sect was still standing there with her arms crossed. Although he wanted to smack her on the head, it was not the time nor the place to do so. Jiang Fei was still fighting a powerful level 4 biohuman. Even though there were a few moments where the enemy moved sluggishly due to the latency of being remotely controlled, the enemy was still the strongest level 4 biohuman. Rays of green energy beams were fired one after another. Jiang Fei could barely dodge them all safely. I need to get close to him, said Jiang Fei to himself. Jiang Fei had fought the biohumans before and knew their weak spots. It was definitely not in terms of energy. Prolonged. Jiang Fei would lose since his energy capacity was only at intermediate level 4. At this point, Jiang Fei decided to *ck him up by hand. He kicked the ground hard and leaped forward whilst dodging a beam attack. With the enhancement of Origin Force, Thunder Gale Kick technique and Dominating Blade technique became more powerful than ever before. In close-quarter combat, Jiang Fei would surely have the upper hand. The enemy knew well enough to understand that he could not allow Jiang Fei to get close to him. Hence, he continued to blast out energy beams while continuously running backwards. ARGH, just when Jiang Fei was about to land a charged attack with his sword, he heard a painful shriek. It seems that the other level 4 biohumans had started to use energy attacks on the girls. That one attack immediately sent the young sisters as well as Shuaiyan flying a good 5 meters away. During the start of the battle, the girls were having the upper hand in the fight. Even though their attacks were not strong, they were fast enough to attack without missing a single hit. However, after their opponent had managed to condense his energy, the girls were completely overthrown. The power difference was too large. Unlike the level 4 biohuman that Jiang Fei was fighting, the energy attack used by the weaker level 4 were ball-like projectiles. Even though the Yang sisters had blocked the attack with everything they had, Yang Qing, being the weaker one, lost her grip and got her sword knocked off her hands. Without a weapon, Yang Qing lost almost half of her combat prowess. As a result, Yang Pe and Shuaiyan were forced to revert to defense. TSK. What is that B** TCH still standing there? Jiang Fei had enough of her. At this point, the three girls were in danger, yet Shang Guanqi still refused to participate in the fight. F***CK this. 0541, help me take a hit, said Jiang Fei as he prepared to make another power leap forward. Understood, cried 0541 as it erected a barrier that absorbed the two beam attacks from the biohuman's eyes. Since the attack was neutralized, Jiang Fei did not lose his momentum and managed to land right next to the enemy. Chapter 603, The Disappearance of Shang Guanqi. Once Jiang Fei got close to the enemy had lost his edge. When the enemy had the range advantage, he could still make predictions and minor corrections on firing rhythm and range. Jiang Fei could only deflect and dodge all the beam attacks. Now that Jiang Fei was in melee range, the enemy had lost its edge. All the biohuman soldiers were remotely controlled. No matter how good the pilot was, it would not make do with the 1/100th second of delay. Jiang Fei's movement might not be that fast, but he could still move around to make the enemy see his afterimage. With kicks and sword slashes, Jiang Fei had the absolute upper hand on the fight. Although the enemy could still defend against a few attacks, the rate of his deflection was getting lower. Eventually, his guard was broken, and Jiang Fei managed to land a clean kick on his chest. He quickly channeled the power of Origin Force and with a loud bang, the strongest level 4 biohuman then was sent flying. The attacks left the biohuman in a daze and a few broken ribs. The power that Jiang Fei channeled into his kick was fire-based. He even managed to inject that energy into the enemy's body. Even though the enemy had resistance to energy injection attacks, Jiang Fei's power was too great to resist. He was able to get up to his feet, but his strength and combat power were halved. Jiang Fei did not stop. Now that he was able to land attacks, he needed to quickly defeat his opponent to help the other girls that were in peril. Growl, the biohuman knew that his body was almost at its limit. He roared deafeningly, and while Jiang Fei was about to attack him, he leaped back and spat out a large dark green energy ball. Warning! High energy attack detected. Evasive measure advised. 0541 cried in his head. It was obvious that the biohuman was not going down without giving it his all. Damn! Just die already, Jiang Fei grew anxious by the second. Although 0541's advice was to evade the attack, he could not afford to do so. If he did, the attack would go straight over him and hit Lian Feiyu, who was right in the path of the energy projectile. She was in the middle of playing her flute and completely exposed to attacks. Yunyu could deflect it, but she already had enough on her hands. Besides, attacks that would trigger an evasion warning from 0541 be a powerful one. If that attack were to be connected, the girls would surely be hurt. 0541, I will tank that damage. But if something goes wrong, help me out, wave barrier. Jiang Fei activated the armor skill. Blop! A wall of water appeared around Jiang Fei. At the same time, Jiang Fei changed his movement. This time, he was determined to land a clean slash on the enemy and kill him. With the mighty sword in his hands, Jiang Fei kicked the ground hard, thrusting himself at supersonic speed towards the enemy. Wham! The dark green ball of energy hits on the wave barrier. It was almost an instant. The wall of water was not enough to absorb the attack. Right at the second, the water barrier disappeared and 0541 puts up an energy shield. That attack had cost 5% of my power reserves. Please do not repeat the same move again to save power, said 0541. Not like I have a choice now, do I? Jiang Fei did not care if it cost him double the amount. He needed to protect the girls and to land the final blow. King die already. Without hesitation, Jiang Fei swung the sword that was fully charged with metallic-based energy converted from Origin Force. The edge of the blade had become so much sharper at the power of Origin Force, it sliced through the neck of the biohuman even smoother than a hot knife through butter. Splat! The head rolled off the biohuman's neck. Dark green blood oozed out of the exposed neck and flowed to the ground. As soon as the odd-colored blood touched the ground, it made a sizzling sound, corroding it. ARGH, while Jiang Fei killed the most dangerous biohuman, Yang Qing shrieked once more. After losing her weapon, she became susceptible to attacks from the level 4 biohuman. When it was almost impossible to fight, she lost the ability to defend. Alas, when she was dodging one punch thrown by the enemy, she was open to an energy attack. The I-beam attack hit her in her left arm, leaving an empty hole in her tricep. In that instant, the wound quickly putrefied. Rotten flesh dropped from her arms as the putrefaction spread rapidly. Even her bones were exposed when the rotten flesh dropped away like melted ice cream. Ching! Cut your arm. The only person that was still right in her mind was Yangpa. She understood the effect of the attack simply by understanding how it spread through Yang Qing's arm. There was no time for treatment in that battle, hence, the only way to prevent the putrefaction from spreading to other parts of her body, she needed to dismember her entire left arm. Arg! It hurts. Yang Qing was in great pain. She heard her sister's advice and acknowledged that it was the only way to save her life. However, she hesitated. There was no way she could allow herself to live with a single right arm. Swallow. At that moment, Jiang Fei flash stepped towards Yang Qing and took out the evil purging pill and shoved it into her mouth. Ah! It's the evil purging pill. Yang Qing was all too familiar with that pill since Jiang Fei had once distributed the pills to the many sects in the alliance. However, the quantities were so little that no ordinary members of the sects could get a piece. Once he saw the pill effect was working, he left Yang Qing and headed straight to the level 4 biohuman. Go and help the others. This one's mine, said Jiang Fei as he ran past Yangpa, who was struggling to stay on her foot. Thank you, said Yangpa as she had noticed Yang Qing was no longer screaming in pain. She quickly joined the fight in killing the other level 3 biohumans. With Yangpa and Shuaiyan helping, the load on Yunyu and Ding Minghan was reduced greatly. At the same time, Lian Feiyu's flute melody changed from being fast and high-pitched to slow and soft. In that instant, Jiang Fei, as well as the other girls, could feel their spirits being elevated. I never thought that something like a bard could exist outside a game, said Jiang Fei to himself as he compared Lian Feiyu's flute-playing skills like a bard in a game which mainly played a support role. With nothing around to worry about, Jiang Fei focused his eyes on the level 4 beginning stage biohuman. Even though he was level 4, he was not as strong as Jiang Fei. His movement was sluggish and slow, allowing Jiang Fei to fully make use of his kicks and sword skills to kill him in less than 3 moves. Jiang Fei swung his sword hard. The speed was so fast that the blood tainting his sword was sent flying away, leaving his sword clean and spotless. At that moment, the battle was over. All the remaining level 3 biohumans were fighting Shuaiyan and Yangpa. Just then, he noticed something was off. Shang Guanqi was not around. Where the F***ck did she go? Jiang Fei roared. Chapter 604, Differences, 0541, Find me Shang Guanqi, said Jiang Fei. While it would take a really skilled fighter to sense the presence of Shang Guanqi, Jiang Fei had the help of 0541 to do it for him. Scanning, target not found within 50 kilometers range. Suspected target deploying stealth technique, 50 kilometer is a huge area. Even if Shan Guanqi was powerful, it was impossible for someone like her to run further than 50 kilometers in such a short time. Martial artists and mutants differ from the type of energy they used in their body. With special techniques, they can escape detection. Increase scanning sensitivity, said Jiang Fei as he was willing to invest a little power to find that troublesome girl. Like a needle in his head, he needed to find her. Understood, Captain. With permission to utilize more power, 0541 was able to refine the search cross-section. Unlike the previous scanning technique, it would take more than a few seconds to detect a target that was either moving at high speed or hiding. While 0541 was still scanning for Shan Guanqi, the battle in the mountain was still ongoing. All level 4 biohumans were dealt with, and the enemies that remain a threat were 10 more level 3 biohumans. Due to the injuries inflicted on Yang Qing, Yang Pe and the other girls were in a fit of rage, attacking the last of the enemies with all they had. "Eat this," said Jiang Fei as he handed 2 Grand Restore pills to Yang Qing. Although the effect of putrefaction was removed from Yang Qing's arm, she was still crippled since her muscles had fallen apart. Without proper treatment, there was still a chance that she would never be able to use her left arm. "Thank you," said Yang Qing. The heavily injured Yang Qing could still put up a smile even after losing her entire arm. After consuming the pill, Yang Qing began to scream in pain as the healing effect kicks in. It got so bad that Yang Pe, who was fighting the biohuman, had to stop and glance at her sister. Muscle fibers and nerve cells were growing from the wound and reconnecting to the exposed bones. The poor girl was in such agonizing pain that she lost the strength to scream. Her clothes were drenched in sweat as her arm was healing. Yang Qing stopped writhing in pain after the arm had fully healed. "Relax, my pills work." "No one could tell that you just lost a huge chunk of your arm there," said Jiang Fei. He had the utmost confidence in his pills. At that moment, the girls gasped surprisingly. "What's going on?" cried Jiang Fei as he heard the cries coming from the battle. "These guys are not moving," said Shuaihan. By the time Jiang Fei arrived, the remaining biohumans were on the ground. They were still alive and breathing, but like a fallen mannequin, they were not moving. "Captain, I have detected Shan Guanqi's position. 0700 direction, 30 kilometers away," 0541 came back with a report. "Just as I suspected," said Jiang Fei, when he noticed the biohumans were motionless despite being alive. He had guessed that Shan Guanqi must have gone on her own to find the pilots of these biohuman to finish them off. "Well then, put them out of their misery," said Jiang Fei as he gestured to Shuaihan to slit their throats. Before Shuaihan could nod her head, Yang Pe swung her sword and beheaded all the remaining biohumans. It was a way for her to vent her rage for seeing her sister hurt. After 5 minutes, Shan Guanqi reappeared in front of Jiang Fei with a huge makeshift bag. She dropped the bag and revealed its content. "These are the heads of the 17 operators who were controlling the biohumans. I've made sure that no one had escaped," said Shan Guanqi. Despite her cute and lovely voice, like that of a mature sweet elder sister, there was no emotion in her voice. For her to behead those people was like killing flies. "Who allowed you to kill these people? Did you know that your selfish acts had put the lives of your teammates in danger? Why didn't you save them first before heading off without my permission?" Jiang Fei roared at Shan Guanqi's face. Even though she did what she did to kill the operators, she had blindly done so without Jiang Fei's concern. Thank God that Yang Qing did not perish in the fight, or Jiang Fei would have gone berserk. "My mission is purely assassination. Rescue and assistance are not of my concern," said Shan Guanqi with a straight face. "Fine. You want to play it that way? Go back to China. I don't need a one-man army in my team." Jiang Fei roared. "Is that an order? My mission includes shadowing you. If you wish to remove me from the team, you could kill me or render me unconscious. Unless I am unable to, I will continue to follow you," said Shan Guanqi. The way Shan Guanqi talked was exactly the same as 0541. In a way. In fact, Jiang Fei could swear that Shang Guanqi was behaving more like a robot compared to 0541. Sometimes, 0541 could even make jokes and make sarcasm at Jiang Fei during critical moments. Talking with Shang Guanqi felt extremely uncomfortable. The way she does things was extremely rigid. As she was trained in the Soaring Clouds sect, Jiang Fei had become unfond of them. How is it possible to cultivate a person to become so much like a robot, emotionless, following orders blindly to the letter? Talking to you is like talking to a wall. Fine. Do whatever you want. However, since teamwork does not seem to exist in your dictionary, do not expect me or the other girls to come to your rescue, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei quickly calmed down as he had given up trying to reason with the robot. As long as she did not directly harm the team, there was no need for him to expel her right there and then. Jiang Fei sighed heavily. Knowing that she would be on her own most of the time, Jiang Fei tried to think of a way to get rid of her. If he was alone, it would be an easy task to just disappear, but not with the shackles that were the girls, burdening him further like how Yang Qing got hurt. Back to the main topic. We need to leave now. This place is not safe anymore, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's original plan was to kill all the biohumans then and head over to operators and question them about the situation. Sadly, Shang Guanqi had ruined his plans to gather intel since she had already collected their heads. The sun was going up and it was a bad time to move in the open. The best course of action then was to move along the forest to avoid detection. After trekking through roughly 100 kilometers, Jiang Fei lost his sense of direction and needed 0541 to check the surroundings for him. I don't feel anyone around here. Take this time and rest before we move again, said Jiang Fei once 0541 had checked the surroundings for enemies. Unlike normal humans, martial artists had learned a different method of recuperation that only needed them to kneel down on one knee. Just by resting for 2 hours, it would be the same as sleeping for 8 hours for normal people. Everyone knelt and rested while Shang Guanqi was still standing on one of the tree branches. 2 hours later, Jiang Fei woke up. Resting like that was not as satisfying as going into a deep sleep, but it was enough for his physical body to regain its strength and vitality. The sun was high in the sky this time, and when Shang Guanqi had noticed Jiang Fei was awake, she quickly knelt and closed her eyes to rest. What a waste! Although Jiang Fei was not happy with Shang Guanqi's attitude, she was the best fighter he has got currently. While Jiang Fei could just close his eyes without worrying of an ambush, he had 0541 ready to help. The other girls were not as prepared as Jiang Fei. Even so, they did not even volunteer to be on the watch. Even so, they knelt and rested, completely forgetting about their own safety. As a result, Jiang Fei could see that the other girls were not as experienced as Shang Guanqi. Even though she had clearly stated that she did not care about the livelihood of the team, she stayed up to become the guard. That was the difference between the girls and the robotic Shang Guanqi. Chapter 605, Trap. After an hour, the rest of the girls, excluding Shang Guanqi, woke up. They had taken 1 hour longer than the usual time to rest. Jiang Fei did not say anything since they had fought twice in just one night. They had it rough and deserved to rest longer. Let's move, said Jiang Fei. Even though 0541 did not detect any danger, it was about time to leave since they had been idle for 3 hours. It was not safe anymore. The other girls nodded their head and Jiang Fei could sense no hostility from them. It seems that all the girls had acknowledged Jiang Fei as their leader after seeing how he had defeated a powerful level 4 biohuman and could still provide aid to the severely injured Yang Qing. Even Ding Minghan, who was behaving like a little prick at the start of the mission, had no resentment towards him. As soon as Jiang Fei took a step forward, Shang Guanqi got to her feet and jumped down from one of the tall trees. All of them proceeded deeper into Japanese land. Not long after, a device that was attached to Jiang Fei's waist beeped. It was a small two-way communicator that was given to him by Han Tianyu. It was a communication device used by the military. This device was not advanced enough to send and receive a complicated signal. Due to the high encryption mechanism of the device, it could not transmit high data bandwidth. At most, it could only send a very short text message. When Jiang Fei picked it up to read the message, he was at a loss and quickly ordered the team to stop. It was a call for help. "Listen, there's an emergency. What it'll do next depends on your decision," said Jiang Fei as he was about to call for a vote. The distress call came from another team, not from Old Haiyang or Zhao Ganming. Hence, it was optional for him to answer the call. "I have just received a distress call from one of the European Vatican's teams. Am calling for a vote," said Jiang Fei. "They are still our ally. I think we should help them," said Ding Minghan. "I concur," said Lian Fei. "Anything she says," said Yun Yu. "Am against it. Although we are allies, saving them has nothing to do with our current mission. We need to survive to finish the mission. Heading into the unknown to save them might not be favorable to our mission objective," said Yang Pe. Jiang Fei had to agree with Yang Pe even though she was being cold and ruthless. "I agree with sister. We know very little of the European Vatican." "What if it's a trap?" said Yang Qing loudly after fully recovering from the injury in her arm. "What say you?" said Jiang Fei as he turned to Shuaiyan. If she supports the Yang sisters, Jiang Fei would act as the deciding vote. "I say we go. If their position is close, we should lend a hand. If the enemy is too strong for us, we could remain in the shadow and wait for the other reinforcements," said Shuaiyan. "Very well. Just so you know, I am keen to help them. However, since this is not part of the mission plan, it is my responsibility to ask for your opinion," said Jiang Fei. Before leaving, Jiang Fei threw a glance at Shang Guanqi, who was standing behind the entire team. She remained cold and emotionless as she did not respond to Jiang Fei's call for a vote. However, even though she had expressed verbatim that she would not be involved in any rescue or assisting activities, she adamantly followed the team. The communicator device that was on Jiang Fei's waist was prepared by the Mutant Brotherhood and only given to team leaders. There was no telling what had happened to the other team. The only way to know was to head over there to investigate. Jiang Fei followed the signal location and arrived at the source of the signal. 0541, "Do me a favor and scan the area," said Jiang Fei. "Please hold, report, target requesting assistance had been surrounded by 4,000 biohuman army. There are more than 500 biohuman level 3 and under and over 50 level 4 biohumans. My advice is not to participate in this fight," *T, Jiang Fei exclaimed. "How about the team? Are there any survivors?" Jiang Fei asked. "There is only one survivor from the European Vatican team. Life force abnormally low," said 0541. Understood. Without further explanation, Jiang Fei had roughly guessed that the team was ambushed by the enemy and got slaughtered. That last survivor must have got himself captured. "Leader? What's going on?" said Ding Minghan. Jiang Fei gathered everyone together, except Shang Guanqi, and explained the entire situation to the team. "A trap. Yun Yu got jumpy. I knew it. It is a trap. I told you so, but you didn't listen," Yang Pe exclaimed. Yang Qing smirked as she wanted to smugly look down on the other girls that did not agree with Yang Pe. "Brother Jiang Fei, you're not a beginner stage of level 4, aren't you?" said Shuaiyan as she scoffed out of the sudden. She was not the only one that had that thought. When he had killed the 2 level 4 biohuman, he did it easily. If the girls were not there, he could have killed them with his hands tied behind his back. It was known that the biohuman had a remote pilot hiding somewhere far away. Because of that, the controls would be slightly slower, albeit almost undetectable by normal eyes. Even so, Jiang Fei could still kill the powerful level 4 with ease. No matter how one looks, he was not just a level 4 fighter anymore. The fact that not even the pinnacle stage of level 4 could detect someone as far away as 50 kilometers. Well, Jiang Fei awkwardly laughed. As a matter of fact, that he was supposed to be in between the pinnacle stage and intermediate stage. "So, what are we going to do now?" Lian Fei asked. "We are going to the most sensible thing. To get the hell out of this place. Isn't that right? Big brother Jiang Fei, said Yang Qing as she jumps to his side and hugged his arms. When Jiang Fei wanted to nod his head to agree with Yang Qing, 0541 chimed in with a message. Captain, I have detected a team of Chinese martial artists had rushed into the enemy's ambush. Oh no, who is it? Jiang Fei asked. Even if it was Old Hai or even Zhao Ganming, he would be worried. It is Zhao Ganming's team, said 0541. F*CK. Jiang Fei shouted as he punched a tree next to him, immediately obliterating it. What's going on? Said Yang Qing as she was surprised at Jiang Fei's sudden burst of rage. Zhao Ganming and his team have entered the enemy's ambush, said Jiang Fei. According to 0541's report, those that had entered and those were about to enter the enemy's ambush were 4 teams in total. Besides Zhao Ganming's team, there were 2 other teams that were from the European Vatican and 1 more from the Mutants Brotherhood. He could not care less for the other teams, but he could not let Zhao Ganming die. Elder Hai, cried the girls. I have someone I know in that team, cried Shuaiyan worriedly. Me too, said Lian Feiyu. Those who were chosen to participate in this operation were elite students from various sections. Even though they were not as strong as the girls in Jiang Fei's team, they were still young lads that showed potential with their mastery in the arts. The only person that remained calm and quiet was none other than Shan Guanqi. Even though there were disciples of Soaring Cloud sect in Zhao Ganming's team, the girl showed no emotion towards the news. Chapter 606, Surprised, Leader, Brother Jiang Fei, Brother, everyone was waiting for Jiang Fei's decision. Even though they wanted to help their fellow students, it would undeniably dangerous for them without the help of Jiang Fei. Please. Let me think, said Jiang Fei as he turned away from them and faced towards the general direction where Zhao Ganming was. If he could, he would already be on his way to save Zhao Ganming. However, there were so many things that he needed to think through. Firstly, he needed to make sure that there was a way to enter and escape without being surrounded by 4,000 biohumans. If he charged in without a plan, he would be digging his own grave. Even though he was strong, it would be impossible to face 50 level 4 biohumans at the same time. Moreover, his own team would not be able to handle more than 10 level 3 biohumans. 0541, what's the situation over there? Said Jiang Fei. The team of mutants had already started to fight with the biohumans. However, it seems that only a small portion of biohumans had come out of hiding. It seems like they are waiting for other teams to arrive and attack them in one go. I see, Jiang Fei had the same thought. The Japanese wanted to use the 4 teams that were already in their trap as bait to lure in other teams. Currently, they were merely toying with them to buy more time for reinforcement to arrive. It was good since Jiang Fei himself had time to come up with a plan to counter their tactics. At the same time, located somewhere in the hills 50 kilometers away from Jiang Fei, Zhao Ganming's team were in a battle with a group of biohumans. Master! There are too many of them. What should we do? Cried one of the young fighters that was struggling to fend off attacks. They were facing more than 50 biohuman soldiers, with more than half of them were higher than level 3. This is bad. Regroup and retreat. Zhao Ganming bellowed. He was an intermediate stage of level 4 fighter and he already had his hands full with 2 biohumans at the same level as he. If he was in a one-on-one fight, Zhao Ganming would not even break a sweat to defeat the enemy. But when the enemies outnumber him. URGH, Master. We have a man down, Arg, Brother Wang, are you alright? Call it. Use the distress call. As more and more young fighters fell, the other surviving ones pleaded Zhao Ganming to call for reinforcement. Right now, they could only defend against the attacks of the biohuman, and if they want to survive, they would need help. It was too much for them to face of the biohumans. Trash. Aren't you the one that wanted to attack? Well, looks like you're running away now. Haha. Serves you right for looking down on our biotech. Come at us. We will bury you alive, cried one of the Japanese officers as he monitored the battle through the screens, far away from the battlefield. General, we detected 4 enemy teams entering our ambush. We have also detected one small team that is still hiding in the forest, said another officer. Is that right? Show me, said the general. Loading the image, the soldier tapped a few buttons on the keyboard and displayed the surveillance video depicting Jiang Fei and his team hiding in the forest. Jiang Fei was seen thinking about something while the other girls were whispering to one another. While Jiang Fei had 0541 as his multipurpose assistant, the Japanese had technology on their side. With the help of satellite and space, they had eyes on everything in the world. It was an easy task for them to detect a human presence as long as they were actively searching for it. Martial artists? Ha! They don't look anything impressive. Not bad though. He had even brought me a team of beautiful girls for me to enjoy, said the general as he smirked. No matter. Now that you're already here, I shall accept the girls as gifts of surrender, General? Are you planning to go into the battlefield? Said the officer. It is vital to show my presence to boost our soldiers' morale. By the time the Chinese bastards lose the war, they would know that it is I who had defeated them with the technology of our great land. Not to mention, I still have a bone to pick with them after they had killed the guardian beast, as expected of the great general. Your presence in the battlefield would be a beacon of hope to us, sir, cried the officer. The officer then turned away from the computer and headed towards the other officers. Make preparation for Specimen 0, yes, sir, replied the staffs that were in the same room as the general. 0541, have you detected the operators of the biohumans yet? Said Jiang Fei. It only looked like he was thinking, but he was talking with 0541. I need more time. There is a strange interference in the air around. Please hurry, said Jiang Fei. Even though time was of the essence then, Jiang Fei could do nothing but wait for 0541's report. Captain, I have located the operators, said 0541 5 minutes later. Where are they? Said Jiang Fei. There was a saying, to defeat an army, aim for the commander. In this case, Jiang Fei and his team was not a match for over 4,000 biohumans. However, that did not mean that he could not strike them at their core. If he could find and kill the operators of the biohumans, he could save Zhao Ganming and everyone else. Captain, you would be pleased to know that I have also detected a part of Braveheart in the facility close to the operators, said 0541 happily. What? This is great news. Tell me the location, cried Jiang Fei. Mentally. Forget 2 birds, it was a 1 stone 3 bird situation. Not only he could save his comrades, but he could also defeat the entirety of the biohuman army and collect a ship fragment. Captain, I will now identify the ship part, said 0541 after he had provided Jiang Fei with the location of the operator's facility. Please do. Jiang Fei stood up and everyone glanced his way, anticipating an order that would either please them or anger them to their very soul. I've decided to save Zhao Ganming and his team. However, I must declare that this detour would be extremely dangerous. Not all might walk away unscathed. If you wish to stay behind, I would not hold it against you, said Jiang Fei. Everyone, including Zhang Guanqi, who was not paying attention, did not make a sound. They wanted to save their friends and fellow students. Jiang Fei's plan was to attack the operators of the biohumans. However, it would mean to directly launch an attack to one of the secret bases where the operators were hiding. It is most likely that the facility would be highly guarded. According to 0541's analysis of the situation, the European Vatican's team had incidentally stumbled across that place and got themselves overwhelmed. After the team was defeated, the Japanese had taken the communicator device and triggered a distress call for help to lure other teams. One reason why the facility was guarded with over 4,000 biohuman was due to the presence of an alien ship fragment. The general that was stationed in that facility was ambitious. Even though he wanted revenge for the death of the guardian beast, he could not simply launch an attack. However, now that the Chinese, as well as the other metahumans, had come to his turf, it was an opportunity that he would not miss to have his revenge. If Jiang Fei did not have such a powerful scanner in his finger, he would have surely ventured into the enemy's trap. Now that he understood the situation as clear as daylight, it was time to spring the trap. Chapter 607, The Perfect Biohuman. Launching an attack at the secret facility of the Japanese might sound straightforward, but it was more than it meets the eye when it comes to taking the girls with Jiang Fei. At this moment, there was an unmanned drone monitoring the entire battlefield, including Jiang Fei. Naturally, 0541 detected the drone and informed Jiang Fei about it hovering over his head. Even if he wanted to, he could not destroy it when the girls were paying close attention to his every move. To be fair, when he was more than capable of destroying such a thing with ease, he could do it with a blast of his guns. It would not be possible since he would not be able to explain how he acquired such a powerful gun in the first place. Jiang Fei was silent as he frowned over the matter. In the end, his plan to infiltrate the secret facility might have to be cancelled. Taking the girls with him in such a bold manner might get him surrounded by the Japanese. However, he could not leave them unattended. There were too many powerful biohumans around. Without his fighting capabilities, the girls would not last long, especially when there was an eye in the sky, watching their every move. Alert! Alert! 0541 proximity alarm went off. What is it? A group of biohumans is approaching you at high speed. Who are they and what is their power level? There are a total of 5 targets. 1 pinnacle stage of level 4, 1 intermediate stage of level 4, and 3 beginning stage of level 4, *T. Jiang Fei was not sure whether he could even defeat the team, much less when he had considered protecting the girls. Follow me, said Jiang Fei as he led the team to where they had just come from. Leader? What's going on? Asked Shuaihan. Even though they did not understand the reason behind retreating, Jiang Fei was still their leader, and after everything that he had done, there must be a reason behind his actions. We have been spotted. There's a team coming after us. It's much stronger than previous enemies. Even I might not be able to fight them, said Jiang Fei. But what about the other team? Said Ding Minghan as she was worried about his fellow students in the other team. We cannot save them now. The enemies that are coming for us will kill us, said Jiang Fei. 0541's proximity alarm was blaring at an intense rate as the enemies were coming in closer and faster. Even though the girls had mastered the art of Qigong, they were only at level 3 stage. At their best, they would be walking when compared to the level 4 running speed. At this point, there was no point in running anymore. Jiang Fei stopped his tracks and turned back. Team, go and find the place where we had rest for the first time. I will remain here to stop them. I will buy some time to allow all of you to escape, said Jiang Fei as he started to condense his energy in his fist. But, brother Jiang Fei, what are you? Enough. Stay back if you want to die. Run if you want to have at least a chance to save the other team, Jiang Fei roared. Take care, said Yangpa as she took the first step and left Jiang Fei to himself to fend off the incoming enemies. There was no telling what the Japanese would do to the girls if they got themselves captured. After all, the Japanese were famous for being extremely violent. Why are you here? Said Jiang Fei when he noticed Shang Guanqi dangling silently from a tree branch. The chance of survival is relatively higher, said Shang Guanqi. Suit yourself. Jiang Fei had enough of her. The situation had escalated too quickly, and he had too little time to worry about her. He materialized an energy gun from the ring and shot at the unmanned drone high in the sky. Without the eye in the sky, the enemies would have some difficulty in tracking the girls, allowing them to have a little more time to run. After destroying the drone, Jiang Fei quickly stored the gun back into the ring. It was a movement so fast that no ordinary eyes could detect it. Of course, Shang Guanqi was not normal. She had caught a glimpse at the gun and was curious, only for a split second before she reverted to become an emotionless robot. In less than half a minute, the enemies had arrived. Little China boy, do you really think you could stop all of us? Said the strongest level 4 biohuman, who seemed to be the leader. Oh! Don't you worry about me. "I've got some tricks up my sleeves," said Jiang Fei. He then quickly turned to Shang Guanqi and said, "You're on your own. I cannot protect you this time. Kill him," said the leader. 2 out of the 5 enemies charged towards Jiang Fei while the remaining 3 stood at the side. "Come at me," said Jiang Fei. There was no need to be merciful anymore. He took out the Qingying sword and charged towards the 2 weaker level 4 biohuman. The 2 biohuman were extremely easy to deal with. It was not because they were weak, but it was due to the control latency that had made their movement sluggish and slow. They were at least 60 kilometers away from their remote pilot location. He's only but a strong level 4 fighter," said the pinnacle stage level 4 biohuman. He was not remorseful of his 2 soldiers that were killed, as he had more of them from where he came from. Not too long ago, the Mutant Brotherhood came to attack and destroyed many of their facilities. Even so, they managed to capture and mutated them into their biohuman slaves. After roughly estimating Jiang Fei's strength, the leader himself went forward alone to fight Jiang Fei. "Finally, a worthy opponent for my blade," said Jiang Fei to himself as the blade in his hand flashed faintly. He had swapped out the Qingying sword for the Godblade type Zhanlu sword. Since the 2 blades were practically the same in appearance, not even Shang Guanqi, who was constantly watching Jiang Fei's every move, could notice the difference. Jiang Fei could not guarantee that he could defeat the opponent, not when he was at the pinnacle stage of level 4. It was vital then to use the Zhanlu sword. He only needed to land tiny cut on the bastard to kill him. "Little China boy, I want you to remember the name of the perfected biohuman who had killed you. It is General Yanagi Kenichiro," roared the biohuman. Without warning, the enemy shot out a blast of a dark green blast of light from the palm of his hand. Jiang Fei lifted his sword fast and cut the ray of light into 2. Something was wrong. The speed of which the attack came was too fast. There was hardly any lag in between his actions. The biohuman was talking in perfect Japanese but with a heavy accent of European language. It was obvious that the host of the biohuman was a person from the Mutant Brotherhood. Something was wrong. His movement did not look like he was being remotely controlled. It felt like he was a real metahuman. Chapter 608, The Power of the Zhanlu Sword. The more Jiang Fei traded blows with the biohuman who called himself Yanagi Kenichiro, the more he felt like the man was not being remotely controlled. 0541, what is with this guy? Jiang Fei asked 0541. "Captain, I am not detecting any signal from the enemy. He is not remotely controlled. He is moving on his own accord," said 0541. Could it be that the Japanese had already perfected the technology to make their own metahumans? Jiang Fei wondered to himself. However, that did not explain why the man's accent sounded and appearance looked like a Westerner. Ignoring the deformity caused by the mutation, the man was no different from any European metahuman. "Little China boy, you dared to look away during a fight." Kenichiro roared as he blasted energy attacks from his eyes. At such a close range, there was no way Jiang Fei could move faster than light. In the end, he could only block the attack with the wave barrier. The wave barrier was not strong enough. After a split second, the barrier broke and the attack was coming at Jiang Fei. At the very last second, 0541 manifested a shield to save Jiang Fei. 2% power lost, 0541 reported. Tisk, Jiang Fei clicked his tongue. He was fighting without thinking it through. The man was attacking without even putting everything in. If he was serious, the damage done would definitely have cost more than 2% of 0541's power reserves. At this point, Jiang Fei was sure that Kenichiro was the perfect biohuman as he said he was. Not long after he could fight Jiang Fei on the same level, he could already move at an incredible speed without any latency in between. Even though Jiang Fei's sword skill was good, it was not good enough to actually land a hit on him. What am I going to do? Jiang Fei started to panic. He was already having trouble fighting just one level 4 biohuman. There were 2 more biohumans casually standing at the side. If they suddenly decided to fight Jiang Fei, it would surely be the death of him. "Arg!" F***ck it. High risk, high return. As the battle raged on, Jiang Fei could feel his own energy depleting fast. He could not continue trading blows with Kenichiro any longer. As he fought on, Jiang Fei made a feint by exposing his back to Kenichiro. "Ha! Time to die, little China boy," cried Kenichiro as he bought the feint. It was true that Kenichiro was stronger in terms of power level, but he has gotten over his head when he thought that Jiang Fei was too weak. It was only fair for him to think so, since Jiang Fei was indeed struggling just to defend against his energy attacks. Additionally, Kenichiro still had not sent out his 2 other biohuman soldiers to fight with him. That was why he had gotten too confident, thinking that the battle was already over when Jiang Fei exposed his back. The fight between Jiang Fei and Kenichiro was not a private fight. There were still the 2 biohumans watching them and many more from the surveillance footage. Having to fight for so long with a lowly China boy was a disgrace to him. That was why when Jiang Fei had slipped his guard for a split second, Kenichiro went straight for it and fired a powerful beam of dark green energy from his palm. "I'll leave this to you, 0541, said Jiang Fei when Kenichiro had fallen for his feint. "Die! China pig!" Kenichiro roared as he charged toward Jiang Fei. "Right about now," cried Jiang Fei to 0541. "BZZ. Boom!" As the uncontrollable energy blasted at Jiang Fei, 0541 put up a powerful barrier to block the attack. With enough power, 0541 could even block a full-powered attack from a level 5 fighter. 17% power lost, said 0541. Heh, Jiang Fei scoffed as the attack had taken a lot more power than he had expected. However, it was not the time to worry about power then. Before the explosion dissipated, Jiang Fei burst out of the fire and dust and charged toward Kenichiro with the Zhanlu's sword. "I will take pleasure from this fight and enjoy the girls that you have to kindly brought to me later," said Kenichiro with a maddening laugh. He had completely lowered his guard, thinking that Jiang Fei was defeated. Due to the blinding light and deafening explosion from his attack, he had failed to see or hear Jiang Fei, the Death Reaper, was coming straight for him. "General," cried the 2 other soldiers standing by the side, as they noticed Jiang Fei leaping out of the explosion, unscathed. "What? How did you dash?" Kenichiro jumped a few steps back as he saw Jiang Fei coming toward him. "You talk too much," said Jiang Fei with a smirk as he thrust his sword toward Kenichiro. "Shut up," cried Kenichiro. He had only just used up a lot of his own energy to attack. As he was still panting for breath, he was not able to dodge Jiang Fei's extreme speed. However, Kenichiro thought that as long as he could find his breath, he could still kill Jiang Fei later. Frantically, Kenichiro gathered enough energy and deployed a small energy barrier to block Jiang Fei's sword from reaching him. However, it was too weak as the energy gathered was only from a split second. Jiang Fei was slowed down a little due to the barrier, but he had easily plunged through it with only a little boost from his own origin force. Almost effortless, Jiang Fei had pierced through the barrier and into Kenichiro's chest. Nothing impressive, URGH, Kenichiro was fast. With all the strength that he could summon, he grabbed Jiang Fei's sword at the hilt to prevent Jiang Fei from piercing it deeper. After that, he pushed both Jiang Fei and the sword away from him. Even though Jiang Fei was strong in his own way, he did not have such a hulking force when compared to Kenichiro's mutated body. The thing was, Jiang Fei was not resisting. His main goal was to deal flesh wound anywhere on his body. With origin force imbued into the sword, the edge of the sword was able to pierce through the thick skin and even managed to draw blood from Kenichiro. Although he had only managed to plunge the sword a few millimeters into Kenichiro, it was suffice to activate the destructive power of the Zhanlu's sword. As expected of a little China boy. After giving it your all, you only have to poke with your chopsticks, cried Kenichiro as he laughed. He had not realized that the wound on his body had begun to react with Valium. Thinking that he was unharmed, he gathered energy in his mouth and was ready to blast Jiang Fei with an energy attack. However, "Ugh! What is this? What did you do to me?" Kenichiro roared. Whenever he tried to gather energy, he could feel that the flow of energy inside his body had started to disobey him and spiked at random areas. What is going on? Has this body of mine reached its limit? Said Kenichiro to himself. The last thing that he would suspect was the Jianlu's sword. After all, the little wound in his chest was too small to be considered fatal. Before he realized what was wrong, his body jerked violently. Starting from the wound, he could feel the blood in him boil. Green flames started to burn from the wound, which spread all around his body. In no time at all, the fire burned rapidly and violently that it took less than a few seconds to send cracks of immense pressure around his body. One by one, his limbs broke apart and exploded in a violet-green fire. Don't waste your time thinking about it. Focus on dying, said Jiang Fei with a smirk. Curse you! I won't forgive you, roared Kenichiro before his skull was melted down by the flame. Without wasting time, Jiang Fei took the chance to charge at the two biohuman soldiers that were still stunned by the violent reaction. As soon as they saw Jiang Fei charging toward them, the two soldiers turned around and ran as fast as they could. Their esteemed leader had just perished, and if he could not defeat the little China boy, how could they? What's this? A little jogging? Come on, if you want to run, do it properly, said Jiang Fei as he concentrated the power of wind from the origin force into his legs. At that moment, Jiang Fei gained an explosive speed, allowing him to catch up with the escaping soldiers. Jiang Fei quickly switched back to the Qingying sword as he did not want to waste the precious Valium metal. The lethality of Valium was not permanent, as the Valium coated on the Jianlu sword would be consumed after making contact with energy-infused blood. With a swing of the sword, he took down the two biohuman soldiers that were running away. One was a beginner stage and the other was an intermediate stage, had only left their backs open to Jiang Fei by running away. Chapter 609, Infiltrate. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, Shang Guanqi was having the time of her life watching Jiang Fei fight. There was a variety of emotions running through her. It was too bad that Jiang Fei was paying too much attention to the fight and not noticing Shang Guanqi's beautiful expression of emotions. However, once the last of the biohumans were killed, she returned to her emotionless expression. Phew! That was tough. Glad I made it without getting hurt, said Jiang Fei to himself. Defeating an actual perfected biohuman at the pinnacle stage of level 4 was no easy task. Despite not receiving a fatal blow, he had lost a total of 20% power. I was right after all. Staying with you does increase my chance of survival, said Shang Guanqi after Jiang Fei returned. Take this. Go in group with Yang Pe and the rest of the team. Your current mission is to make sure of your own survival, said Jiang Fei as he handed the communicator over to Shang Guanqi. This option is unfavorable. Staying with the rest of the team has only increased the chance of death by 50%, said Shang Guanqi as she left Jiang Fei hanging. I do not care about that. I am now going to rescue the other teams that were in trouble. I find it extremely distracting with you within my sight. Besides, I'm worried about the other girls, said Jiang Fei as he took one step closer to Shang Guanqi. He was only a hair's length away from kissing her. Jiang Fei was going to infiltrate one of the underground facilities of the Japanese. He could not have Shang Guanqi coming with him, for his trump card would be exposed. On the other hand, Yang Pe and the others were too weak on their own. Having Shang Guanqi with them could at least increase their overall combat prowess. Are you asking me for a favor? Asked Shang Guanqi. Huh? Jiang Fei was thrown. If he remembered correctly, he was the team leader. That was not a favor but an order. However, Jiang Fei was stunned when he heard Shang Guanqi saying something that was completely out of her character. If this is a favor, I'll gladly go over and watch the trash, said Shang Guanqi without flinching. Fine. Am calling for a favor, said Jiang Fei. It was not the time and place to play with Shang Guanqi, as Zhao Ganming could be on the brink of death. All right, it is done, said Shang Guanqi as she took the communicator from Jiang Fei's hand and disappeared with the wind. Even though the girls had considered Shang Guanqi as being expelled from the team, she could still prove that Jiang Fei had sent her to the girls with the communicator as proof. After Shang Guanqi had left, Jiang Fei suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. Did he actually send help or trouble to the girls? At the same time, the Mutant Brotherhood, the European Vatican, Zhao Gaming's teams were almost at the brink of despair. If Jiang Fei did not destroy the secret facilities as soon as possible, the biohuman soldiers would only keep on chasing after the Alliance. Yang Pe and the others would not be able to escape the Japanese archipelago unharmed. In the worst-case scenario, Jiang Fei might be the only person left standing. 0541, cloak please, said Jiang Fei as he prepared to infiltrate the Japanese facilities. The surface of Jiang Fei's body began to crackle with electricity. After that, the light around Jiang Fei began to distort heavily. It took only a few seconds for 0541 to deploy a perfect cloaking field around Jiang Fei that not only made Jiang Fei invisible to visible light, but also removed his body heat, the sound generated by walking, and even body scent. It was a lesson learned after Jiang Fei had an encounter with the horrendous hounds a while back. With cloaking activated and coordinates given by 0541, Jiang Fei found the entrance to the secret facility in only a few minutes. Sheesh. They had this place guarded like the Queen of England. There were just too many biohuman soldiers patrolling around the facility that Jiang Fei could not even find a gap anywhere. He would not be able to infiltrate the place without his cloaking system. Thankfully, he managed to slip past the guards simply by walking between the patrolling teams. Unbeknownst to the others, the biohumans seemed to be invincible. With numbers and strength, the Japanese had gotten themselves a powerful army. However, they were not all powerful. After a certain amount of time, every single one of the biohuman must return to a facility to be immersed into a tank with a special liquid. It was both a stabilizing agent as well as an energy replenishing function. Eating and resting alone would not restore the vitality of the unnatural, synthetically made biohuman. Jiang Fei noticed this trend and followed the biohuman that looked sluggish and weak into one of the facilities. Once he was in, 0541 started to analyze the structure of the facility and feed all the information to Jiang Fei. After 3 minutes, 0541 came in with two very important information. Captain, I have located the position of the enemy's biohuman pilots. I have also found the location of the ship fragment, right? Have you identified the ship fragment? Said Jiang Fei. For a moment there, he had completely forgotten about his priority. Captain, it is the medical bay, all right. What do you suggest we do next? Asked Jiang Fei. Captain, it is advised to first deal with the biohuman operators. If we retrieve the medical bay first, the enemy will be alerted to our presence. I have detected explosives in this entire facility and I suspect that if we have been detected, they might activate a self-destruct program, said 0541. That's true, said Jiang Fei. The only reason why the Japanese had not killed their captive prisoners was because they could still be used as bait. If Jiang Fei had alerted the Japanese of his infiltration, they might kill every single prisoner out of spite. On the other hand, if Jiang Fei first dealt with the operators of the biohuman soldiers, he might be able to greatly reduce the offensive power of the Japanese. Not only would he be able to save the captive prisoners, he would also be able to retrieve the medical bay without much resistance. Jiang Fei then planned his route and followed the directions given by 0541. First, he needed to make sure that he could avoid being detected by anyone. After that, he made his way to the main control room of the facility where it was guarded tightly by many level 4 biohuman soldiers. However, Jiang Fei walked past them without even triggering any alarm. Once he was in the control room, he was left with two options. Either wait for someone to open the door or straight up break in. 0541, do me a favor and scan inside the control room, said Jiang Fei. Captain. There are 5 intermediate level 4 biohumans, 300, possibly more, level 2 ninjas and samurais, and a few common humans, said 0541. Jackpot, said Jiang Fei. Based on 0541's report, Jiang Fei had understood how the biohumans were controlled. Most of the level 2 biohumans were products of the experiment, using their own soldiers as specimens. Engineering them to such low level would not kill them. Only those that had reached level 3 or higher required someone else to remotely control them. That was where the ninjas and samurais came in because of their fighting capabilities. The other common folks should be the technicians and scientists to do maintenance and monitoring. Jiang Fei's current mission was to destroy the piloting system to save all the prisoners. On the other hand, he needed to make sure that none of the technology that were in that room end up in the wrong hands. Chapter 610, Killing Spree. After confirming the enemies that he needed to take out, Jiang Fei ensured that he had enough energy in him to fight the next battle. The longer he dragged the battle, the longer the prisoners would suffer. He did not want to see Zhao Ganming to be the only person left alive when he was done. As he reached that horrifying thought, Jiang Fei armed himself with the Qingying sword. He charged the sword with metal energy from Origin Force and did a powerful slash like those in the anime. One clean swing and he had sliced the entire wall and those who were standing behind the wall in half. Jiang Fei charged his legs this time, and with the power of Thunder Gale Kick technique imbued with fire power, Jiang Fei kicked the door away. Everyone was stunned, and before they could react to Jiang Fei's intrusion, Jiang Fei had already zoomed toward the level 4 biohumans that were the guards of the place. Not wasting any time and effort, Jiang Fei slashed away and killed 5 level 4 biohumans with ease. It was only then that they had found Jiang Fei. However, the Japanese guards were too late. They had already lost a few good fighters that were in the room. "Who the F***ck is that man?" cried one man as he brandished a long katana from his waist. "In the Grim Reaper," said Jiang Fei with a smirk, and sliced the man who had only just unsheathed his blade. Splat! Splat! More heads rolled off their necks as Jiang Fei continued his killing spree. Those who were still alive quickly got together and commanded the pilots. "Get some of the stronger biohumans and defend this place." What they did was to control those biohumans and make them return to this base. Many pilots that were not on duty quickly entered their controlling pods to awaken the biohumans and attack Jiang Fei. Those were only level 3 biohumans. Level 4 biohumans pilots were mostly active, somewhere out and far away. They too gave up on whatever they were doing to return to the base. Many ninjas and samurais that were guarding the base quickly rushed in from outside the control room to kill Jiang Fei. However, like ants trying to kill an elephant, Jiang Fei only needed to exert so little force to squash them to death. "Don't! Mercy please, we are not fighters. I demand P.O.W. rights. You cannot do this to us. Please don't kill us. We are scientists and technicians that could be useful to you, spare us all. We will swear our undying fealty to your great nation." After Jiang Fei had swiftly killed all the pilots, he was left with a group of non-combatants that were cowering in a corner, begging for their lives. It was strange. These ignorant fools had stood by and assist those pilots in killing many other people, yet they failed to understand that karma was coming for them. From the perspective of the non-combatants, Jiang Fei was worse than a Grim Reaper. The entire room was repainted with blood. Heads and dismembered limbs were everywhere. Thousands of sliced-up body parts were scattered all over the floor. Yet after everything was tainted with blood, Jiang Fei was as clear as a diamond. If Jiang Fei had gotten blood splattered over him, the Japanese non-combatants would not have peed themselves so hard. However, Jiang Fei was able to keep himself clean from even a single drop of blood. Too bad. And not as merciful as the others. If I were part of the Mutant Brotherhood, I would have captured you and treated you properly. The thing is, I'm fighting my own war. The things you know, and the things you have done. Death shall be your only salvation, said Jiang Fei as he swung his sword. It took him only one sword swing to decapitate the heads of those scientists and technicians. 0541, hack into the digital storage system and eliminate all data and information regarding the experiments of Biohuman, said Jiang Fei. It did not matter if it meant deleting important information as long as it will not fall in the wrong hands. While 0541 was busy deleting data, Jiang Fei found himself a clean chair to sit. Even though it was not the first time he had ended someone's life, it was the first time he had engaged in such a maddening state. He could not believe that he had actually killed so many unarmed people. As he tried to accept the man he had become, Jiang Fei looked through the monitors and saw Zhao Ganming, as well as the rest of the captive prisoners, including the China Martial Artist Alliance team, for teams had lost a great number of their members. The Vatican had almost lost all of the members, while the Mutant Brotherhood had lost more than half. The martial artists had a stronger body and reflexes, allowing them to survive longer in fights. Even so, they too sustained a great loss. Zhao Ganming's team originally had 15 men in his team. In the end, he had 6 men gravely injured and 4 men were killed. The rest of the team members were injured but could still put up a fight. Zhao Ganming himself was not doing so well as he had broken his left arm. Luckily for him, Jiang Fei had come in as the Deus Ex Machina, killing all the pilots and saving Zhao Ganming. All the hosts that were supposed to be piloted stood still like a mannequin, allowing all of them to be killed with a simple stab in the head. Due to Jiang Fei's grand massacre, the Central Command Center was alerted. Alarms were blaring everywhere as the red light flashed again and again. The facility that Jiang Fei was in played a crucial part in the war, as it was a facility to contain pilots to move powerful biohumans. Due to the fact that Jiang Fei had effectively removed them from the chessboard, the pieces that the Japanese that remained were lowly pawns, biohumans at level 2 at best. With whatever soldiers they had left, the Central Command had sent all available soldiers to surround Jiang Fei in the destroyed facility. This time, numbers affected Jiang Fei. Come 1 or a million, Jiang Fei would not have a problem to deal with lowly level 2 biohuman. To make things worse for the biohumans, Jiang Fei had managed to get himself into a tunnel, effectively bottlenecking all the biohuman soldiers, allowing Jiang Fei to kill them slowly yet surely. "Captain, I have deleted all data that is vital to biohuman experiment and research," said 0541. "Good, time to leave this place then," said Jiang Fei as he took out a small ball the size of a regular chicken egg. It was a small anti-vehicle explosive mine that was taken from the Zhang family's armory. It was but one of the many inventions of planet Namek of which the Zhang family had recreated. Jiang Fei set the bomb with a 60 seconds timer and left it in one corner of the tunnel and took out an energy cannon from the ring. Jiang Fei was lazy to muster his energy to kill lowly level 2 biohumans. As such, it was best to rely on weapons that could prove effective against an enemy that was enclosed in a small area. Bzzz. Boom! Jiang Fei pulled the trigger of the cannon and unleashed a powerful particle beam that right away vaporized more than 10 enemies in one go. "Not bad. I like," said Jiang Fei as he was reminded of an old American movie that he had watched a long time ago. In that movie, a character named Rambo carried a heavy machine gun and ran around the forest to kill his enemies. Unlike Rambo, Jiang Fei was not able to unleash a rain of bullets to his enemies. However, he was still able to defeat many enemies with just a pull of the trigger. It did not take him long to escape the tunnel, since the more were killed, the more afraid the enemies became. Level 2 biohumans were humans that had gained a little strength through drugs and various sort of exposure to different radiations. They still possessed their own will and conscience. Unlike those piloted ones, level 2 biohumans were afraid to die. Seeing that Jiang Fei could even yawn as he pulled the trigger, the biohumans grew wary and frightened soon after. Like throwing a pebble into a flock of resting pigeons, the enemies scattered immediately. "That's not human, you fool." "Neither are we. I didn't sign up for this *F***ck off. I am not going to die a virgin, F***CKU then. Am not going to die before F***King the AV actress," Chapter 611, taking over the medical bay. As soon as Jiang Fei left the control room, the anti-mecha landmine was detonated at the end of the timer's countdown. Boom! As a loud noise could be heard, the valley in which the base was located suddenly collapsed. The flat ground suddenly turned into a huge crater with a diameter of 100 meters. The entire underground base which Jiang Fei was currently in was shaking all over. The huge explosion had destroyed nearly everything, including all the devices and information in the control room. Jiang Fei did not care about the explosion happening behind him. He also ignored the walls which were collapsing all around him. He ran toward the Braveheart's fragment as instructed by 0541. Whenever he ran into a Japanese enemy, he would kill him instantly with a single blast regardless of whether he was a biohuman or a normal human. A few minutes later, Jiang Fei arrived at another area that was heavily guarded by the Japanese. However, as the main control room was attacked, many of the biohumans here had already been relocated. Therefore, the remaining defense was not very strong at all. According to 0541's update, there were only 2 lower-tier level 4 biohumans guarding the area. The remaining soldiers were only at level 1 or level 2, which were not threats to Jiang Fei. 0541, make me invisible. When Jiang Fei approached the entrance, he entered the state of invisibility yet again. After sneaking closer to the guards, Jiang Fei suddenly struck them with the sword in his hands as the heads of his enemies fell to the ground. After killing the biohuman guards, Jiang Fei successfully entered a big hall. At the center of the hall was a 2-story silvery white building. Jiang Fei was familiar with the silvery white material. This was the metallic material commonly seen in Braveheart. Right then, many of the Japanese researchers were packing up as they prepared to evacuate. Do you want to leave now? It's too late. Although Jiang Fei was still not too sure what the medical bay contained, he would not allow the Japanese to steal his stuff. D*M. Who are you? Who let you in here? Get out! Clearly, these researchers did not know that death was upon them. They thought the person who broke in was a lowly ranked soldier. Jiang Fei laughed coolly without saying a word. He instantly waved his sword around as he started killing the researchers one by one. Based on Jiang Fei's speed of a level 4 martial artist, these normal human beings could not defend themselves at all. Many of them died without even understanding what was going on. In a short few minutes, 30 dead bodies lay on the floor of the big hall. According to 0541's scan, there were no other hidden Japanese in the big hall. 0541, take over the medical bay. Jiang Fei ordered 0541. Yes, Captain. 0541 immediately started establishing a connection with the medical bay. After 2 minutes, 0541 had taken over the administrative rights to the medical bay. Jiang Fei walked over to the medical bay and placed his hand upon it. Buzz! A silver light flashed as the 2-story silvery white structure disappeared into thin air. Jiang Fei had successfully stored it in his spatial ring. Let's go! Jiang Fei did not even have time to ask about the medical bay and what kind of benefits he would receive from it. He was focused on getting to the ladies he left behind as they were still far too weak to protect themselves. He also still had reservations about Shangguanqi. Japanese fellows, let's see if you can take this. After getting out of the underground base, Jiang Fei retrieved a box the size of a backpack from the spatial ring. High-energy cluster bomb. This was the strongest weapon Jiang Fei had taken from the Zhang family's personal armory. Set to explode in 10 minutes. Evacuate. After getting out of the underground base, Jiang Fei ran as if it was the end of the world. 0541 explained the destructive capabilities of this high-energy cluster bomb to Jiang Fei in a single phrase, an absolute hellraiser. While frantically running away, Jiang Fei intentionally circled the place where Zhao Ganming's team was located. Brother Jiang Fei? Why are you alone? Did your entire team? When the heavily injured Zhao Ganming saw Jiang Fei traveling alone, he thought that the ladies under his leadership had all died. There isn't time for chit-chat now. If you don't wish to die, run with me now. Jiang Fei did not have time to explain any further. He instantly started carrying one of the injured fellows on his back and started running. Bring the injured soldiers. Let's go. When Zhao Ganming saw how Jiang Fei behaved, he knew there was an impending danger. Therefore, he immediately called his subordinates to run in the direction Jiang Fei was headed. Jiang Fei was only able to help the troops from China. He could only watch helplessly as the Vatican's and the mutants' teams prepared to meet their fate. It was more important for him to protect his own life. Jiang Fei could not risk dying to warn these outsiders about the bomb. Before Jiang Fei and the martial artists had reached the 20-kilometer mark, 0541's warning message came. Captain! Get down! Jiang Fei did not even have time to warn the others. He immediately dropped to the ground. Right then, an impactful force swept across the entire region. Boom! Nearly all of the martial artists, including Zhao Ganmin, were swept away by the force. Each of them started coughing blood from their mouths. However, fortunately, they were already out of the sure kill zone of the high-energy cluster bomb. Hence, despite the heavy injuries, none of their lives were threatened. This, as Zhao Ganming's capabilities were stronger than the rest, he was the first to stand up. When he turned around, he saw that the small mountain they stood on had completely disappeared. It had been replaced by a huge crater of a 10-mile radius. On top of that, fountains of water blasted from the bottom of the crater. Is everyone alive? Jiang Fei shook off the dust on his head as he retrieved some Grand Restore pill and Evil Purging pill and passed them to Zhao Ganming. These pills were worthless to Jiang Fei. Besides, he could not afford to carry a bunch of injured soldiers around. The potions from planet Namek were indeed amazing. In just 3 minutes, most of the young men who survived had fully recovered apart from 2 unlucky ones who had lost their limbs. Even Zhao Ganming's broken arm was fully recovered. Although his inner chi had been severely exhausted, he recovered quite a bit of his battle capabilities. Thank you, Brother Jiang Fei, for saving us. We will always remember what you have done for us. Zhao Ganming knew that they had only survived because of Jiang Fei. He guessed that it was also probably Jiang Fei who had caused the explosion. Therefore, he could not help but continually thank Jiang Fei. Don't worry about it. We're all family. Everyone, I need to make a move now. I am concerned about the ladies who had been left on their own. Let's meet shortly in the 7 o'clock direction 50 kilometers away. Jiang Fei bid farewell to Zhao Ganming. Oh? Are they all right? Zhao Ganming had originally thought all the female disciples had died. I hope so, Jiang Fei mumbled. After all, he had been separated from the ladies for quite some time. He was uncertain as to whether they were truly in danger or not. Chapter 612, The Injured Ladies. After Jiang Fei and Zhao Ganming had decided on where to gather later, Jiang Fei rushed toward the mountain which he had camped at previously. As soon as he arrived at the mountain, Jiang Fei noticed something amiss. There were clear signs of a battle taking place there earlier. Is everyone all right? Soon enough, Jiang Fei saw all the ladies. Although they all looked terribly upset and had wounds on their bodies, none of them had died or lost any of their limbs. Brother Jiang Fei! When Yang Qing saw that Jiang Fei had returned, she cozied up to him with a sad look on her face. Her entire face seemed to be covered in dust. There was even a bruise on her left cheek. Were you attacked by biohumans? Jiang Fei raised his head to look at Shang Guanqi, who stood alone above a huge rock. The lady still looked as cool as ever. However, when she saw that Jiang Fei had turned toward her, she pointed her finger at the bush next to her. Jiang Fei's gaze followed in the direction of where her finger was pointing. There, he noticed 8 dead bodies of biohumans. It seemed that Shang Guanqi had intentionally hid them behind the bush after killing them. Indeed, Jiang Fei nodded. The ladies had indeed been attacked by enemies. Brother Jiang Fei, you should reprimand her. She had already been expelled, but she still tried to order us around and even beat us up. As Jiang Fei had arrived, Yang Qing finally had someone to back her up. Therefore, she instantly started complaining about Shang Guanqi. Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. It seemed that a lot had happened during the time he was away. Brother Jiang Fei, Yang Qing looked very pitiful. She started going into details about how Shang Guanqi had bullied her. Jiang Fei glanced at the other ladies. Yang Pa looked as if she wanted to speak, but she kept her mouth shut. She appeared to have suffered some injuries, especially on her left arm. Ding Minghan's face was covered in dust while her shirt had been torn. However, she did not seem to have suffered any injury. Meanwhile, there was a scar on Yunye's neck, albeit only a very mild one. As for Shui Ahan and Lian Feiyu, they both seemed fine except for Lian Feiyu, who looked slightly upset. "Come on, tell me. What happened?" Jiang Fei sat on a huge rock and asked. As the injuries on these ladies looked too out of place and did not seem like injuries sustained from biohumans, he wanted to find out who had hurt them. If there had been a battle with the biohumans, they would have sustained far worse injuries than this. After Jiang Fei asked, Yang Qing jumped right in, "It's all this person's fault. Firstly, she tried to order us around by saying that you had given her the right to command. We naturally did not believe her. Then, she started attacking us without any reason. She has severely injured all of us. What about the rest of you?" Jiang Fei turned toward Yang Pe and the rest. However, Yang Qing was the only one who complained. Yang Pe remained silent, her head hung low. Ding Minghan and Yunyu both kept quiet as well despite looking slightly upset. "Lady Shui, you tell me." Jiang Fei looked at the group of ladies. The only person who remained neutral was Shui Ahan. This was what happened. When she realized that Jiang Fei was asking her, Shui Ahan told him everything that had happened. As she was not particularly close to either Shang Guanqi or the other ladies, her side of the story remained fairly impartial. After hearing Shui Ahan's explanations, Jiang Fei finally had a good idea on what had happened. Apparently, Shang Guanqi had immediately taken over the team after showing them the item Jiang Fei had entrusted her with. She even led the team out of the mountain. However, the group of ladies were all proud people. They would not even fully obey Jiang Fei half the time, let alone Shang Guanqi, who had previously been excommunicated. Yang Qing even claimed that Shang Guanqi had stolen the communication device in her hands. Among the group of ladies, Shui Ahan and Lian Feiyu had the best temperament. They were both gentle and demure, while Yang Po was the more considerate one. Apart from these three, Yang Qing, Ding Minghan and Yunyu constantly picked on Jiang Fei. They probably did the same to Shang Guanqi. Unfortunately, not everyone was as tolerant as Jiang Fei. Shang Guanqi had no patience for these ladies. When Yang Qing led the group to retaliate against Shang Guanqi, she was the first to be punished by taking a painful slap to her face. When her sister was attacked, Yang Pe naturally could not ignore it. Therefore, the two sisters started working together against Shang Guanqi. However, the two of them were no match against Shang Guanqi. While Yang Pa's arm was injured, Yang Qing got hit even more times. By then, Ding Minghan and Yunyu could no longer stand by idly. The four started fighting against Shang Guanqi together. In the end, the four of them could not defeat Shang Guanqi. They were instead beaten up by Shang Guanqi. Yunyu even ended up with a knife to her neck. Shang Guanqi knew she had made everyone angry then. Seeing how even Lian Yufei had started unwrapping her flute, Shang Guanqi laughed coolly as she started walking away. However, not long after she left, a group of biohumans had managed to track the group down in the mountain. The ladies who did not have much experience in battle did not even realize when they were surrounded by their enemies. There was even a lower tier level 4 fellow among the biohumans who had surrounded them. Yang Pe and the rest could barely fight back and were soon suppressed by their enemies. Right then, Shang Guanqi had returned from her excursion. She then displayed her full level 4 might and killed all of the biohumans. Since Shui Ahan did not have any special relationship with the other ladies present, Jiang Fei trusted her side of the story the most. "You owe me a favor," Shang Guanqi said to Jiang Fei coolly. "Hey, all right." Jiang Fei laughed. He was in a state of panic when he agreed to let Shang Guanqi take care of these ladies with barely any battle experience. However, he was glad that he had made that decision. Otherwise, these ladies would have been killed by the Japanese. "Brother Jiang Fei, aren't you going to reprimand her?" Yang Qing was still not giving up. "Stop it already. Without her, none of you would even still be alive. God knows what the Japanese would have done to you. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Yang Qing. He thought to himself that the girl should behave more maturely. When she was scolded by Jiang Fei in person, Yang Qing looked even more upset. She looked as if she still wanted to argue, but was stopped by Yang Pa's intense stare. As Yang Pa could sense that Jiang Fei was beginning to feel annoyed by Yang Qing, she did not want her sister to upset him any further. Let's leave this place first. We'll meet up with Zhao Ganming and the rest, Jiang Fei said as he stood up. He did not want to investigate the incident of Shang Guanqi attacking the others. It was probably a good thing that a senior like her could teach the younger females a lesson this way. The only thing Jiang Fei was curious about was the fact that Shang Guanqi had level 4 capabilities. 0541, please scan Shang Guanqi's capabilities, Jiang Fei ordered 0541. Previously, he only knew about Shang Guanqi through the information Han Tianyu had provided. He had yet to ask 0541 to do a proper scan of her. Lower tier level 4 martial artist. 0541 quickly provided Jiang Fei with results of the scan. This young lady is definitely a genius, Jiang Fei thought to himself in surprise. Although Shang Guanqi was slightly older than him at between 18 to 20 years old, very few martial artists were able to reach level 4 at her age. Most martial artists who were able to reach level 4 before the age of 40 were considered geniuses. More importantly, Shang Guanqi had not even reached 20 years old. Chapter 613, Eternal Life. Jiang Fei started bringing the group of ladies to the location he had agreed with Zhao Ganming to meet at. At the same time, he started communicating with 0541 in his mind. What benefits does the medical ward give me? Jiang Fei asked. Captain, this thing is very useful. In the circumstances where I have sufficient energy, I will be able to use the medical ward to rebuild your body as long as your brain is not completely destroyed, 0541 answered. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Although the healing potions could help one to recover, it was useless for someone who had lost a limb or two. With the medical ward, Jiang Fei could repair broken limbs for himself and his loved ones. That's not the only thing it is capable of, 0541 continued. Oh? Jiang Fei asked curiously. This medical ward can allow someone to achieve eternal life to a certain extent, 0541 said. Eternal life? Jiang Fei was surprised. Regardless of how strong a person was, he or she would eventually die of old age. Even a level 5 metahuman would die eventually no matter how long one tried to extend his or her lifespan. However, 0541 had actually mentioned eternal life. Eternal life was something that people could only dream of. However, everyone knew it was impossible. Therefore, when Jiang Fei heard 0541's words, he was very surprised. Of course. It's not truly eternal life. It is only eternal life, figuratively. Thereafter, 0541 started explaining the concept of eternal life to Jiang Fei. The cloning technique was rather well developed on Earth, but it was even more sophisticated in planet Namek. Basically, any hospital in planet Namek was capable of cloning. However, due to ethical reasons, planet Namek disallowed human cloning with the use of strict laws. Nonetheless, in the age of galactic exploration, there was a single regulation which specially allowed crew members to obtain a new life through cloning. Although planet Namek had very advanced technologies, space travel was still an activity which required a significant amount of time. Most of the time, exploring an unknown galaxy could not be accomplished within a generation's lifespan. However, an exploration vessel could not contain a self-populating group due to the limited space. Therefore, planet Namek enacted such a regulation during the age of galactic exploration. Of course, a clone was akin to a piece of blank paper without any memory or knowledge. Although clones had the body of a full-grown human, it had the intelligence of a newborn. Another kind of special technique was needed: the memory storage and transfer technique. Crew members on the space vessel would periodically save their memories and thoughts into a designated device. Once they die of old age, other crew members would transfer their most recent record of memories and thoughts into the new clone's body. In that way, the clone would instantly have the memory and knowledge of the recently deceased crew member. As such, although the old crew member had died, the new clone body would have perfect knowledge and memory of the deceased crew member. The clone would be able to continue the work of exploration on behalf of the deceased crew member. In other words, this meant the deceased crew member had achieved eternal life. Of course, this kind of behavior was somewhat unethical. Therefore, the law only allowed this kind of technique to be used in the space vessels on exploration missions. The use of such techniques was still strictly prohibited on planet Namek. TSK. The person would still be dead in the end. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He thought that there could be true eternal life. In the end, it only meant a clone would live on behalf of the deceased person. The person would still have to die. Forget it. Although it isn't very useful. I would at least not have to worry about losing a limb or anything like that. Jiang Fei shook his head. Although Jiang Fei was quite disappointed by 0541's alleged concept of eternal life, the medical ward was still useful to him. However, through 0541's explanation, Jiang Fei finally understood how the Japanese were able to create biohumans. Clearly, they had pre-recorded someone's memory and injected it into a pinnacle level for biohuman's body. However, as the Japanese had yet to fully master the technique, the memory they recorded would not last very long. After some time, the pre-recorded memory would slowly disappear. They would have to re-inject the memory the next time they used the completed biohuman. Moreover, as the Japanese had not mastered the insertion technique, it was not easy to operate. That meant that they could not create perfect high-tier biohumans using this kind of technique. After approximately 20 minutes of rushing, Jiang Fei and the group of ladies finally arrived at the spot where they had agreed to meet with Zhao Ganming. "Brother Jiang, you have come at last." Zhao Ganming and the rest immediately stood up. "Uncle Zhao, where is my senior brother?" Jiang Fei had not finished his sentence when Ding Minghan ran toward Zhao Ganming's small team. She cried out when she could not find her senior brother. "He is gone." Zhao Ganming could not finish his sentence. He had lost 6 of his team members, one of which was Ding Minghan's senior brother. Senior brother, Ding Minghan's tears started rolling down her cheeks when she heard what Zhao Ganming had said. "Hey! Blame it on me. I was too weak," Zhao Ganming sighed as he spoke. "If not for Jiang Fei, none of them would have survived." "Brother, don't blame yourself. After all, there were far too many of the Japanese troops. You did your best," Jiang Fei said in a comforting tone. Right then, a few of the girls standing around Jiang Fei started crying. Clearly, some of their sex members had also died in the hands of the Japanese. Shan Guanqi was the only one who looked emotionless. Although one of the disciples from the Soaring Clouds sect had also died, she did not seem to care. "All right now. The ones who died have already left us. There is no point in being sad now. We are still in Tokyo. If you want to mourn, you should wait until we get back home alive." Jiang Fei sensed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. Influenced by the ladies, the male disciples originally determined to fight were starting to tear up as well. This was not a good sign. "That's right. Our main priority is to stay alive. Secondly, we should avenge our partners who have been killed. We don't have time to mope around here." Zhao Ganming sensed the odd atmosphere as well. If it continued on, these young people would lose their fighting will. "That's right. We must avenge senior brother Wang, yeah. We can't let brother Chen die in vain." After all, these disciples were all still very young. These were hot-blooded youths whose will to revenge were sparked through Jiang Fei and Zhao Ganming's encouragement. All of a sudden, the awry atmosphere in the air was cleared. "Brother Jiang Fei, what do you plan to do next?" Zhao Ganming asked. Right then, Jiang Fei seemed even more mysterious to Zhao Ganming than before. Jiang Fei was capable of sneaking into the Japanese's base without being discovered and was even able to kill all of the high-tier biohumans controllers and destroy the base thereafter. This was not something that could be accomplished by any normal human being. Chapter 614, Mutants' Betrayal. I still do not have any concrete plan for now. Basically, we must continue to look for the Japanese's secret bases and destroy their biofactories. Jiang Fei shook his head. He was not too sure about the whereabouts of the Japanese's biofactories. However, there must have been more than a few of them for the Japanese to create millions of biohumans. Why don't we move together then? It would be better if we could look after each other's back. Zhao Ganming suggested. He felt that his own team was far too weak and therefore wished to travel alongside Jiang Fei. That's a good idea. Although Jiang Fei was reluctant to bring these people with him as they were his extra burden, they were all from China. He could not let Zhao Ganming and the rest die on their own. During the invasion of Tokyo, the mutants had given imperfect communication devices and incorrect information to China in order to maximize their benefits. They did not share a lot of the information on their hands. If Jiang Fei did not care about the small teams and without 0541's super radar, it was difficult for China's two small teams not to fall into the Japanese's traps. After the two small teams had reunited, Jiang Fei allowed the team members to rest for a short while. After all, Zhao Ganming's subordinates had all been through a very difficult battle. They had used up most of their strength and inner qi. Even Zhao Ganming himself was not in a very good state. Let's go! Well, look for Old Man Hai. Jiang Fei stood up about 2 hours later and said. Since he had taken it upon himself to bring Zhao Ganming and the rest along with him, Jiang Fei thought that he might as well help Old Man Hai's team too. In all honesty, Old Man Hai's team was not the only one suffering. Most of the forces which tried to invade Tokyo faced very strong opponents. The Japanese's biohumans were much stronger and much larger in number compared to the intel the mutants had acquired previously. In order to maximize their benefits, the Mutants' Brotherhood had intentionally suppressed China's martial artists. Moreover, the Vatican did not send many people to support their cause. Basically, most of the teams were formed by the mutants. Unlike China, which had only sent 3 small teams, the mutants came in groups of hundreds. Nearly 1,000 mutants arrived on Tokyo's soils. However, as the main source of power, they received the brunt of Japanese gunfire. As the Japanese battled on their home grounds, it was difficult for their opponents to predict the number of military radars and observation stations. Therefore, even martial artists like Jiang Fei who were good at hiding could not sneak in without being discovered. The mutants who had Caucasian features were even more easily detected. Therefore, the mutants' army became the target of the Japanese the moment they landed in Tokyo. The Japanese hated these North American people the most because they were once treated like slaves by them. Now, they fought against the mutants with all their might. Using the advantage of battling on their home grounds, the Japanese first used military firearms and guided missiles to limit the mutant army's area of mobility. The Japanese then unleashed their hundreds of thousands of biohumans to expend the mutants' energy. Although the Japanese's biohumans mostly only had level 2 capabilities, they came in large numbers. The biohumans massively outnumbered the mutants, which further encouraged them to charge toward the mutants without any fear. Although the low-tier biohumans were easily killed by the mutants' army, they caused the mutants to expend a lot of their energy. Once the mutants got tired and had used up most of the energy in their bodies, the high-tier biohumans appeared. Most of the groups of level 3 and level 4 biohumans were led by a perfect pinnacle level 4 biohuman as they charged toward a high-tier mutant. The already exhausted mutants had no way of fighting back. Some of them were instantly killed by the Japanese. The rest were captured alive and would soon be sent to the factories to be made into biohumans who fought for the Japanese. In just one day. On Jiang Fei's side, Zhao Ganming had lost 6 of his team members. They still did not know the number of casualties on Old Man Hai's side. However, the mutants had lost over half of their people. Although they managed to kill over 100,000 of the biohumans, they had lost several hundred of their own men. In order to obtain the Japanese's biotechnology, the Mutants Brotherhood's top leaders were willing to risk it all. Most of the high-tier mutants had been mobilized for the mission. Nearly 2,000 mutants went into Tokyo. With their advantage in sheer power, the Mutants Brotherhood quickly gained a firm hold of the situation in Tokyo. Moreover, they started attacking the Japanese's bases and factories. During that time, the Japanese troops were still not willing to back down. Therefore, they retaliated with wave after wave of attacks which caused several hundred more casualties to the Mutants Brotherhood over the next few days. As the Japanese's attention was entirely focused on the Mutants Brotherhood, Jiang Fei and the rest were able to stay relatively safe for several days. There were only a few biohumans tailing Jiang Fei and his group from behind, but none of them initiated any attacks. After 3 days, Jiang Fei was able to locate Old Man Hai's team. As they had not been ambushed, Old Man Hai's team had only lost 2 of their team members. Although some of them had sustained injuries, they were able to recover their battle powers by consuming Jiang Fei's pills. After 2 more days, all of China's teams had managed to regroup. However, they still did not receive any updates from the Mutants Brotherhood. Clearly, the Mutants Brotherhood, which had managed to strengthen themselves, did not plan to share their gains with China Martial Art Alliance or the European Vatican. They were planning to claim the victory for their own and to single-handedly overtake the Japanese's biotechnology. After clearing a few of the Japanese's outer base camps, the Mutants Brotherhood obtained some superficial biohumans' theoretical information which pleasantly surprised them. On top of that, they had personally experienced the strong battle powers of the biohumans over the past few days. Therefore, the Mutants Brotherhood were more certain than ever that they would claim the technology for themselves. They were willing to betray the China Martial Art Alliance and even the European Vatican for that. As the Japanese had already activated the signal disrupting setting, normal communication devices were basically unusable. Moreover, the Mutants Brotherhood did not provide Jiang Fei and the rest with any new information update. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the rest still did not know about the shift in attitude of the mutants as well as their growing powers. We can't wait like this for any longer. On the same day, Jiang Fei said to Zhao Ganming and Old Man Hai. It was already the 5th day of their arrival at Tokyo. However, the mutants still had not updated them with any information. The Japanese had also become unusually quiet. Jiang Fei sensed that something was amiss. Yeah, it feels like we have been forgotten, Zhao Ganming nodded. Should we capture someone to get more information? Old Man Hai suggested. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. They had not engaged the biohumans tailing them previously because they did not want to initiate a direct battle against the Japanese. They had also intended to rest up before anything happened. However, Jiang Fei and the rest were too well rested now. It was as if the world had forgotten about them. After making the decision, Jiang Fei and the rest proceeded with their plan. With 0541's scan, Jiang Fei easily found several biohuman controllers hidden somewhere in the dark. He was able to capture them as hostages with ease. Chapter 615, Jiang Fei's plan. After capturing the hostages, Jiang Fei passed these Japanese fellows over to Old Man Hai for interrogation. After all, the old man was much more skilled at it than Jiang Fei was. Among the Japanese, those who were fighters or ninjas were rather tough to track. However, the technicians were easily intimidated and revealed everything they knew before they were even tortured. Jiang Fei got to know about Tokyo's current situation from these Japanese fellows. He also found out about how the Mutants Brotherhood had suddenly grown a lot stronger. Jiang Fei and his 2 comrades, after some analysis, realized that the Mutants Brotherhood had decided not to cooperate with the China Martial Art Alliance and the European Vatican. They had planned to take over the biohumans' technology on their own. That can't be allowed. We have worked this hard to resolve the biohumans' threat. If the mutants were to take over their technology, what difference would it make? Zhao Ganming frowned as he spoke. You're right. However, things have become much more difficult to deal with. Now that the mutants have things under control in Tokyo and have already acquired some of the biotechnology, how can we stop them on our own? Old Man Hai turned toward Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei was the most mysterious one with many secrets. Therefore, they could only rely on him. We need to communicate with the Martial Art Alliance. Let's see what they think. If the Martial Art Alliance decides to add more troops here, we will fight against the mutants after the backup has arrived. If they do not have any intention to increase troops, we will have to let Han Tianyu take us back. There is no point in working so hard only for the mutants to reap all the benefits. Jiang Fei said after some consideration. Jiang Fei had spoken with his own considerations in mind. Although the mutants had already acquired some parts of the biotechnology, they must not have obtained the core information. Therefore, Jiang Fei still did not want to give up yet. He still intended to ruin the mutants' plans. Therefore, with backup from China, Jiang Fei could take advantage of the time when the Martial Art Alliance and the mutants fought to destroy some of the Japanese's key bases. If he managed to destroy the important technology in the bases, the mutants would not be a significant threat even if they acquired some of the information. However, if the Martial Art Alliance did not agree to take on the associated risks, Jiang Fei would have to get Han Tianyu to send away the people with him. Without them as additional burden, Jiang Fei would be able to move around Tokyo much more easily. With the use of his invisibility effect, he could even move alongside the mutants and destroy key information right before their eyes. That's a great idea. However, the problem is, how do we establish communication with the Alliance? Although Zhao Ganming and Old Man Hai did not know Jiang Fei's true motives, they still thought his plan was the most effective one. However, they had questions as to how they could possibly communicate with the Alliance. As the Mutants Brotherhood had bad intentions from the start, they provided Jiang Fei and the rest with communication devices which only allowed them to receive messages but not send them. On top of that, the Japanese had activated a signal blocking setting which meant Jiang Fei and the others' communication devices were basically useless. Therefore, they could not establish any communication with the Martial Art Alliance at all. We might lack the necessary communications, but they don't. Jiang Fei looked at the Japanese fellows who had been tortured by Old Man Hai. Do you mean? Zhao Ganming suddenly realized what Jiang Fei meant. That's right. Old Man Hai forced them to tell us the location of the nearest base. We will overtake the base directly and use the communication channel within to communicate with the Martial Art Alliance. Jiang Fei said. All right. Old Man Hai agreed. He smiled devilishly as he walked toward the Japanese hostages. As 8 of the Martial Art Alliance's best disciples had died in the hands of the Japanese's biohumans, Old Man Hai held a very strong grudge against them. Therefore, he was very cruel during his interrogations of these Japanese fellows. After approximately 20 minutes, Old Man Hai returned. From the smile on his face, Jiang Fei could tell that he had managed to extract the information on the nearest base. Oh? A small base? Jiang Fei seemed surprised by the information. He did not realize that there was a secret Japanese base nearby. Yeah. According to those Japanese fellows, the base is very small. Its main purpose is to allow low-tier biohumans to recharge themselves. However, most of the biohumans had already been relocated to the east. Therefore, the defense in the base is not very strong. Old Man Hai said. All right. Let's not waste any time. We will move out tonight. Jiang Fei nodded. Now that the Japanese were engaged in a fierce battle with the mutants, most of their biohumans have already been relocated. Jiang Fei and the rest were located on the west side of the island with most of the biohumans relocated elsewhere. After extracting the necessary information, the Japanese hostages were of no use to Jiang Fei. After Old Man Hai and his disciples got rid of these hostages, they moved with Jiang Fei to a safer spot to rest. After the sky turned dark, Jiang Fei and the rest started heading toward the Japanese's secret base. As soon as they arrived near the secret base at about 50 kilometers away, Jiang Fei was able to pinpoint the base's exact location with 0541's help. It seemed that the hostages had not lied to Old Man Hai. After they made it to about 10 kilometers away, Jiang Fei found out from 0541 that the base was indeed very small. The main feature of the base was a huge pool which contained a foul-smelling green liquid. The disgusting liquid was what the biohumans used to recharge their energy. As biohumans had very weak energy-generating ability, they relied on immersing themselves regularly in such liquid to replenish their energy. Right then, there were only less than 100 biohumans guarding the base. There were only 3 level 3 biohumans and 1 lower tier level 4 biohuman, which were not a threat to Jiang Fei's team at all. Let's attack them directly. They are very weak. Jiang Fei signaled to Zhao Ganming and Old Man Hai. All 30 of the martial artists charged toward the Japanese's base. Kill them! Let's avenge our brothers, all of you Japanese people, die! The martial artists with Jiang Fei were all hot-blooded youths. Their eyes sparkled with rage as they recalled their comrade's death. Therefore, these young men took the lead as they charged into the battle against the biohumans. Chapter 616, The Japanese goes all out. As the Japanese base's defense was far too weak, they could not even fight back in a coordinated manner when Jiang Fei and the rest charged in. The people tasked to control the level 3 and level 4 biohumans did not even try to control them. Instead, these people tried to slip away through the back door. The technicians did not have time to even store the related information away. They immediately activated the self-destruct system and tried to escape from the base. The strongest among the Japanese fellows were only level 2 martial artists or ninjas. Most of them were only normal human beings. How could they possibly escape from a bunch of angry China martial artists? Jiang Fei and the rest struck the helicopter with the technicians on board the moment it took off. It fell to the ground almost instantly. The Japanese ninjas tried to escape with their elemental jutsu. However, the elemental jutsu was created by China in the first place. As soon as they activated their elemental jutsu, Old Man Hai and his people were already waiting at the spot where the Japanese would appear next. The Japanese's heads were cut off the moment they appeared. The battle lasted for less than 2 minutes. The level 2 biohumans in the base were all killed, including the ninjas and martial artists. Some of the technicians were killed during the helicopter crash while the surviving ones were kept as hostages. Jiang Fei did not participate in the battle at all. Firstly, the fellows were not of significant threats to him. It was a good opportunity for the younger martial artists to blow off some steam. Secondly, Jiang Fei had other things to keep him busy. Before the Japanese attempted to escape, they activated the self-destruct system. Although their self-destruct system was not as powerful as Jiang Fei's high-energy cluster bomb, Jiang Fei would lose the communications tools he came for if the base was detonated. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to stop the self-destruct system. Old Man Hai and his China martial artists would not have been capable of dealing with such advanced technology. However, with 0541, the central control system was basically useless. Within half a minute, 0541 was able to take over the entire base and terminate the self-destruct system. By the time Old Man Hai and the rest had done their job of killing and capturing the related Japanese fellows, Jiang Fei had taken over the base completely. How is it going? Are you able to connect with our country's forces? Zhao Ganming asked. It was a matter of life or death to everyone. Therefore, when Zhao Ganming asked that question, everyone present paid attention. That's not an issue. The communication channel here works perfectly. After some minor adjustments, we should be able to communicate externally. Jiang Fei laughed. Originally, the base was unable to communicate with China. However, with 0541, it was not an issue. 0541 actually had its own communication device which allowed Jiang Fei to communicate with Chinese officials. However, Jiang Fei would not be able to explain to Zhao Ganming and the rest how he did it. He also could not have done it with these people around. Jiang Fei asked his team to check around the base in case any of the Japanese had managed to slip away. At the same time, Jiang Fei tasked Old Man Hai with interrogating the new hostages while he waited for 0541's final adjustments. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Fei was able to establish a connection with Han Tianyu. D***MN. Ah Fei, are you guys alright? Han Tianyu was very excited when he heard Jiang Fei's voice. "What's the matter?" Jiang Fei asked curiously. "Didn't you know? The mutants has betrayed us." Han Tianyu said angrily. "What exactly happened?" Zhao Ganming and the rest huddled around Jiang Fei. "Hey Race, what happened?" "About 3 days ago, the mutants sent us a message to tell us that they had been faced with significant resistance from the Japanese after they arrived at Tokyo. 3 of China's teams and 2 of the Vatican's teams had been annihilated. Even the mutants lost a lot of their troops. To prevent the alliance from further losses, they had decided to single-handedly complete the remaining attacks. They even set up Navy forces surrounding Tokyo to prevent other people from approaching it." Han Tianyu said. "They are trying to take over the show." Jiang Fei laughed coldly. "Exactly. Although the mutant said you had all died, we all know they are lying. If you were truly dead, your master and your senior sister would have already destroyed Tokyo completely." Han Tianyu laughed when he realized Jiang Fei and the rest were safe. After a round of jokes, he continued speaking. "Your disappearance had caused a serious argument within the Martial Art Alliance. The Snow Mountain sect and my master believed that we should immediately send people over to save you guys. However, the Soaring Cloud sect was against the idea. They insisted that your master would personally rescue you. Therefore, the 2 sects are still arguing over the matter." "Oh, I see." Jiang Fei nodded. He did not provide any value judgment on the Martial Art Alliance. "So, what have they decided on?" Old Man Hai asked. "As the Soaring Cloud sect holds an important position in the Martial Art Alliance, there is little hope of adding more troops in Tokyo with their resistance. After all, that would mean directly declaring war against the mutants." Han Tianyu said. "All right. Let's not wait for them to make a decision. Brother Yu, tell the mutants that we are done fighting. Bring a ship over to take us away." Jiang Fei said directly. It was a good thing that the Martial Art Alliance decided not to stick their noses into the matter. Once China's martial artists have retreated, his movement in Tokyo would not be restricted. "Consider it done. I'll make arrangements right away. Even if the mutants disagree, I will find a way to bring you guys out." Han Tianyu was fully supportive of Jiang Fei as he relied on Jiang Fei heavily. While Han Tianyu made arrangements, Jiang Fei acquired more information from Old Man Hai's interrogations. The Japanese spilled everything after being tortured by Old Man Hai. These Japanese fellows are asking for it. After listening to the new information, Jiang Fei inhaled sharply. The Japanese had mobilized their entire population to fight against the mutants. All the adult males in Tokyo had to draw lots to be selected for the biomodification. 2/3 of these people who went through the biomodification process ended up dead. Even if they survived the process, they would still be sent to the battlefield very quickly. These level 2 biohumans were merely used to stall the mutants. Even if the experiments were successful, they would only be able to live for a few extra days. With such a dire measure, the Japanese were able to extend their military forces quite significantly. After a few more counterattacks, the mutants' offensive stance was put under control once again. Forget about them. I don't care about what happens between the Japanese and the mutants anymore. We will not be involved any further." Old Man Hai sighed. After all, the Alliance had already opted out of the fight for the Japanese's biotechnology. Once Han Tianyu's ship arrived, they would all return to China. Chapter 617, Mutants in the Way. After 2 hours, Han Tianyu sent Jiang Fei a message to inform him that a ship would arrive to pick them up the next day at night. However, some minor problems might be anticipated. Han Tianyu did not further explain what the problems were as he rushed off to deal with other things. Jiang Fei and the rest did not care too much either. After the call, the sky began to darken. Jiang Fei and the rest cleaned up the base and thereafter proceeded to rest. Although the Japanese received news that one of the small bases had been attacked, they did not send anyone over to surround Jiang Fei and the rest. The Japanese had decided to leave Jiang Fei alone because they did not have any troops to spare. Both their current armies and newly formed biohumans were needed to fight against the mutants. Therefore, they could not spare anyone to fight against Jiang Fei. Moreover, Jiang Fei was nothing compared to the attacks from the mutants. Therefore, the Japanese did not think it was worth sacrificing any of their military frontliners. After a day's rest, Jiang Fei and the others departed from the Japanese's base. Jiang Fei then used an anti-mecha landmine to destroy the base. Although the Japanese discovered that Jiang Fei and the others were retreating from the shore, they did not try to stop them. In their eyes, it was better for these China martial artists to leave. In that way, they would have less on their plate and would be able to focus on the mutants entirely. When midnight came, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the designated location and saw the defense ship which Han Tianyu had sent to pick them up. Although the vessel was not large, it was big enough to transport close to 50 of them. The defense ship was able to leave the shores of Tokyo without any obstruction. This was because the Japanese's navy had already been annihilated when the mutants increased their troops. All of the Japanese's ships were destroyed by the mutant 7th Navy team. Brother Yu, I knew you would come personally. Jiang Fei was not surprised to see that Han Tianyu had come along. Yeah. There is still some stuff to be discussed with the mutants. Therefore, I had to personally come. Han Tianyu looked slightly disturbed. What's the matter? Jiang Fei asked confusedly. Hey Race, what happened? Han Tianyu was about to explain everything to Jiang Fei when the sound of a Navy siren pierced through the air. F***CK. What's going on? Although Jiang Fei did not understand Navy rules, he understood the instructions to everyone on board to get ready for battle, which was announced by the captain through the loudspeakers. It's not a big deal. Han Tianyu frowned as he walked to the front of the ship. Jiang Fei and the other martial artists did not know what was going on and therefore simply followed along. Not too far away was a light flashing dimly in the sea. Very soon, as the vessel moved forward, the light seemed to get closer and closer. Jiang Fei finally realized where the light came from. There were 2 battleships that belonged to the major rice exporting country. D*MN. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Fei started frowning as well. The 2 battleships maintained a relatively safe distance from the ship Jiang Fei was on. 2 smaller vessels approached Jiang Fei and the rest at a rapid rate. Each vessel carried 8 or so people. Brother Yu, what's going on? Jiang Fei asked with a frown. These bastards are concerned that you might bring biohuman information back to China. Therefore, they want to board the ship to investigate. Han Tianyu spat as he spoke. This was the unresolved issue he mentioned before. Investigate us? On what basis? Not only Jiang Fei, but Zhao Ganming and the other elders were also angered when they heard this. They are just bullying the weak. We definitely can't defeat them in terms of our naval strength. As for metahuman capabilities, I predict they must have acquired some key technology. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to face us like this. Han Tianyu said uneasily. Oh? Are they bullying us because they have acquired better technology? Jiang Fei snorted. Based on current conditions, the major rice exporting country was indeed slightly stronger than China in terms of their military technology. However, that was only based on current predictions. If Jiang Fei were to intervene, he could easily destroy their aircraft carrier using Planet Namex's technology. I am afraid that's not all. The mutants might have already obtained the technology used to create level 5 biohumans. 0541 reminded Jiang Fei. Level 5 biohumans? Jiang Fei exclaimed at 0541's reminder. All this while, Jiang Fei had ignored the level 5 biohumans. In his mind, the strongest biohuman could only be at the pinnacle level 4. Phoenix was merely an exception. However, that was only the case when the biotechnology belonged to the Japanese because they could not remove the level 5 biohuman's memory and willpower after they had already been made. Therefore, the Japanese were unable to create level 5 biohumans. However, things were different for the mutants. The Japanese needed to remove the biohumans' memory because they were originally mutants. In order to control these high-tier biohumans, the Japanese had to remove their memory and willpower. However, the mutants did not need to remove their own people's memories when carrying out the biomodification. Therefore, once they were able to grasp the biotechnology, they would be able to produce level 5 metahumans despite the low success rate. As such, they were not afraid of any other powers. With such confidence, they might even want to rule the world. D*MN. This is so troublesome. Jiang Fei rubbed his forehead. Things were getting out of hand. Right then, the two smaller vessels had already gotten close to their ship. Those on board, listen up. We are coming over to investigate. If you do not carry any forbidden items, your departure will not be delayed. One of the mutants with a gray face shouted through a loudspeaker. Leona, do you really want to investigate us? Jiang Fei voiced out as Han Tianyu could not speak against a group of higher-tier mutants. Mr. Jiang, I apologize for the inconvenience. I am merely the vice captain. I do not have the right to authorize a retreat. Leona smiled bitterly at Jiang Fei. This was the lady who had welcomed Jiang Fei previously. Oh! Jiang Fei followed Leona's gaze, which eventually landed on a youth with blue hair who stood at the front of the small vessel. It seemed like this was the fellow in charge of the mutants here. This is the son of our Mutants Brotherhood's Vice President Lincoln. People call him the Frost Prince Kid. Leona took the initiative to introduce him to Jiang Fei. Chapter 618, From Embarrassment to Anger, Frost Prince Kid? Do you want to search my ship? Jiang Fei smiled. 0541 had already scanned this mutant's capabilities. Although the young man named Gid was pretty strong, he was only a middle-tier level 4 mutant. Apart from Leona, who was a lower-tier level 4 mutant, there were 4 other lower-tier level 4 and 1 middle-tier level 4 mutants. If they were to really fight against Jiang Fei, he would not be afraid of them at all. Although the two vessels looked intimidating, Jiang Fei could easily destroy them with the light cannon from his personal armory before they could even fire their guided missiles. Jiang Fei, don't think too highly of yourself. You are only powerful because of your master's namesake. Gid laughed coldly. Although he also had an influential father, he looked down upon others like himself. He always believed that other people achieved glory because of their parents while he had worked hard for what he had achieved. Master Gid, please don't act rashly. Leona tried to hold him back. Although she had not known Jiang Fei for very long, Jiang Fei had a sense of mysteriousness to him that made her cautious. She was worried that Gid would be at a disadvantage. I would like to see what he is truly made of. Leona's reaction made Gid even more angry. Gid was already trying to pursue the young and beautiful Leona. However, Leona seemed to not be as equally interested in him. When Gid saw how much Leona respected Jiang Fei, he could not help but feel jealous. Therefore, he hopped onto the ship from his vessel and arrived before Jiang Fei. Die! Gid immediately started attacking Jiang Fei viciously. His hands turned into 2 blades of ice stretching toward Jiang Fei's heart. Get lost! Jiang Fei did not even retrieve his sword as he jumped and used his Thunder Gale kick technique combined with his fire-based origin force to counter Gid's ice cones. Bang! As the loud sound of collision was heard, Gid instantly fell backward. Ah! Gid cried out painfully as he fell onto the small vessel. When he looked at his hands, he saw that the ice cones had already been crushed into pieces. His arm and palms were all covered in black from the burn and pressure. Although Jiang Fei only had the energy levels of a lower-tier level 4 metahuman, the might of his energy were amplified by his Thunder Gale kick technique combined with the power of the origin force. The mutants might find it easy to acquire energy. A lot of them would have achieved level 4 at a very young age. However, they lacked techniques. Most of them relied on their inner energy, which could not be amplified. Therefore, their prowess could not possibly compare with the techniques created thousands of years ago in China. Moreover, 0541 had specially created the combination of Thunder Gale Kick technique and the origin force for Jiang Fei, which incorporated the best of both worlds in Chinese martial arts. Therefore, the amplification of Jiang Fei's energy was very obvious. Jiang Fei would not even be afraid of common middle-tier level 4 martial artists, let alone the kind of mutants who could not even amplify their energy from a single attack. Gid discovered that he was at a huge disadvantage. Jiang Fei was actually holding back. If he did not, he would have killed Gid instantly. Bastard! You hurt me! I will kill you! Gid grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth after all. He could not possibly tolerate the embarrassment. Being defeated in front of the woman he liked made him feel even more hurt than the wounds on his body. Attack! Seeing that their leader was attacked, the followers naturally could not stand still. 10 of the mutants next to Gid leaped into the air and charged toward the ship on which Jiang Fei and the rest were on. Have you all thought it through? Jiang Fei laughed coldly as he drew his Changing sword out from behind him. Zhao Ganmind and the rest also positioned themselves for battle. As Chinese martial artists, they were not afraid of anything. Stop it! All of you, stop! Leona looked very worried. Their orders were not to insist on investigating Jiang Fei and the others. The mutants had asked them to intercept Jiang Fei merely to test the waters. As Jiang Fei did not own any of the Japanese's important bases and the China Martial Art Alliance had only sent 3 weak teams over, the mutants did not believe Jiang Fei and the others held any important information. They had only ordered the intervention to test the China Martial Art Alliance's attitude. If they were to concede easily, that meant the mutants could be even harsher on the China Martial Art Alliance in the time to come. If Jiang Fei and the others resisted them, they would have to wait until they greatly outnumbered China with their level 5 metahumans before they engaged China. However, nobody expected that a single test would escalate all because of Gid's jealousy. If the mutants were to confront China right now, they would surely not benefit from the battle. The mutants still had not fully solved the problem of the Japanese. Moreover, they had still not figured out how to use the biotechnology they had recently acquired. Right then, the China Martial Art Alliance was not any weaker than the mutants. If they were to really fight each other, the mutants would suffer a greater loss as they were still fighting against the Japanese. Shut up! Can't you see that I've been attacked? Gid suddenly stood up. Gid felt that Leona was trying to protect Jiang Fei. His jealousy only caused him to want to kill Jiang Fei and not care about anything else. Compared to Leona, who was only one of the executives, Gid held a far more powerful position. Therefore, the mutants immediately started attacking Jiang Fei and the others. Brother, you, get behind. Brothers, let's kill them all. It'll keep things at bay if anything were to happen. Jiang Fei's facial expression turned serious when he saw that his opponents were clearly starting to attack. As there were more of the level 4 metahumans on the other side, Jiang Fei did not want people like Han Tianyu to get injured. Therefore, he would rather him and the younger disciples stand behind him. Jiang Fei and the 4 other level 4 martial artists would be enough to fight against the group of mutants before them. As Gid had already been injured, Leona did not participate in the battle. There were a total of 14 mutants who had boarded the ship. 4 of them were lower tier level 4 metahumans, while 1 of them was of the middle tier level 4 and the rest were only level 3 mutants. As a middle tier level 4 martial artist, Zhao Ganming naturally took on the strongest mutant in the group. Martial artists had a natural advantage against other metahumans. Therefore, Zhao Ganming did not think much of the middle tier level 4 mutant. Although Old Man Hai was only at the lower tier level 4, he had been there for a very long time and was only 1 step away from reaching the middle tier level 4. Therefore, he was more than capable of taking on 2 lower tier level 4 opponents. Right then, there were as many as 11 mutants before Jiang Fei. 2 of them were lower tier level 4 mutants while 9 of them were of level 3. However, these enemies did not pose any threat to Jiang Fei at all. Zhao Ganming and Old Man Hai both did not want to permanently cut off ties with the mutants and therefore did not plan to kill their opponents. Unlike them, Jiang Fei was filled with murderous intent. The mutants had become his enemies the moment they started attacking him. Chapter 619, Sunk. Once Jiang Fei became enraged with murderous intent, the mutants before him were in deep trouble. The two lower-tier level 4 mutants were still able to forcefully stay alive. However, the level 3 mutants were easily killed by Jiang Fei. Ah! After the first cry of pain was heard, the mutants were shell-shocked. Even Zhao Ganming and Han Tianyu were stunned speechless. Although Jiang Fei said to kill the opponents, nobody thought he would actually kill them. The mutants also thought the same thing. Although they were the ones who struck Jiang Fei first. They only had the intention of teaching the Chinese martial artists a lesson and were not planning to kill any of them. That was because it was not a strategic time to openly declare war against one another. As everyone stood still, Jiang Fei struck again and another dismembered head fell to the ground. How dare you! Jiang Fei had killed 2 people in a row. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the 5 level 4 mutants. They immediately abandoned the fight with Zhao Ganming and Old Man Hai as they charged toward Jiang Fei. It's great that you came. Jiang Fei laughed without showing a hint of fear. Not only did he not back down, he even moved directly toward the 5 level 4 mutants with his sword in hand. What do we do? Old Man Hai looked at Zhao Ganming. What else can we do? Kill them. Zhao Ganming rolled his eyes. It was too late to say anything else. Regardless of what had happened, they could not allow Jiang Fei to fend these people off on his own. Therefore, they had no choice but to join the fight to kill their opponents. Jiang Fei fought the 5 level 4 mutants simultaneously. All of a sudden, he could not overpower them as he was able to before. Not only could he not kill them, he was slightly overwhelmed by their continuous attacks. However, right then, Zhao Ganming and Old Man Hai had already made it over to his side. This time, the two did not hold back. Since Jiang Fei had already started the killings, the mutants already had enough reason to declare war on them. Therefore, it made no difference to kill 2 of them or all of them. As the 2 old men started attacking the mutants, Jiang Fei felt the pressure on him lessened. After half of the level 4 mutants were distracted, Jiang Fei started to kill his opponents once again. Bastard! I'll kill you! When Gid saw his subordinates being killed one after another, he became furious. Master Gid, don't be rash. Do you want to die? Leona held Gid back. It was too dangerous for him to get involved right then. He would not be able to salvage the situation regardless. What do we do then? Although Gid was rash, he was born with a silver spoon and therefore was still afraid of death. Therefore, Leona's words immediately calmed him down. Let's get out of here. We can no longer keep things under control. We must inform the president and allow him to decide. Leona sighed as she spoke. Things had escalated this far because of Gid's rashness. It was too late to do anything else. Hey! Let's go! Gid sighed. He did not actually feel compassion for his subordinates. Instead, he was worried about explaining himself to the Mutants' Brotherhood once he returned. Leona's special ability was to control the wind. Therefore, although they were still hundreds of meters away from the battleship, getting there quickly was not a difficult feat for her to accomplish. She grabbed onto Gid's shoulder as a pair of wings of wind appeared behind her back. Although the pair of wings did not allow her to fly long distance, a few hundred meters would not be an issue. As Leona and Gid ran off, the mutants who remained on Jiang Fei's ship looked surprised. They realized that their boss had abandoned them. Retreat! The remaining mutants looked at each other and decided to retreat to their small vessel. Leaving now? It won't be that easy. Jiang Fei raised his brows as the Chengying sword glowed in his hands. The metallic origin force from the sword started chasing after the mutants. As painful cries could be heard, the only mutants who managed to escape back to their battleship were the middle-tier level 4 mutant and a lower-tier level 4 mutant. Every other mutant who had came aboard Jiang Fei's ship had died in his hands. Brother Jiang, don't you think you have gone too far? Zhao Ganming asked with a frown. He could not voice out his thoughts during the battle earlier. However, he felt that he had to speak his mind now because Jiang Fei's act of killing the mutants could result in the break of the working relationship between the Mutants Brotherhood and the Martial Art Alliance. Humph. Even if I did not kill them, do you think this battle could be avoidable? Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Ever since 0541 reminded Jiang Fei that the mutants could mass-produce level 5 biohumans, Jiang Fei knew that there were only two options left. The China Martial Art Alliance could either become the mutant slave or become their opponent in battle. Although it was very difficult for the mutants to create level 5 biohumans, there was still a higher chance of that happening than naturally developed level 5 mutants. Once the mutants thoroughly mastered the biotechnology and started modifying themselves, their capabilities would expand significantly. Their dominance over the other forces would ensure their greed took over the world. As such, the Martial Art Alliance's wish of creating peace would be futile. Alert! Alert! As Jiang Fei and Zhao Ganming were talking to the rest, the sound of an alarming notification rang through the loudspeakers. What's going on? Han Tianyu immediately asked. The opponent's battleships have their missile radars locked onto us. They have entered the offensive state. The defense captain immediately responded. As the ship that came to pick Jiang Fei and the others up was only a defensive ship, it definitely would not be able to fight against the two battleships. Moreover, they have already been locked onto as targets by their opponents. The ship's fate had basically been decided. They were bound to sink. I have been far too lenient on these people. Jiang Fei looked upset all of a sudden. Prepare to block the opponent's guided missiles. Han Tianyu did not look too happy either. If their defensive ship sank, they would be in an even more dangerous situation. While everyone was in a state of panic, Jiang Fei retrieved the light cannon from his personal armory in the spatial ring when nobody paid any attention. Although most of them did not notice what Jiang Fei did, a pair of beautiful eyes glowed brightly as they looked at Jiang Fei, but only for an instant. Zoom! Before their opponents were even able to fire their missiles, Jiang Fei started his attack. A beam of blue light with the diameter of a water bucket was emitted at one of the battleships. Boom! A huge hole was instantly blasted through the battleship alongside a loud collision. After being magnified, the light beam already had a diameter of over 5 meters by the time it hit the battleship. The strong energy did not only create a gaping hole in the battleship, it even pierced through to the bottom of the ship. As water started flowing in from the sides and the bottom of the ship, the battleship started to sink almost instantly. Jiang Fei's attack had directly struck the missile that was almost fired. When the guided missile exploded, it even caused the other dormant missiles in the battleship to explode. Boom! As bright flames lit the area, the insides of the battleship was destroyed by the explosions. The battleship split into two and sank to the bottom of the ocean within 3 minutes. Chapter 620, Returning to the Vessel, TSK, this alien weapon truly does not disappoint. Han Tianyu was not unfamiliar with the alien weapon. After all, there were a lot of weapon-related information in the alien gaming hall in Han Tianyu's house. However, they had yet to completely comprehend the technology contained in those weapons. Yeah. Jiang Fei nodded. He knew Han Tianyu was trying to divert the attention on his behalf. Han Tianyu's words ensured that everyone paid more attention to how powerful the alien weapon in Jiang Fei's hands was, rather than where he got it from. That proved how smart Han Tianyu was. Since he had decided to rely on Jiang Fei, he would help Jiang Fei whenever he was able to. It's very powerful indeed. It is even comparable to the ultimate attack of a higher tier level 4 martial artist. Moreover, the attack range is even further than what normal martial artists are capable of. Zhao Ganming sighed. Most of the others thought that the weapon belonged to Han Tianyu because of what he had said. Therefore, they did not think too much about it. After all, it was not a secret that the Han family owned one of the alien fragments. Hey! There's no way to salvage the situation now. Old Man Hai sighed. Unlike the battle before, the current battle was no longer limited to the metahuman circle. Jiang Fei had sunk one of the major rice-exporting countries' battleships. It was the equivalent to declaring a war against the country. The mutants who had fought against Jiang Fei and the others earlier had been suppressing their powers when they fought. They had only done so to avoid sinking the defensive ship. If one party were to sink the other's ship, it would undoubtedly cause the countries to go to war with each other. This was something unimaginable for two countries with nuclear capabilities. However, when Gid returned to his own battleship and discovered that most of his subordinates had been killed, he became angry and personally ordered the missile attacks. As the ship Jiang Fei was sitting on faced the threat of being sunk, Jiang Fei had no choice but to use Planet Namek's weapon to attack his enemies first. Therefore, the major rice-exporting country's battleship was sunk and the conflict between both parties quickly escalated. Beep beep, right then, the alarm on the defensive ship started beeping. Although one of the battleships on the other side had been sunk, the other one was still operational and had fired the first wave of 12 guided missiles. Block them all, the defensive ship activated all of its firearms to block the guided missiles. Even Old Man Hai and Zhao Ganming tried to deflect the guided missiles before they approached the ship. A minute. Since you people want to die, I will fulfill your wishes. Jiang Fei locked onto the second battleship and then fired from the anti-mecha light cannon. Boom! As a loud sound was heard, the second battleship was also struck by Jiang Fei's light cannon. The entire ship tilted to one side and began sinking altogether. Zoom! Right then. The 12 guided missiles had gotten very close to them. Bratatat, the defensive ship started firing at the guided missiles to prevent them from getting close to the ship. Old Man Hai and Zhao Ganming also swung their long swords to create beams of sword energy which shot at the guided missiles. They hoped to destroy the guided missiles before they hit the ship. Right then, Jiang Fei also dropped his light cannon as he retrieved his Chengying sword to destroy the missiles. Bang! 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 Although the guided missiles were destroyed before they hit the ship, they exploded very closely to the ship. Therefore, the aftershock from the explosions still caused the ship to shake violently. If not for the fact that most of them were high-tier martial artists, they would have all been flung into the sea. The most vulnerable person then was Han Tianyu. As he had much weaker capabilities than the rest, he was not able to protect himself in such situations. Even the small pieces of debris from the missile could potentially take his life. Fortunately, Ding Minghan had helped him out by blocking those pieces of debris as they were from the same section. That was how Han Tianyu was able to survive the dangerous situation. With Jiang Fei and the protective gunfire, all 12 guided missiles were successfully destroyed before they hit the ship. The feat was also accomplished with the help of many level 4 martial artists. The protective gunfire alone would not have been able to block all 12 guided missiles. While Jiang Fei and the rest had managed to overcome danger, the major rice export country's second battleship had not. The battleship's entire body was tilting heavily to one side and was already half filled with seawater. There was no way it could be salvaged. The crew members frantically jumped into the smaller vessels to escape. One of the small vessels sped away as fast as an arrow. Is our guided missile able to lock onto them? Jiang Fei asked. Clearly, the people on the small vessel speeding away quickly were mutants. It's very difficult. They are moving way too fast. The captain shook his head. Clearly, the small vessel was not operating on mechanics. Instead, it was being powered by a mutant with level 4 capabilities and above. Forget about it. We should show them some mercy. Old Man Hai relaxed when he saw that the vessel could not be attacked. He guessed that the guy named Gid was on that small vessel. If they were to attack it and cause it to sink, and if anything happened to Gid, the Mutants' Brotherhood would definitely go crazy. Until now, Old Man Hai and the older folks like him still believed in the possibility of peace. They did not want to thoroughly cut ties with the mutants, let alone openly declare war against them. Let's go! Well, return to the vessel. Jiang Fei nodded. Since those people had escaped, he did not plan to chase after them. Originally, Jiang Fei had planned for Han Tianyu to bring these Chinese martial artists back home. He would then return to Tokyo to stir up trouble for the mutants and destroy some of the Japanese's biotechnology while he did so. However, now that the mutants had acquired the technique to create level 5 biohumans, there was no point in destroying the other information. Jiang Fei decided to forego the plan of returning to Tokyo. Instead of returning to Tokyo to cause a mess, Jiang Fei thought it was a better idea to continue searching for Braveheart's fragments while the mutants were still trying to master the biotechnology. If he waited until they were capable of mass-producing level 5 metahumans, Jiang Fei would not be able to fight against them. As for the current situation with him killing quite a number of the mutants and even sinking 2 of their battleships, Jiang Fei was not worried about a war breaking out between the two countries. If this had happened before the mutants acquired the biotechnology, they would have declared war on China right away. However, things were different now. If the mutants were to keep the peace for a little while longer, once they were able to fully operate the biotechnology, they would be able to go to war with China without paying a hefty price. Therefore, even with their battleships sunken, they would still bite their tongues. The only thing they would do was probably to verbally attack China. Once they were done dealing with the Japanese, after the biotechnology was fully operational and was able to mass-produce level 5 biohumans, the mutants would probably seek China for revenge. To prevent losses in battles, the mutants needed more time to strengthen themselves. This period of time was very precious to Jiang Fei. If the mutants were to attack China now, they would have to pay a hefty price for it. However, China was definitely not able to fight them. Despite that, with more time given to Jiang Fei, and even with the mutants' full confidence, it was uncertain as to who would win in the end. Chapter 621, I Want You to Marry Me. After many hours of traveling, the defense ship finally arrived at China's naval port. It was already noon when Jiang Fei bade farewell to the rest. The people from the Martial Arts Alliance had to rush back to their respective sects, while Old Man Hai and Zhao Ganming needed to report to the Alliance's headquarters. Han Tianyu also had to head to the capital to report everything that happened. Although they had described parts of what they had encountered, some things can only be explained in person. That was especially the case for when Jiang Fei killed over 10 of the mutants and even sank 2 of the major rice-exporting countries' battleships. As Jiang Fei was the only person who knew that the mutants had acquired the ability to create level 5 biohumans, everyone else thought the mutants would definitely not be able to keep their peace. Therefore, both the country and the Martial Arts Alliance would have to immediately prepare for the upcoming battle. The Martial Arts Alliance was not too concerned about the mutants' threat as they were not any weaker. However, the mutants was a secretive organization and usually well organized in their attacks. The China Martial Arts Alliance, on the other hand, was formed by several sects which did not usually work together. Therefore, their battle capabilities were not as strong as the mutants. However, if they encountered external threats, the sects would still work together. Therefore, they were not afraid of the mutants. In comparison, China as a country was not as strong as the major rice-exporting country. The major rice-exporting country had not initiated anything against China because of their nuclear energy. If they were to push too far, China might declare war against them and attack them with nuclear weapons. If that happened, both sides would suffer significant losses. Thus, the two countries had always maintained a neutral relationship. If an actual battle were to take place, China would definitely lose out. That was why Han Tianyu was feeling so troubled right now. He had to personally meet with the country's superiors so that they could make preparations for the battle which might happen at any time. As Jiang Fei knew what was going on, he did not try to stop Han Tianyu. It was a good thing for the country to prepare for the battle earlier rather than later. After all, once the mutants could thoroughly grasp the biotechnology, they would definitely start attacking China. After everyone had left, and Jiang Fei was also preparing to leave, someone suddenly stood in front of him. "Is there something you want to tell me?" Jiang Fei asked. The person standing before him was Shang Guanqi. "You owe me a favor. Do you admit it?" Shang Guanqi looked as cool as ever. I admit it. Is there something I can help you with?" Jiang Fei laughed. Although the favor was promised under pressing circumstances, Jiang Fei would not go back on his promise. All right. Shang Guanqi nodded. Tell me. If I can help you, I will do my best. Jiang Fei did not make it an absolute promise. Marry me, Shang Guanqi said as she looked away from Jiang Fei. Ah. Jiang Fei was surprised. He had no idea where that came from. I want you to marry me, Shang Guanqi said with certainty. No. I mean, sister, can we not joke about this? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. If it were Yang Qing who had said this, he would not have been too surprised. After all, the sisters had already tried to force him to marry them previously. They were always trying to find ways to benefit themselves. However, Jiang Fei felt extremely uncomfortable when he heard those words from Shang Guanqi, as she did not look like someone who joked around. I was not kidding. Shang Guanqi seemed very serious. Sister, what do you want? Can you be straightforward? Jiang Fei was nearly speechless now. I want to leave the Soaring Cloud sect. However, if I did so blatantly, they would definitely assassinate me. The only way they would not do so is if you married me, Shang Guanqi said after a moment of silence. Oh! I see. Jiang Fei nodded. He could relate to Shang Guanqi's thoughts. As a girl, Shang Guanqi had been trained to be a killing robot from a very young age. She had suffered unspeakable pain and agony. After growing up, she was even used by the Soaring Cloud sect like a weapon. She could no longer bear living that way, and hence she wanted to escape from the Soaring Cloud sect. However, based on the Soaring Cloud sect's abilities, Shang Guanqi would not be able to escape their assassination. Therefore, after meeting Jiang Fei and seeing how mysterious he was, Shang Guanqi turned her attention to him. As Jiang Fei had the backing of 2 level 5 metahumans, if Shang Guanqi became his woman, the Soaring Cloud sect would very likely let her off the hook, as they were afraid of Zhuge Shanjin and Phoenix. If you want to marry me, you might as well kill me now. Otherwise, I will tell everything I have witnessed to my superiors in the Soaring Cloud sect. I will even tell them about your mysterious spatial storage. Although Shang Guanqi was threatening him, Jiang Fei felt like the girl was in fact asking to be killed. She was not even a threat to him. Instead, she was forcing him to kill her. Don't talk about life and death so nonchalantly. There is no need for such extremism. All you want is to leave the Soaring Cloud sect, right? Leave it to me. Jiang Fei actually pitied Shang Guanqi. She was at an age where she should be lively and outgoing. However, she had been trained by the Soaring Cloud sect to be a cold-hearted killing machine. Will you marry me then? Shang Guanqi asked, surprised. Why must I marry you? As long as we have a close relationship, the Soaring Cloud sect would have to leave you alone. Moreover, you don't really like me. Why must you get married to me? Jiang Fei shook his head frantically. Although Shang Guanqi said she wanted to get married to Jiang Fei, she was unlike the Yang sisters. She had the simple objective of using Jiang Fei to avoid being killed by the Soaring Cloud sect. How will you protect me then? Shang Guanqi asked. My mother wants a daughter very badly. Why don't you take her as your godmother? You could become my godsister. Jiang Fei laughed. His mother indeed liked girls very much. Moreover, Jiang Fei also wanted to find a bodyguard for his parents. Shang Guanqi was strong enough for the job. Besides, Jiang Fei felt a lot of pity for the girl. He hoped that she would be able to feel some closeness with family ties through his mother's love and care. All right. Shang Guanqi agreed after thinking about it for a while. Compared to other girls, Shang Guanqi was indeed much more naive. Her only objective was to rely on Jiang Fei to continue living. As for getting married to Jiang Fei or becoming his godsister, she did not really mind since she did not have ulterior motives. All right. Come with me then. Jiang Fei nodded as he brought Shang Guanqi to the helicopter that Han Tianyu had arranged for to bring him home. Although Han Tianyu had already left, he made sure someone would bring Jiang Fei back to Manda Square. When it was nearly evening, Jiang Fei and Shang Guanqi arrived at Manda Square. Once they got home, Jiang Fei discovered that his parents were both at home. However, Si Tying was not there. He thought it was probably a good thing as he would not have to explain Shang Guanqi's matter to her. Jiang Fei told his parents everything about Shang Guanqi. His kind mother tugged at her hands as tears started rolling down her cheeks. Shang Guanqi was unsure of how to react. She had grown up only with training to kill people. Nobody had ever shown her kindness like this. Chapter 622. The PvP battle begins. While Shang Guanqi was not too used to being cared for by other people, Jiang Fei's mother felt a great deal of compassion for her. Jiang Fei's mother insisted that Shang Guanqi stay with them on that day itself. Jiang Fei also initially had intentions for Shang Guanqi to stay at his house. After all, with the presence of a level 4 bodyguard, his parents would be much safer. After dinner, Jiang Fei chatted with his parents for a while. After giving Si Tying a call to let her know he was fine, Jiang Fei returned to his room. "Captain, you have not logged into the game for a very long time," 0541 suddenly said. "I don't have the time or mind to play games now." Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He was prepared to go search for Braveheart's fragments. He could not care less about the game. Finding Braveheart's fragments is indeed important. However, the game greatly benefits you too. I hope you will listen to my suggestion. 0541 tried to persuade Jiang Fei. However, 0541 would not tell Jiang Fei why no matter what. 0541 simply insisted that he play the game. "Alright. I'll play it. However, it must not get in the way of real work." Jiang Fei looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. Since he was not busy with other things tonight, he logged into the game. "Husband!" As soon as Jiang Fei logged into the game, Isabella appeared next to him. She started crying in his arms. "I am sorry for your suffering," Jiang Fei sighed. As long as he did not log into the game, Isabella would be trapped in the small black house. It was indeed torture for her the past few days. While Jiang Fei was consoling Isabella, his other ladies sensed his aura. Each of them started rushing over to his side. "Husband, you have finally appeared." Sylphie looked at Jiang Fei lovingly. Nina and Hua Mulan also looked at Jiang Fei lovingly. Both of them wanted to speak but stopped themselves. Although there were many thoughts that they wanted to share with him, they did not know where to start. Not long after, a watery light flashed by. Ariel appeared next to Jiang Fei and also jumped into his arms. Although the ladies all had different states of mind, all of them shared one thing in common, which was that their eyes were filled with tears. "Husband, we were very worried about you while you were away," Isabella said what was on every one of the ladies' minds. "Hey," Jiang Fei sighed. He was not sure how to respond. After all, these ladies were from a different world. Although Jiang Fei could accompany them in the game, he belonged to the real world. These ladies were only a group of made-up data points, and they did not exist in reality. While the ladies were overjoyed with Jiang Fei's return, things started getting noisier in an underground base somewhere north of China. "Leader! Leader!" The young fellow has finally logged in. An excited voice could be heard. "Oh!" The leader walked over to the surveillance camera. D***MN. What is wrong with this young fellow? He logs in whenever he likes. When can we ever complete our experiment? One of the technicians complained. "Hey, he is working for us for free. Stop being so picky. Moreover, if we could find someone else to replace him, we wouldn't need to wait for him to come online every day." The leader laughed. "Leader, this fellow is indeed unusual. When he logged in, all of the data points went haywire. This was especially true for number 15's group of data points. Basically, level 1 is near perfect," the researcher in charge of the surveillance camera said. He sounded very surprised. "Alright, let's increase the level of experimentation while he is still online. Let's activate the third plan," the leader said after much consideration. "The third plan? Isn't it too soon?" Someone else voiced out his concern. This fellow logs in too irregularly. Let's not worry too much. Let's do as much as we can. The leader insisted on his decision. Okay. Execute the third plan. One of the programmers started pushing a few buttons to activate the said plan. After consoling the ladies around him, Jiang Fei sent a message to Rosette Rose. Yo! Master, you are online now. Such a rare occasion. Rosette Rose sounded somewhat sarcastic. Clearly, she was not very happy with Jiang Fei about something. Hee hee, with you around to take care of the guild, there is nothing for me to worry about. It wouldn't make any difference if I logged in or not, Jiang Fei said. Brother Ah Fei, do you have a girlfriend now? Why are you suddenly so good with your words? A woman's sixth sense was usually very accurate, especially when gossip was in the picture. Even a strong female figure like Rosette Rose had the same sixth sense. Hee hee, Jiang Fei giggled. He could not help but think of tying. Indeed. Tell me, who is your little girlfriend? Rosette Rose's eyes glistened as she anticipated Jiang Fei's answer. Hold on. Sister Rose, how's things with the class PvP battle? Jiang Fei was worried there would not be an end to Rosette Rose's gossiping once he got her started. Therefore, he quickly changed the topic. Oh! This is why I was angry. I thought you had forgotten all about it. I worked so hard to register you in the battle, and yet you ended up missing the first battle. Did you know how hard it was to appease the audience? When Jiang Fei brought up the class PvP battle, Rosette Rose suddenly started complaining. The first match of the class PvP battle had already ended. The first session started yesterday. Due to Jiang Fei's popularity, the organizing committee had placed his battle as the opening match. However, nobody had expected Jiang Fei's absence, which shocked both his opponent and the audience. Verger Glider could be said to be the entire Dark Faction's idol. Many of the audience members had paid a high price to watch his match. However, Jiang Fei not showing up for his first match turned the entire audience into a frenzy. They had spent so much money but were unable to watch him in battle. In the end, Rosette Rose had to apologize and pay everyone back to appease the audience. In the end, not only did Imperial Dragon not earn a single coin from Jiang Fei's participation, they had to pay a big sum to everyone. This made Rosette Rose, who treated the guild like her own child, extremely angry. Although Rosette Rose was very angry at Jiang Fei, she hoped in her heart that he would do well in the competition. Otherwise, she would not have willingly paid the price. She had only done so to reduce the penalty on Jiang Fei for missing the battle. As the monetary loss was completely borne by the Imperial Dragon, the organizing committee was willing to compromise by letting Jiang Fei off the hook. He was deemed to have lost the battle with no further consequences against him. When will my next battle take place? Jiang Fei asked. As the competition had already progressed to the round-robin stage, losing a single battle did not cause his elimination. Chapter 623, Cauldron of Intelligence, your match? Let me have a look. Rosette Rose remained silent for a while before continuing. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, game time, all right. Jiang Fei nodded. Although he actually only spent 8 hours in the game, in reality, there were still 24 hours in the game's time. Are there other matches in the morning? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, Rosette Rose answered. Oh, I'll head over to have a look then, Jiang Fei said and laughed. As Jiang Fei did not have any serious business in the game to deal with, he decided to bring his ladies over to observe the matches. It was a good way to spend time with his women, and it also worked as compensation for lost time. The location of the competition was somewhere outside the City of Sinners. This was in the heart of the neutral region. It was a convenient location for both players from the Dark Faction and the Light Faction. Moreover, neither factions had there to stir up trouble. As Jiang Fei was involved in a battle that day, he easily made it into the huge PvP arena. As Isabella and the other ladies had relationships with him, nobody stopped them from entering. Jiang Fei's arrival greatly surprised the organizing committee. After all, he had dared to miss his own grand opening battle. Should he not show up for his second battle, they would not know how to deal with the audience members who came all the way to watch his battle. There was an observation area specially dedicated for the participants in the PvP arena. Therefore, Jiang Fei and his ladies had seats without having to buy any tickets. As Jiang Fei and the others had arrived earlier, and the matches for the day had not begun, Jiang Fei used the time to check the level ranking board. While he was away, players had increased their levels yet again. With 7 Stars Warrior in the lead, the first group of players had already pushed through to the level 60 mark. The average player level had already exceeded level 55. Currently, 7 Stars Warrior, who was second in the Dark Factions level ranking board, had reached level 62, leaving the others far behind him. However, he was still very far away from Jiang Fei, who was already at level 76. I estimate that the highest level in the Light faction would be about the same as 7 Stars Warrior, Jiang Fei thought to himself. After about half an hour, most of the audience had already arrived at the PvP arena. The huge arena was left without a single empty seat. After all, it was not a place where everyone could enter. The organizing committee was extremely greedy and therefore sold the entrance tickets at a very high price. After a while, the competition began. As it was the first of the round-robin matches, there were still many participants who were very skilled. However, most of these players were considered weak by Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had decided to participate in the competition primarily to acquire the 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom. He did not really care about the other participants. This is so boring. 2 hours passed very quickly. Isabella started yawning as she lazily laid her head on Jiang Fei's shoulder. Yeah. This is meaningless. Husband. Let's go. Ariel began to look bored as well. Although the players who fought in the battles were at the elite tier, Ariel and the other ladies were at least level 80 high-tier masters. In their eyes, these players were like kids playing around. They were hardly entertaining. Among these ladies, Nina was the only one who sat quietly next to Jiang Fei. Hua Mulan, on the other hand, was paying full attention to the battles. Everyone except for these 2 ladies was nodding off. I forgot to get the program sheet. Jiang Fei suddenly felt regretful. Husband, why don't we go out and play? Ariel pressed her face close to Jiang Fei's face and said, Jiang Fei was feeling somewhat bored too. Therefore, he decided to agree to Ariel's request. However, right then, a round of applause suddenly came from within the PvP arena. What's going on? Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not understand why the crowd became so excited. Jiang Fei looked curiously at the battlefield. The previous match had already ended and a new pair of candidates had just walked on stage. Everyone! Everyone! The long-anticipated battle is about to begin. This is the most exciting match for the morning. Before the battle began, the host was already starting to heat things up. Allow me to introduce the participant on my left. The host tugged at the golden-haired youth on his left and started the introductions. This is player Freewill from the Light faction. Many of you may not know much about him or may not have even heard of his name. However, let me tell you this, if the champion of this season's competition is a magician, it would undoubtedly be Freewill. That sounds incredible. Is he that good? When Jiang Fei heard the host's introductions, he perked up. It seemed like this player was one of the hot picks for the champion. Some of you might ask, what's so great about Freewill? Let me tell you. He is able to kill a leader of the same level in 1 second. Don't you think he's amazing? After the host spoke, the crowd instantly went wild. Freewill! 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 The players were all cheering excitedly for the participant they supported. At the same time, Jiang Fei was thinking to himself. If a magician could kill a level 60 leader in 1 second, that meant his magic attack would at least be around 500,000. For a player to have 500,000 magic attack, there could only be one possibility. He must have acquired the Cauldron of Intelligence, which increased his intelligence by 100,000 points. The player on my right is also a very capable participant. The host started introducing the Beastman player next to him who came from the neutral faction. However, Jiang Fei was no longer paying any attention. Instead, he was completely focused on free will. It seems like I have not wasted my time by coming here today, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although Jiang Fei would not fight against this fellow today, he had already planted free will's face in his memory. Regardless of where Jiang Fei would meet him, be it in a PvP battle or outside the PvP arena, Jiang Fei would definitely snatch his Cauldron of Intelligence over. The battle which followed was not very surprising. With the aid of 100,000 intelligence points, the magician's magic shield drove his opponent insane. Even if free will stood still, his opponent would still not be able to harm him. Moreover, magicians mostly relied on ranged attacks. The good thing about free will was that he had an amiable personality. Instead of attacking his opponent immediately, he let his opponent make the first move. After his opponent had used up all of his skills, free will used a single magic spell to claim his victory. In a way, he gave the Beastman player a chance to display his skills before leaving the arena. Chapter 624, You are messing with me again? Although the round-robin competition had the rule that a participant only won if he was able to defeat his opponent in 2 out of 3 matches, the Beastman player knew free will was much stronger than he was. Therefore, he decided to forfeit before the second match even took place. Free will was able to emerge victorious without any hassle. With that, the morning competitions came to an end. As Jiang Fei was about to leave the arena with his women, the organizing committee sent someone over to remind him not to be late for the afternoon's battle. Jiang Fei's afternoon match was at 2 o'clock. As it was the first match in the afternoon, the organizing committee was worried Jiang Fei would be late. If he were to not show up once more, it would be difficult to control the audience. Jiang Fei went out to spend some time with his ladies. At about 1 o'clock, he made it back to the PvP arena. When the organizing committee saw that Jiang Fei arrived in advance, they were able to finally relax. Very soon, the first battle in the afternoon began. It was Jiang Fei's time to shine. Verdure glider, verdure glider. The moment Jiang Fei got on stage, the entire PvP arena went wild. After all, players from the Dark faction made up more than 2/3 of the audience. Therefore, most of the audience members were Jiang Fei's fans. Ever since Jiang Fei wooed the Saint over and it was publicly announced, Jiang Fei had become the Dark faction's hero. Therefore, he had acquired a significant number of fans. Many of the professional players were jealous of Jiang Fei's popularity. I believe this participant needs no introduction. He is the one and only verdure glider. He is number 1 in the Dark faction and even the entire game. If you have not heard of verdure glider, you must either have only just started playing Dawnlight or you must have been living under a well. The host spoke only the truth. Jiang Fei had accomplished a lot of shocking feats in Dawnlight. The 2 most prominent feats were wooing the Saint of the Light and inducing the information release in advance. Verdure glider, I love you, verdure glider, we will always support you. Hearing the cheers of his fans below the stage made Jiang Fei feel very happy. After all, everyone had feelings of pride. It felt truly great to be at the center of attention and to be worshipped like a superstar. Our other participant comes from the Light faction. He is also a remarkable professional player. The host started introducing Jiang Fei's opponent. Jiang Fei saw his opponent on the battlefield. The rider from the Light faction was rather well equipped with a full set of level 50 equipment. The player had also reached level 60 and was definitely an elite among the players. However, unfortunately, the young fellow was unlucky and had not acquired a treasure like one of the 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom. Therefore, he could not even last more than a hit from Jiang Fei. After the host announced the start of the battle, Jiang Fei did not have time to let his opponent display his skills. Jiang Fei immediately raised his hand to use his Galestorm's hammer. His attack instantly killed the offense-type rider. Verdure glider, Jiang Fei won with absolute ease. Everyone in the crowd cheered wildly. However, the audience also felt a little underwhelmed. After all, it was only the first round-robin match. If they wanted to see the battle between stronger opponents, it was nearly impossible. Therefore, the audience were not particularly dissatisfied. Similarly, the writer gave up directly in the second match. After all, the gap between himself and Jiang Fei in terms of their capabilities was far too great. He was significantly overpowered by Jiang Fei's much higher level. There was more than a 15-level gap between the two players. His attacks would mostly miss against Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei's attacks on him were nearly all critical hits. On top of that, Jiang Fei had an insane attack power. He could basically kill his opponents with a single hit. Therefore, the writer knew he did not stand a chance against Jiang Fei. In the day's program list, Jiang Fei only had one battle. Therefore, after the battle, he and Isabella as well as the other ladies proceeded to leave the PvP arena. Jiang Fei originally planned on looking for Free Will. However, he had no luck with that. Free Will had immediately teleported back to the Light faction after his battle ended. Jiang Fei did not dare to step into the Light faction's territory. Therefore, he could only let Free Will off the hook this time. After leaving the PvP arena, only half of the game's time had passed. As Jiang Fei did not have anything serious to deal with, he brought the ladies to play around in the neutral region. Just as Jiang Fei was playing with the ladies, a golden light appeared before them. "Little kid, we meet again." A familiar voice could be heard. "Screw me! Why is it you again?" When Jiang Fei saw who it was, he rolled his eyes. The golden-haired young man before him was none other than the dragon god Bennett Straz. "Haha, young fellow, that's because our lives are bound together by fate." The dragon god laughed at Jiang Fei. "What do you want this time?" Jiang Fei asked cautiously. At the same time, the ladies behind him looked unhappily at the dragon god. The ladies hated the dragon god partially because they were taught to be wary of him from a very young age. Also, they knew that this fellow liked to bring ladies to Jiang Fei. Therefore, none of them had a good impression of the dragon god. If not for the dragon god's frightening capabilities, and the fact that he was half of Isabella's race leader, Isabella would have flipped on him a long time ago. "Haha, of course there can only be good things for me to find you." The dragon god laughed. "Stop it! You've messed with me more than once or twice." Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. "I have a quest for you to complete." The dragon god laughed. "I'm not going." Jiang Fei rejected the offer directly. Although the dragon god had not explained what the quest was about, Jiang Fei knew he was up to no good based on the cunning smile on his face. "You must complete this quest. Therefore, you do not have a choice." The dragon god continued to smile despite his stern voice. "Ding! Dragon god Bennett Straz has forced a quest upon you, secret messenger. Quest has already been accepted, D*MN. Again?" Jiang Fei was speechless. The dragon god was abusing his special rights as a god to force quests upon Jiang Fei. This was not the first time it happened. Jiang Fei did not even have the opportunity to reject the quests. Quest name, secret messenger, quest objective, deliver the dragon god's letter to the location XXX. There will be a mysterious person waiting for you there. Quest reward, unknown. Quest duration, 2 hours. Penalty of failure, all attributes are reduced by 50% for 1 month. F***CK. You are messing with me again. Jiang Fei took a look at the penalty of failure and knew he had no choice but to complete the quest. "I am a very flexible person. The letter is here. You decide if you want to deliver it or not." Since the quest had already been forced upon Jiang Fei, the dragon god did not feel any sense of urgency. "If you were a female dragon, I would kill you right now," Jiang Fei said angrily. The location displayed in the hint was very far away. He would have to rush throughout the 2 hours of journey. "I advise you to leave right away. If you are late, The dragon god looked at Jiang Fei cunningly as he laughed. Go home, all of you. I will deliver the letter first. Jiang Fei had no choice but to send all the ladies away. After all, having so many of them on his juvenile skygliding dragon would affect his overall flying speed. Chapter 625, The Bastard. After making sure the ladies had left, Jiang Fei brought Isabella along as he began his journey. The quest location was very far away from the City of Sinners. Basically, it was nearly at the border between the neutral region and the Light Faction's territory. Jiang Fei would normally be very reluctant to go to such a place as it was far too close to the Light Faction. If he were to bump into a high-tier Light Faction member, Jiang Fei would not even be able to run away. However, the Dragon God's punishment from failing the quest was too great. Jiang Fei's attributes would be reduced by half for a month, and that was not something he could afford to play with. Therefore, Jiang Fei had no choice but to risk his life for the quest by getting close to the border of the Light Faction. After a long hour and a half, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the quest location before the quest period ended. Mysterious person? Where is this mysterious person? Jiang Fei flew around the quest location on the juvenile skygliding dragon. However, he could not see any person around. Perhaps the person will only appear after we have landed, Isabella suggested. That's possible. Seeing that the countdown for the quest period was approaching the end, Jiang Fei decided to descend from the juvenile skygliding dragon. Is anybody there? Jiang Fei asked. Buzz! A white light flashed as a person appeared behind Jiang Fei in a black robe. The figure was not very tall and had similar features to Isabella. As the person was hidden in a huge black robe, Jiang Fei could not see his or her body shape and facial features. D*MN. Jiang Fei was surprised by the fellow's sudden appearance. Are you the Dragon God's envoy? The sound of the person in the robe was very soothing and sounded like a female's voice. That's right. Jiang Fei nodded. He tried to observe the attributes of the person in the black robe. Mysterious person, unknown, level, unknown, health points, 100%, D*MN. You truly are a mysterious person. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He could not believe that the person was this absurdly mysterious. What did the Dragon God ask you to bring over? The mysterious person asked Jiang Fei. Oh! Right, this is for you. Jiang Fei retrieved the letter from the Dragon God and passed it to the mysterious person. The mysterious person opened the letter directly in front of Jiang Fei. After the mysterious person had skimmed through the contents of the letter, Jiang Fei noticed the person's shoulder was shaking softly. Moreover, Jiang Fei could hear quiet sobs coming from the person. Oh! Are you all right? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Yes, I'm fine. Although the mysterious person sounded a little shaky, she quickly composed herself. All right, I understand the Dragon's God intentions. I will have to trouble you for what's next, the mysterious person said to Jiang Fei. Oh! Jiang Fei nodded. When the Dragon God asked him to deliver the letter, Jiang Fei knew there was more to it than that. There would certainly be a continuation to the quest. Ding! The mysterious person has forced a quest upon you, escort. Quest has been accepted, of course. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. It was another one of the compulsory quests. However, Jiang Fei contemplated the mysterious person's status once again. After all, only those at or above the god level could assign compulsory quests. There were few exceptions for lower-level NPCs to assign such quests and would usually have to be related to the storyline. While Jiang Fei was still in a state of shock, another white light flashed next to the mysterious person. Another person in a black robe appeared next to her. The second person was of a similar height to the first and could either be a girl or a child. Quest name, escort. Quest description, escort mysterious person to safely to the Nantes headquarters. Quest reward, unknown. Condition of failure, mysterious person 2 dies or is more than 1,000 meters away from you. Penalty of failure, level is reduced by 10. Reputation with Nantes is reduced to indifferent. D*MN. The punishments are horrible. Could you actually be the bastard son of the dragon god? Jiang Fei yelled after seeing the renewed status of the quest. Ah, unexpectedly, the two mysterious persons gasped and stepped backwards slightly. *T, I was only kidding. Could I be right? Jiang Fei became even more suspicious. Alright, you may leave now. The first mysterious person ordered Jiang Fei after speaking softly to mysterious person 2. Alright, let's get this over and done with. Jiang Fei nodded. PSSST. Jiang Fei summoned the juvenile skygliding dragon. Are you able to sit on this? Jiang Fei asked mysterious person 2. Some escorting quests were very strict and did not allow players to complete them using transporting tools and required them to walk. However, the distance between where Jiang Fei was at and the Naga's headquarters was approximately 108,000 miles. If they were to walk, they would not be able to get there within a day. Mysterious person 2 nodded without saying anything. He then sat next to Isabella. There was still some space between him and Jiang Fei. Alright. As long as you can get on the ride. Jiang Fei sighed in relief. If they could sit on the juvenile skygliding dragon, they would be able to get to the Naga's headquarters in less than 3 hours. Oh no! You must leave now. The calm mysterious person started shouting frantically. What's the matter? Jiang Fei asked, confused. Stop asking. Leave now. The mysterious person leaped into the air toward the light faction's direction. At the same time, an angry sound came from the skies. You cunning scoundrel! Do you plan to embarrass our entire race before stopping? D*MN. When Jiang Fei heard the voice, he immediately steered the juvenile skygliding dragon in the opposite direction. He was all too familiar with the voice. When he had wooed Nina previously, this was the fellow who ordered for him to be captured and killed. This fellow was the leader of the light faction, the divine light god. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to stop me? The divine light god's angry shouting could be heard even tens of miles away. You are so embarrassing. Why are you stopping me? Do you plan to send that bastard away? I'm telling you. What you are doing here is pointless. I would rather kill it than let our race's bloodline be tainted. Get lost. Or else, don't blame me for being merciless. The divine light god's continuous shouting could be heard. The entire sky trembled before him. Clearly, he was very upset. Although only the voice of the divine light god could be heard, the identity of the mysterious person was very clear now. Not bad. Not only did he woo the lady, he even has her child now, Jiang Fei thought to himself as he felt even more amazed by the dragon god. That must have been your mother, the moon god, right? Jiang Fei asked mysterious person 2 while they were all frantically escaping. Mysterious person 2 remained silent as he sat next to Isabella. Sigh. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. Let's focus on getting out of here alive. Your mother is still at the god level and should not be in danger. Jiang Fei sighed as he continued to steer the juvenile skygliding dragon away. After all, getting captured by the divine light god was no fun. Chapter 626, Strong Opponent in the Way. Although Jiang Fei was forcing the juvenile skygliding dragon to go as fast as it could, he still was unable to escape from the luminous Vatican's pursuit. Although the divine light god had been stopped by the moon god, his disciple was still chasing after Jiang Fei at full speed. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Fei was blocked by 2 overlords, one in front and one behind him. Young fellow! Hand over the bastard! The man standing before Jiang Fei had a pair of wings behind him. Hold on! This young man's aura is very familiar, a lady with a harp caught up with them. He is the one who wooed the saint. The man suddenly had a moment of realization. He seemed to be even more infuriated with Jiang Fei. You, run away quickly. However, as soon as the female got close to Jiang Fei, her attitude seemed to have changed. The 2 overlords initially only had the objective of retrieving the moon god's bastard. They did not expect the fellow who escorted the bastard to be Luminous Vatican's most wanted criminal. The male overlord's eyes had gone red from anger. However, the female overlord behind Jiang Fei had been affected by Jiang Fei's Romeo title. After getting close to him, his reputation with her had become friendly. However, the friendly reputation alone was not enough to convince her to betray the divine light god. Therefore, she would not fight against her comrade for Jiang Fei. The most she would do was not attack Jiang Fei. While she would not attack Jiang Fei, the male overlord was still much more powerful than Jiang Fei. As the gap between the two were far too great, Jiang Fei knew he would not be able to defeat the overlord even if he transformed into his Nephilim state. D*MN. What should I do now? This is the neutral faction's territory. It's too late to call for help from the dark faction. Jiang Fei was a deer in headlights. Run! Jiang Fei shouted helplessly as he turned around and started running. He knew he had no chance against the overlord. Fortunately, the female overlord had decided to let him off the hook. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to escape without any hesitation. However, the juvenile sky-gliding dragon's speed could not compare to that of the overlord's. Not long after, the male overlord was able to catch up with them. Die! You damned Nephilims! This time, the male overlord did not show any mercy to Jiang Fei. He immediately started attacking. D*MN. Jiang Fei frowned. He knew he could not run away anymore. Therefore, he turned around to face the battle. Crack! A purple thunderbolt struck Jiang Fei as he instantly turned into his Nephilim state. Jiang Fei had to go all out against the overlord. Arg! As the sound of a dragon roaring was heard, Isabella had turned into her strongest Naga state. After turning into a huge Naga, Isabella fired her dragon's breath at the male overlord. Humph! Little tricks! The male overlord snickered. He waved Isabella's dragon's breath away with his hand. Although Isabella had a lot of potential, she was capped at around level 70 as she had turned into Jiang Fei's pet. She was not a strong enough opponent for a level 98 overlord. Buzz! As a watery light flashed, Ariel appeared next to Jiang Fei. Why are you here? Jiang Fei was stunned. Although Ariel was a high-tier lord at around level 80, she was still not strong enough for an overlord. Husband, I felt like something was amiss. I thought you might be in danger. That's why I rushed over to help you, Ariel said worriedly. Hey! You can't help me, Jiang Fei smiled bitterly. Ariel's arrival had only put her own life in danger. Jiang Fei was a player who would only lose some of his equipment after he died. He would probably only lose 10 levels for failing the quest. However, things were different for Ariel. She could not be revived like other players. Moreover, Ariel was different from Isabella. Isabella was Jiang Fei's pet. That meant she could still be revived. Ariel, on the other hand, would disappear completely after she died. Among Jiang Fei's women, only Sylphie and Nina were overlords. However, the two of them did not have the ability to teleport like Ariel. By the time they arrived, they would only find Jiang Fei's corpse lying around. Husband, you should leave first. I'll hold him off. Isabella, who had turned into the Naga state, looked at Jiang Fei lovingly. She then charged determinedly at the Luminous Vatican's male overlord. Sister Bella, let me help you. Ariel waved her magic staff as she charged over. Screw this! I'll die here if I have to. When Jiang Fei saw the two females charging forward, he made up his mind to join them in the fight. He was a man after all. He could not let two ladies fight for him while he ran away. Arg, boom! Die! As Jiang Fei and the two charged after the male overlord, the sounds of dragon roaring, magic blasts, and Jiang Fei's Galestorm's hammer attacks filled the entire battlefield. A bunch of ants, get out of my way! With an angry cry, all of the attacks from Jiang Fei and the others disappeared just like that. The male overlord's huge magic shield seemed to have protected him from Isabella's dragon's breath and Ariel's magic attacks completely. Their attacks did not even deal a single bit of damage to the overlord. However, Jiang Fei's chaotic attacks under the Nephilim state were able to ignore his shield. Therefore, Jiang Fei's Galestorm's hammer was able to hit the overlord's face. The lightning power was even able to burn off some of the fellow's eyebrows. "You damned ants! Your time is up." Although Jiang Fei was able to deal over 60,000 damage, it was an insignificant amount of damage to an overlord. Jiang Fei's attacks only made the male overlord even more upset. It was embarrassing to have a bunch of weaklings be able to hurt him. As the overlord set his eyes on Jiang Fei again, his eyes were each filled with a bright blue flame. Judgment of the Cross. As the male overlord shouted angrily, a holy cross struck Jiang Fei. Ah! Jiang Fei did not even have time to dodge the attack. The overlord's attack was too fast. Jiang Fei could not react in time. Ding! A light flashed as Jiang Fei's shadow barrier was activated to block the attack once. Luckily, the shadow barrier was activated. Jiang Fei sighed in relief. If not for the presence of the holy item, he might have been killed instantly. Holy item? Humph. Do you all have holy items? The male overlord shouted angrily as a golden blade was brought down against Ariel, who stood on the other side. Chapter 627, Bella's Death. No! Jiang Fei panicked when he saw the overlord turning to attack Ariel suddenly. Although Ariel had a magic shield protecting her, she was only at around level 80. Moreover, she was merely a high-tier lord. She was doomed against the strong overlord. Boom! As the holy sword landed on Ariel's magic shield, her shield was instantly destroyed. Ariel was severely struck and flung several feet away from impact. Jerk! When Jiang Fei saw the overlord was still going for Ariel, he immediately went in front of Ariel to block any further attacks. Bang! The second attack was about to land on them. Divine Shield. This time, as Jiang Fei was prepared, he directly activated his invincible state. He then frantically used his Galestorm's hammer attack on the overlord. Humph. Let's see how long you can remain invincible. As Jiang Fei's attacks were able to disregard his opponent's defense, the overlord had no choice but to take the damage. Although he did not lose a lot of his health points, the overlord became even angrier as he was blatantly being attacked. Boom! Jiang Fei's attacks followed one after another. Although Jiang Fei was invincible, it was for a limited duration. Once the invincible state ended, he would not be able to withstand the overlord's attacks. Husband, don't worry about me anymore. Leave now. Ariel was heavily injured by then. She could no longer move. If Jiang Fei left, she would be killed by the oncoming damage instantly. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you before I die. Jiang Fei could not bear to leave her now. My love, Ariel's tears would not stop rolling down her cheeks. Arg! On the other side, when Isabella saw Jiang Fei and Ariel in trouble, she could no longer care about anything else. She immediately started chanting a spell above the overlord. Humph. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you because you have Naga blood? A draconian forbidden spell's power was quite formidable. Even an overlord did not dare to underestimate it. Therefore, when the overlord saw Isabella casting the draconian forbidden spell above his head, he immediately attacked her with his holy light attack. Boom! Isabella was struck in the midst of her chanting the spell. Bang! After a loud sound of collision, Isabella, who was in her Naga state, fell to the ground. Bella! Jiang Fei cried out with a look of pain in his eyes. Among all the ladies, Isabella was the closest to him. His feelings for her even exceeded the feelings he had for Si Tying. Splurt! As blood gushed out from her mouth, Isabella changed from her Naga state back into her human form. Her chest appeared to have been severely damaged as she continued to cough blood out of her mouth. The blood seemed to even contain some pieces of flesh. Buzz! As a golden light flashed, the divine shield effect began to wear off. Husband, get out of the way. Ariel used all her might to push Jiang Fei away. However, Jiang Fei would not budge as he stood before her. All of you, die! The overlord shouted loudly as he used his holy light yet again. Ding! Jiang Fei's body glowed brightly. His shadow barrier was activated yet again. However, this was the last time he could activate it for the day, as it could only be used 3 times a day. Leader! Quickly, come over. The third plan is working. Somewhere far away in China, in an underground base, someone sounded very excited. Is that so? The leader walked over to the surveillance footage. A group of disordered statistics appeared on the screen. To other people, this was merely some messed up data. However, that was not the case to the people in the underground base. Instead, it was the gateway to another world. Leader, look. Number 15 and number 35 are both showing rapid fluctuations. The 2 groups of data are about to hit the target. The researcher in charge of executing the third plan spoke excitedly. All right. Increase the level of experiment. A bright light flashed in the leader's eyes. Right then, he was only 1 step away from achieving his dreams. Once he succeeded, his name would go down in history. Jerk! Jiang Fei had already used up his third and final shadow barrier. Buzz! Mysterious Person 2's body started glowing with a golden light. Could the storyline be activated? Jiang Fei's face lit up. He had already used up everything he could think of. If there were no other arrangement from the storyline, he and his 2 ladies would die for sure. Buzz! An even brighter light flashed. The golden light on the Mysterious Person 2's body was suddenly suppressed. Swiftly thereafter, Mysterious Person 2 remained silent as he observed Jiang Fei and the rest fighting without reacting any further. D*MN. What does that mean? Jiang Fei was going mad. However, he had no idea that the storyline that was supposed to be activated had been forcefully stopped. Die! The overlord from the Light faction continued to attack. Bang! As the attack landed on Jiang Fei, his health points were instantly reduced to 0. Ding! Jiang Fei's trump card was activated as he recovered 50% of his health points. This was his last life-protecting skill. Young fellow, you have quite a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Let's see how many times you can block my attacks. After laughing coldly, the overlord started attacking again. No! Right then, Jiang Fei had already closed his eyes as he awaited death. He had no more skills to use. However, Isabella, who had been heavily injured, somehow managed to climb out of the crate and made her way over to Jiang Fei. Bang! Isabella leaped into the air to block the attack aimed for Jiang Fei. Bella! Jiang Fei suddenly felt a pang of intense pain in his heart. Although he tried to tell himself that Isabella was only a series of programmed code, and also that he did not really have feelings for her, Jiang Fei knew deep down that his feelings for Isabella had surpassed what he felt for anyone else. He even liked Isabella more than Si Tying, who had become his girlfriend much later. Ding! Your pet Isabella has died, ah! Jiang Fei shouted out loudly. Although he knew a pet could be revived, he was not certain that the revived Isabella would be the same one. Similar to dungeons, the monsters inside would renew every day. However, the monsters were always new individuals. Ha! It's successful! Leader! We've done it! In the underground base north of China, the researcher in charge of surveillance jumped out of his seat. The data points before him had already surpassed the red line, which was something he had been longing for. Success! Success! We have really done it! Although the data points had hit their target, the leader was still stunned by the sudden news of their success. Leader, we've done it! We have completed God's work, yeah. This is God's territory, but we were able to overcome it. It's amazing. We have finally succeeded. We have done something even the aliens were unable to achieve. The entire underground base went crazy. Nearly everyone was tearing up from the excitement. Chapter 628. The Last Hope. While Jiang Fei grieved over Isabella's death, the overlord from the luminous Vatican continued with his attacks. What's the matter? Are you sad that she died? It's okay. You will soon join her. Ha ha ha. As he laughed crazily, the overlord began to collect a ball of holy light in his hands. Husband, run, quickly. Seeing how Isabella died for Jiang Fei, Ariel turned to look at him. Her eyes glistened with love and unwillingness to leave Jiang Fei. However, it was also a look of determination. Although Ariel spoke next to Jiang Fei's ear, he did not hear a single word as he was still filled with grief over Isabella's death. He only snapped out of his grieving after hearing a soft singing from beside him. Singing? Where is it coming from? Jiang Fei suddenly turned around. He noticed that Ariel's body was burning up in flames. The singing was coming from her. As the song filled the air, the holy light in the luminous Vatican's overlord extinguished. Moreover, he looked as if he was in a trance and had been trapped in a state of dreaming. Husband, leave now. My song of dreams won't keep him charmed for long. Ariel disappeared as soon as she finished speaking. However, even after she was gone, her singing could still be heard. No! Jiang Fei shouted at the skies. Although his feelings for Ariel were not as great as what he had for Isabella, he still liked her. Now that Isabella and Ariel had both died, Jiang Fei felt the impact was too much to handle. Leader! There's a surprising good news. Number 35 had reached the target mark. People were still cheering for their earlier success in the underground base north of China. However, another researcher discovered that a second set of test codes had reached their target much earlier than expected. Really? The leader rushed over to the surveillance footage. That's amazing. With both of our experimental data points reaching the targets, our results will be even more convincing. Moreover, this proves that our direction of experimentation is correct. The success was definitely not due to coincidence. The leader sounded awfully excited. Hang on! Oh no! Leader, look at this quickly! Another programmer in charge of surveillance suddenly shouted out. What's the matter? The leader was surprised. Since their experiment had already succeeded, what had gone wrong? Number 15's program codes had disappeared. The programmer reported. How is that possible? The leader was dumbfounded. He instantly started checking the surveillance records. Oh no! Leader, number 35's program codes had disappeared too. Just as the leader was still going through the surveillance records, another programmer announced the bad news. That's impossible. Impossible, the leader stared blankly at the surveillance footage. Only a minute ago, all of them were cheering for their own godly accomplishment. However, a minute later, the results of their hard work had disappeared into thin air. No one could bear such sudden and disastrous news. Leader, should we continue with the experiments? After all, a few other groups of program codes are also near the target mark. If we continue, they may have a chance of exceeding the mark, one of the programmers asked. Let's leave that aside for now. We must find out why number 15 and number 35's program codes disappeared. Otherwise, any further experimentation would be meaningless. The leader was in charge of an entire experiment after all. He quickly composed himself and started investigating the root cause of their problem. Jiang Fei was still struggling with the loss of two of his women when a golden light suddenly flashed next to him. Sigh. I did not expect this kind of accident to happen, Bennett Straz said apologetically to Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei simply ignored him, or rather he did not even realize the dragon god had appeared. Buzz. As Bennett Straz waved his hand, another golden light flashed. Jiang Fei and mysterious person 2 disappeared altogether. Hey, the dragon god sighed as he looked at the luminous Vatican's overlord who was still trapped in the state of dreams. However, he did not say or do anything else as he too disappeared into thin air. Wake up! As the dragon god shouted, Jiang Fei finally snapped out of it. He was at a big palace used by the Naga race. Are you here to punish me for failing the quest? Jiang Fei said coldly. If the person he hated the most was the divine light god, the second person he hated the most would be the dragon god before him. If not for the quest he had forced upon Jiang Fei, Isabella and Ariel would not have died. That was an accident, truly. I had already prepared to descend into the battle. However, I was suddenly stopped by something. When I rushed over, it was already too late. The dragon god felt very sorry toward Jiang Fei. He had forced the quest upon Jiang Fei to give him some benefits. However, he did not expect things to turn out the way it did. The dragon god's plan was originally flawless. He had already expected the luminous Vatican to send troops after Jiang Fei. However, as the person Jiang Fei was escorting was his son, he could initiate to descend into battle whenever he wished. He could appear at any given moment next to Jiang Fei. Therefore, in theory, nothing dangerous would happen to him. However, for some reason, when he tried to descend into the battle, a strong force of energy had suppressed him. In the end, that caused both Isabella and Ariel to die. Since you are not here to punish me, send me away. Don't ever appear before me again, Jiang Fei said coldly. If not for wanting to wait for Isabella to be revived, Jiang Fei would have logged out of the game immediately. Pets needed time to revive. Although the revived Isabella may not be the same as the original girl, Jiang Fei still had a little bit of hope left. He hoped Isabella could be revived exactly as she was. Hey, you should stay here to calm down for a while. The dragon god knew that Jiang Fei would not listen to him no matter what he said, so he turned to walk away. Jiang Fei did not leave the Naga race's palace. To him, it no longer mattered where he was. If Isabella did not revive as the same girl he knew, Jiang Fei decided that he would never play the game again. Regardless of how important 0541 said the game was, he would not play it anymore. Although Jiang Fei had always denied his feelings for Isabella in the past, he only realized how much she mattered to him when she died. Seeing the countdown for the revival getting shorter and shorter, Jiang Fei's heart started beating faster. He swore that if Isabella could revive in perfection, he would no longer hide his feelings for her. Chapter 629, The Truth About 093. Finally, the timer for pet revival ended. Isabella reappeared in Jiang Fei's pet space. Bella! Jiang Fei's voice sounded a little shaky as he summoned Isabella. No! As Jiang Fei cried out pitifully, he immediately logged out of the game. The Isabella summoned by Jiang Fei might have had the same voice and smile as she did before, but her expression was dead. She spoke robotically like pets of other players. After leading the game, Jiang Fei sat quietly by his bed. It was still late in the night. Captain, 0541 called out. Jiang Fei remained silent. Captain, are you still grieving for the two girls in the game? 0541 asked. Jiang Fei kept quiet. Actually, they have not died, 0541 continued to speak. What? Say that again. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up as he recovered his vitality. I mean Isabella and Ariel have not died. Or rather, they have obtained a new life. 0541 laughed. How is that possible? Jiang Fei was confused. Captain, do you remember what I told you about top secret number 093? 0541 did not answer Jiang Fei directly. I do. Didn't you tell me that I did not have the capabilities yet? Jiang Fei asked confusedly. The conditions have been met now. I can unseal top secret number 93 for you now, 0541 answered. What has this got to do with Bella and Ariel? Jiang Fei asked. Of course it does. They are greatly related. 0541 laughed. Tell me, quickly. Jiang Fei urged. Hey race what I mean, 0541 started explaining to Jiang Fei the content related to top secret number 093. Although Planet Namek had always restricted human cloning, they had never stopped researching on the origin of life. Scientists had always been focused on finding out where humans came from. One of the topics related to the origin of human life was the theory of souls. People of religion had always believed that souls could only be controlled by the gods. Normal human beings were believed to never be able to control it. This was a difficult belief to challenge for scientists who were atheists. However, souls were not tangible things. Therefore, no matter how hard the scientists tried, they could not uncover their origins. They could not even prove whether souls existed or not. This was until someone suggested another theory, which was that once artificial intelligence reached a certain level of development, it would be the equivalent of a human soul. Artificial intelligence was not uncommon on planet Namek. Most of the high-tier artificial intelligence had emotions and even consciousness. They were nearly identical to human beings. However, no matter how great an artificial intelligence being was with emotions and consciousness, they had one concrete difference when compared to humans. That difference was their absolute logic. Unless manipulated by special coding, artificial intelligence beings were incapable of the sacrificial spirit. On planet Namek, it was normal for artificial intelligence to risk their lives to save others. However, this was not done voluntarily. Instead, it was induced by scripts being written into their codes. When humans or companions around them were in danger, they would have to help these individuals. Due to the limitation of coding, artificial intelligence had to behave in such a way. Without the limitation, their absolute logicality would induce them to calculate the costs and benefits of saving others. If they realized they would harm themselves, they would rather allow the other person to be harmed than help out due to their self-protection mechanism. In order to allow artificial intelligence to acquire emotional thoughts and to further develop the sacrificial spirit, planet Namek's scientists had put in a lot of effort into their research. However, they still failed. In the end, due to resistance from religious parties, the scientists had to give up on their theory of evolving artificial intelligence into humans. Ever since then, the number 093's plans had been sealed, which became top secret number 093. After Braveheart crashed on Earth, its fragments were scattered all over the planet. One of China's companies were able to acquire a single piece of fragment by chance. The fragment they held was similar to the gaming hall Han Tianyu acquired. The only difference was that the gaming setup they acquired was different from the one Han Tianyu had, which was related to space battle. The one found by the company was related to personal adventures and also contained a document on number 093's plans. After deciphering the document, the Chinese company became very interested in one of the parts which mentioned evolving artificial intelligence into human beings. After all, creating human souls was something only the gods were believed to be able to do. Therefore, these people created the Dawn Break game based on the document and the gaming setup they acquired from Planet Namek's technology. Their objective was to cultivate highly intelligent artificial intelligence and, through their continuous interactions with human beings, help them to acquire emotional thoughts and the sacrificial spirit. When they first started, their experiment did not go very well as players, and these artificial intelligence had very limited interactions. It all changed when Jiang Fei accidentally acquired the title of Romeo, and a lot of females started becoming infatuated with him. Since then, a lot more interactions took place. The most obvious form of emotional thought was represented by the romance between males and females. Therefore, Jiang Fei's appearance had caused females to develop their emotional thought very quickly. This was especially the case for Isabella, who would become jealous easily. In the end, the two ladies had sacrificed themselves to save Jiang Fei. That meant they had achieved the final state of evolution. Originally, the plan was for these researchers to individually extract the two females' program codes for further investigation. However, 0541, who had devised a plan earlier, acted before they did by stealing the two women's program codes. "Why did you steal their program codes?" Jiang Fei asked. "Do you still remember the great benefit that I mentioned to you?" 0541 laughed. "Ah." Jiang Fei was stunned. "Captain, the biggest problem you face now is that the mutants had acquired the biotechnology, isn't that so?" 0541 suddenly changed the topic. "Yeah." Jiang Fei nodded. How do you plan to go against tens of thousands of high-tier biohumans? 0541 asked. This. Jiang Fei hesitated. Although the biohumans created by mutants were not as numerous as the Japaneses, they produced mostly high-tier biohumans with even more terrifying battle powers. Therefore, I suggest that you fight biohumans with biohumans. 0541 said. Biohumans? Jiang Fei had certain inkling in his heart which resisted the idea. Of course, I don't mean to use those cheap stuff. We have obtained the bioexperimental laboratory. There is a complete set of biotechnology within. With the right biosample, I am capable of independently creating level 4 and even level 5 biohumans. Although the new clone body would not have any self-consciousness, what if you happen to have some newly evolved man-made souls who were absolutely loyal to you? Chapter 630, Requirements for Revival. Do you mean creating a body for Isabella in the real world? Jiang Fei asked. He had thought of this before, but he did not dare to mention it to 0541 as he previously hid his feelings for Isabella. He had always felt that she was merely a series of virtual codes. However, after going through Isabella's death, Jiang Fei had opened up his mind. He was willing to face his feelings for Isabella and also to accept her. As for the other NPC girls and how he would explain to Si Tying, Jiang Fei had not thought about it yet. Based on Jiang Fei's personality, he would try to stall on these matters for as long as possible. That's right. It is actually very easy to create a body for them. If you wanted to create normal human bodies for them, I could do it right away. Now that I have taken over the bioexperimental laboratory and the medical bay, this is a piece of cake for me. However, if you want them to have strong battle powers to help you in the real world, that would require more effort, 0541 said. What do I need to do? Jiang Fei asked. Since he had decided to revive Isabella in the real world, Jiang Fei naturally wanted to give her the best body possible. There are two important things. Firstly, energy. Secondly, biosample. 0541 said. Energy again. Jiang Fei covered his face. This was what he was most afraid to hear from 0541. That's right, Captain. Think about it. Regardless of whether we are creating level 4 metahumans or level 5 metahumans, their bodies contain energy which cannot exist out of nothing. Naturally, a large amount of energy is needed to be infused within. Moreover, think of the energy that needs to be consumed in the process. Therefore, we must have a large reservoir of energy. 0541 said. What about the biosample? Jiang Fei asked. To be honest, we do not need a biosample to create a biohuman below the high-tier level 4. As long as we have sufficient energy, I could do it immediately. However, if you want to create a stronger metahuman, we would need the gene of a strong bio-creature as the foundation. 0541 answered. How strong must it be? Jiang Fei asked curiously. A level 5 alien beast. 0541 said. *T. Where am I supposed to find a level 5 alien beast? Even if I could, how would I be able to defeat it? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. A level 5 alien beast's trace. Currently, we have the traces of 2 of them. Although we do not know their exact location, we have a good estimate, 0541 said. Where did these 2 level 5 alien beasts come from? Jiang Fei asked. Captain, have you forgotten? A few days ago, the Martial Art Alliance and the Mutants Brotherhood had surrounded Tokyo's guardian beast. 0541 hinted. Oh right! Jiang Fei nodded. However, he still did not understand what 0541 was saying. Captain, I do not need you to bring me a complete level 5 alien beast's body. I only need a sample from it. Basically, a piece of flesh the size of a fist would be sufficient to create a pinnacle level 4 biohuman. If you can find a piece of flesh the size of one's arm, I could even create a level 5 biohuman. Therefore, it does not matter if the Martial Art Alliance and the Mutants Brotherhood had killed or heavily injured the guardian beast. As long as there is some of its flesh left behind from the battle, it would be sufficient for me. 0541 laughed. Oh! Jiang Fei felt a spark of joy. If what 0541 said was true, he was willing to give it a try. After all, a level 5 alien beast's body was huge. Therefore, it was not unusual for big chunks of flesh to fall off during battle. What about the other level 5 alien beasts' whereabouts? Jiang Fei asked again. Captain, do you remember the void manta that you killed under the sea previously? 0541 asked in return. I do. Wasn't that creature only a level 4? Jiang Fei asked confusedly. The sun is a level 4. What about its father? 0541 laughed. You mean, Jiang Fei could roughly guess what 0541 was saying. That's right. The old void manta should be hidden somewhere in the Malayan Straits. However, I suggest you start with Tokyo's guardian beast. It is probably a better idea to leave the old void manta alone, 0541 said. Bullsh *T. Do I need you to tell me that? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. It did not matter whether Tokyo's guardian beast had been killed or severely injured. Its level of threat had already been reduced. Moreover, Jiang Fei would not have to fight it. All he needed to do was to find some of its flesh left behind from the battle. Otherwise, he could negotiate with China's level 5 experts to try to get some of battle loot. These methods were all much safer than challenging the underwater level 5 alien beast. Jiang Fei chatted with 0541 for a while more. Basically, he found out the exact process of reviving Isabella and Ariel. There were two problems for Jiang Fei to solve. The first was energy for 0541, while the second was the level 5 alien beast's flesh. Energy. Jiang Fei felt troubled. As he had completely ruined his relationship with the mutants, it would be impossible to get any uranium ores from them. Moreover, the European Vatican was not in a good state. After being threatened by the mutants, they would very likely not want to supply Jiang Fei with uranium ores. Therefore, Jiang Fei's most urgent task right now was to look for Braveheart's engine room. Once Jiang Fei located Braveheart's engine room, all other problems would be solved consequently. He would never have to worry about not having enough energy anymore. However, before he could look for Braveheart's engine room, Jiang Fei needed to visit the level 5 expert's battlefield first. He needed to figure out if he was able to find some of the level 5 alien beast's flesh. After all, the battle took place nearly 10 days ago. If he waited any longer, the flesh might lose its vitality. By then, his efforts would become futile. Of course, if he was unable to find anything useful during this scavenger hunt, Jiang Fei could only think of trying to solicit some of the alien beast's flesh from China's level 5 experts who participated in the battle. After all, the level 5 alien beast's flesh was also useful to other level 5 experts. They would definitely have collected some of its flesh as their battle loot. Jiang Fei only wanted bits and pieces of the flesh which they would probably not even value that much. As Jiang Fei thought of all this, he decided to set out as soon as possible. Once the sun rose, he would bid farewell to his parents. He was worried that any further delay would reduce the vitality of the flesh remnants. More importantly, he was worried that he would not be able to explain himself if he were to bump into Sea Tying. When Shang Guanqi moved in with Jiang Fei, he already had a hard time explaining to Sea Tying. On top of that, with Isabella and Ariel's revival in the picture, there would be even more NPC ladies who would come into being as biohumans. Therefore, Jiang Fei was very worried about running into Sea Tying. He felt very guilty about what he was doing. After Jiang Fei discussed with 0541 on further details of their plan, the sky gradually brightened. Very soon, Jiang Fei's parents woke up as well. Shang Guanqi was still not very used to this kind of mundane lifestyle. She was also not used to being treated so warmly by Jiang Fei's mother. However, Jiang Fei could tell that Shang Guanqi enjoyed the peaceful lifestyle greatly, and even more so appreciated how his mother treated her with love and care as if she were her own daughter. Chapter 631. Back to Japan. After breakfast, Jiang Fei said goodbye to his parents. They were already used to him going out frequently. As nothing bad had ever happened to their son, they were no longer as worried as they once were. Although Japan was in chaos, things were still pretty calm in China. Many ordinary citizens did not even know that there was a chaotic battle going on in their neighboring country. More than 10 days ago, the Americans had sent navies to seal the port, and China had carried out a large-scale evacuation of Chinese citizens that were living overseas. This was all that the ordinary citizens knew. Both the Chinese and Western media had kept quiet about the invasion of the mutants and the destruction of the Japanese navies, so very few people knew that the scorched earth policy had been used in Japan. Before leaving, Jiang Fei told Shang Guanqi to quietly stay at home and take care of his parents. Shang Guanqi naturally agreed. She was really enjoying the care and love that Jiang Fei's mother was giving her. She had never experienced all of that before. Then, Jiang Fei cleared things up with the Martial Art Alliance and told them about his mother taking Shang Guanqi in as her daughter. After all, if they hid this from Soaring Cloud sect, Shang Guanqi would be in great danger. Of course, Soaring Cloud sect was dissatisfied with Shang Guanqi's betrayal. However, they were now under the threat of the enemies of China. Nobody knew when the mutants would launch an attack. So, it was definitely not the time for internal conflicts, especially since they were at risk of offending someone like Jiang Fei, who had 2 level 5 powerhouses supporting him from behind. Hence, although they were dissatisfied, they had to be patient for now. After all, even though Shang Guanqi was very talented, she was still really weak. Her departure did not have that big an impact on the Soaring Cloud sect. Thus, there was no need to offend 2 level 5 masters just for a disciple like her. After everything was arranged, Jiang Fei set off on his journey. He was headed toward the Shangqing Palace on the Tiantai Mountain. This was because one of the level 5 masters who had participated in hunting down the Japanese's guardian beast was a master from the Shangqing Palace. So, Jiang Fei had to go there and ask him where the battle had taken place previously. When Jiang Fei arrived at the Shangqing Palace, he received a very grand welcome. Even Liang Xiwan, the head of the Shangqing Palace, came out to greet him, along with countless old and young Taoist priests. Jiang Fei, my friend, your precious presence has really graced my small temple. Liang Xiwan immediately greeted Jiang Fei. This old Taoist priest was more than 50 years old. He had divine poise. According to the information 0451 provided, this guy was a pinnacle level 4 martial artist. Greetings, Master Liang. Jiang Fei quickly took the initiative and bowed. After all, he came here to ask for help. If his plan to go to the battlefield failed, he would really have to ask the level 5 master in Shangqing Palace to give him some level 5 alien beast flesh. Jiang Fei, please come inside. Liang Xiwan was very welcoming. After greeting each other, he tugged Jiang Fei's arm and they walked into the Shangqing Palace together. Jiang Fei and Master Liang sat down in the monastic cell. After some small talk, Liang Xiwan asked, Jiang Fei, my friend, you visited so suddenly. What's the matter? Well, there is indeed something that I need help with. Jiang Fei shared his thoughts with Liang Xiwan. Well, if you just want to know the location of the battlefield, I can help you with that. You don't have to disturb the founder, Liang Xiwan said after thinking for a moment. Oh? If that's the case, thank you very much. Jiang Fei nodded. If he could get to know the location of the battlefield from Liang Xiwan, he would not have to ask Shangqing Palace's level 5 master. After all, it was definitely not easy to talk to someone of that position. Currently, Jiang Fei had no time to delay things further. Jiang Fei, my friend, I just have one question. Can you tell me why you want to know the location of the battlefield? Liang Xiwan asked, curious. I just want to observe and learn. Jiang Fei laughed. If that's the case, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Liang Xiwan shook his head and smiled. Then continued. The place where the founders fought was at an extraterrestrial battlefield. Jiang Fei did not know what to say. Although a martial artist's so-called extraterrestrial battlefield did not mean outer space in the scientific sense, it still meant that it was at a super high altitude. If they fought at such a high altitude, even if the flesh of the level 5 alien beast fell to the ground, Jiang Fei would not be able to find it. Don't worry, Captain. The flesh of the level 5 alien beast contains a lot of biological energy. As long as you get the approximate location of the battle zone, I can scan the area when we get there, 0541 said in Jiang Fei's heart. Jiang Fei replied in his heart. He became more confident after 0541's reassurance, so he turned his head and smiled at Liang Xiwan. I have indeed overlooked this point, but I still want to pay a short visit. It is my wish, all right. It's good for young people like you to go out and see the world more often. However, the battlefield is in Japan, so you have to be more careful, my friend. Since Jiang Fei had already said something like that, there was nothing else Liang Xiwan could say to him. Shortly after, he told Jiang Fei the approximate location of where the level 5 masters had killed the Japanese guardian beast. Right, Master Liang, do you know the results of the actions of the seniors? Is the Japanese guardian beast dead or alive? Jiang Fei asked. If the Japanese guardian beast was not dead yet, he had to be way more careful. When the founder returned, he did mention something about this. Liang Xiwan nodded and then continued, according to the founder, half of the alien beast's body had been beaten to a pulp. All of its internal organs have been destroyed, but it still managed to flee in the end. However, since its injuries were that serious, it has probably died by now. Oh. Jiang Fei nodded. It's definitely not dead. The alien beast's vitality is beyond one's imagination. As long as its skull is not broken to pieces, it will certainly survive. However, since it has been injured so severely, it should have lost its combat power and will be weak for a short period of time. As for how long, it depends on the seriousness of its injuries. 0541 said in Jiang Fei's heart. Jiang Fei understood what 0541 meant. Then, Jiang Fei chatted with Liang Xiwan for a while more before he left the place. Although Liang Xiwan tried his best to make Jiang Fei stay, Jiang Fei had no time to waste. After he left the Shangqing Palace, Jiang Fei rode his gigantic sword straight toward Japan. This time, Jiang Fei had a clear destination in mind. It was the battlefield where the level 5 masters hunted the alien beast down. Once he got there, 0541 could start scanning for valuable flesh fragments. According to Liang Xiwan, the extraterrestrial battlefield selected by the level 5 powerhouses was above the Apple Hill in Japan. Apple Hill was a famous dormant volcano in Japan, and it was also a tourist attraction. However, this place was currently a desolate area. In fact, the whole of Japan was in that same state at this time. In order to fight against the invading mutants, all the Japanese citizens had joined the war. 0541, start scanning. Jiang Fei hovered over Apple Hill, then gave 0541 an order. Chapter 632, Collecting Flesh. After receiving Jiang Fei's orders, 0541 began detecting energy in the area within a 50-kilometer radius. Energy waves emitted from Jiang Fei one after another, and the results of detection would be transmitted back. Captain, move around. 0541 said to Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei flew around Apple Hill slowly with the gigantic sword so that 0541 could search for information on the flesh residues of the level 5 alien beast more easily. About 20 minutes later, 0541 finally had some good news. Captain, there are abnormal energy fluctuations 10 kilometers to the left, all right. Jiang Fei nodded and immediately flew over there with the gigantic sword. It was a mountain forest area and it seemed perfectly normal. However, under 0541's precise instructions, Jiang Fei slowly descended in the forest. 12 meters ahead. 0541 shared the precise location with Jiang Fei. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived at the place 0541 mentioned. Nothing? Jiang Fei asked, confused. Please point the ring downward, 0541 said. Oh! Jiang Fei immediately followed. Whoosh! A silver light flashed and Jiang Fei saw a ray of light coming out of the mysterious ring. The light was shining at the fallen leaves under his feet. This light was no normal light. It was a tractor beam. Soon, a fine lump of mincemeat about the size of a nail was pulled out and kept into the spatial ring by 0541. Damn! So small? Are you kidding me? Jiang Fei was dumbstruck. He thought that the fragments of flesh would at least weigh around 500 grams each, if not more. He did not expect them to be so small. Captain, you should be content. We were not the ones who hunted this level 5 alien beast down. Why would those people leave the loot here and not take them after the battle? It was originally our plan to come here and pick up the leftovers anyway, 0541 complained. Although we're here for the leftovers, I didn't expect the flesh to be broken into such small pieces. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. The flesh of this level 5 alien beast contains an amazing amount of energy. If the debris is big, how would it be able to escape the eyes of the level 5 powerhouses? Then what business would we still have here? 0541 laughed. Forget it, let's just keep looking. I wonder when we'll be able to collect enough for one person. Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly. According to 0541, in order to produce a level 5 biohuman, he would need an amount of flesh at least the size of an arm combined. This meant that they had to find hundreds of pieces of nail-sized fragments. Although they did not gather much this time, it was still better than nothing. Moreover, after they obtained the first piece of meat, it seemed like Jiang Fei's good luck had come. Every 10 minutes, 0541 would find something. Some were meat residues and some were small pools of blood. After spending the whole afternoon, Jiang Fei managed to collect quite a bit. In the evening, Jiang Fei casually ate a little from his field ration, then continued to collect the flesh residues. Although each piece was very small, it was a continuous accumulation process. So, Jiang Fei did not feel tired or bored at all. Captain, a collection task like this one cannot be completed in a short time, so I suggest you take a break for now, 0541 said. Sounds good. After a day of collection, the flesh residues in Jiang Fei's hands amounted to the size of 2 or 3 fists combined. These flesh residues were already enough for 0451 to make 2 pinnacle level 4 biohumans. However, in order to produce a level 5 biohuman, they still needed more time to accumulate more flesh. Captain, now you have a choice to make. One is to accumulate the flesh residue until you have enough to produce a level 5 biohuman. The other is to follow our previous plan and make these biosamples into biopotions to enhance your own energy level, 0541 said. Jiang Fei hesitated after hearing 0541's words. Increasing his own strength was quite tempting. After all, his current enemies were getting stronger and stronger, but his own energy level was still stuck at the beginning stage of level 4. If the flesh of level 5 alien beast were made into biopotions, his strength would increase significantly. Sigh. Forget it, he'll hold on to them for now. After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Fei decided to give up on his plan to instantly become stronger. If it was to resurrect Ariel, he would definitely choose to give priority to increasing his own strength. Now, however, his goal was to resurrect Isabella. So, he was not willing to wait even a minute. This was because Isabella's current state was the same as before. It was equivalent to her being locked in a small black house. Jiang Fei could not bear to let this girl suffer anymore. Your wish is my command, Captain. 0541 did not object to Jiang Fei's decision. Considering the amount of flesh they had currently, even if they were made into potions, it was not enough to raise Jiang Fei's energy level to the pinnacle stage of level 4, let alone level 5. After all, this was not the same as the production of biohumans. Biohumans could be filled with energy directly when using the genetic sample during production. However, Jiang Fei was a living person. If that kind of energy filling was used on his body would instantly explode. Let's take a short break, then continue to search later, Jiang Fei said while he leaned against a big tree. Captain, it's already pretty late now. I suggest you go back into the game, 0541 said. I will never play that game ever again. Jiang Fei shook his head. Dawnbreak was now nothing but a sad place for him. Captain, don't forget, the mutants that you have to fight will soon have a lot of high-level biohumans, so you must gain more power in order to fight them. Also, even if we have enough energy and biosamples in the future, the biohumans we produce will all just be zombies without intelligence. So, you have to go back into the game to cultivate artificial souls. 0541 persuaded him. Jiang Fei hesitated after listening to 0541. Captain, you don't want the mutants to invade China and kill all your fellow citizens in the future, right? You also don't want to let your game friends down, right? If you no longer enter the game, how would the NPC girls who still love you feel? 0541 continued to persuade him. Sigh. Fine, since 0541 had already put things that way, Jiang Fei did not insist on his original decision. So, after sighing again, he logged into the game. Jiang Fei, who was leaning against the big tree, entered the game. 0541 was in charge of keeping watch of his surroundings. Once there was danger, 0541 would immediately wake Jiang Fei up. When he returned to the game, Jiang Fei was still in the Dragon God's main hall. A lifeless Isabella stood beside him. Forget it, Jiang Fei waved his hand and Isabella was kept in the pet space. Isabella was now just an ordinary pet without intelligence. Although she was still strong, it was not the same old Bella anymore. Fortunately, Jiang Fei already knew that Isabella was not dead. As long as his preparations were complete, Isabella could be resurrected in the real world. So, Jiang Fei was no longer sad. Similarly, although Ariel had completely disappeared from the game, Jiang Fei could resurrect her in the real world as soon as everything was ready. So, the guilt in Jiang Fei's heart faded. Chapter 633, EVOL. Skygliding Dragon, yo kid, can we talk now? The dragon god Bennett Straz came in. Talk? What's there to talk about? Jiang Fei said angrily. Although Isabella and Ariel were not really dead, he did not have even a shred of good feeling toward the dragon god anymore. Hee, the dragon god laughed twice, then said to Jiang Fei, what happened yesterday was really an accident. I knew that things would develop to this point, so I want to compensate you in some way. The dragon god was actually very nice to Jiang Fei. After all, he was a celestial-ranked big boss. If he decided to just ignore Jiang Fei, there was nothing Jiang Fei could actually do to him. Compensate me? Can you resurrect Isabella and Ariel? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at the dragon god. I really can't do that. I can only compensate you in some other way. Consider it as a small token of my feelings. The dragon god sighed, then handed Jiang Fei a red crystal. What's this? Jiang Fei, who was surprised, subconsciously took it. Dragon crystal, gemstone, legendary, use, inlay on a pet or mount. Allows the pet or mount to have Naga race lineage, greatly increasing the combat power of the pet or mount. Remarks, each pet or mount can only be inlaid with one dragon crystal. So it's something like this. Jiang Fei was surprised after he took the dragon crystal. I know that you have a skygliding dragon as a mount. Although it's also called a dragon, it has nothing to do with the Naga race at all. It's just a worm that looks like a dragon. With this dragon crystal, you can change it into a mount that's very similar to the drakes of the Naga race, the dragon god Bennett Straz said. Although this dragon crystal was only of legendary quality, it was very rare. This was a source of power condensed in the brain of a huge dragon after its death. It was also regarded as a treasure among the Nagas. If it were not because the dragon god felt guilty, he would not have brought it out. You better not bother me anymore. In the end, Jiang Fei kept the dragon crystal. As Isabella and Ariel did not really disappear, the anger in his heart had faded a little. Moreover, this dragon crystal was a very tempting item, so he decided to keep it. After keeping the dragon crystal, Jiang Fei turned away and left the main hall. Although the dragon god still wanted to say something to Jiang Fei, he swallowed his words after seeing Jiang Fei behave like that. Although he had accepted the dragon god's compensation, it did not mean that Jiang Fei forgave the dragon god. He still hated him, so he just turned and left. Jiang Fei also left the dragon god's hall in a rush because Rosette Rose had sent him a message. Jiang Fei had to take part in the competition today, so he had to rush to the City of Sinners immediately. After arriving outside the main hall, Jiang Fei summoned the juvenile skygliding dragon. Looking at it beside him, Jiang Fei was overwhelmed with emotions. Every time he summoned the juvenile skygliding dragon, Isabella would ride on it with him. However, in the future, he would only be riding it alone. Although Isabella was still there, she was just a puppet without any intelligence. For Jiang Fei, the current Isabella was just a combat support equipment. The original girl was now trapped in the dark room, waiting for him to resurrect her. Jiang Fei took the dragon crystal out. For a part-time jewel meister like Jiang Fei, inlaying gemstones was not something difficult. In less than a minute, Jiang Fei managed to inlay the dragon crystal in the forehead of the juvenile skygliding dragon. Roar! Following a long roar, the originally 5-meter-long juvenile skygliding dragon grew to more than 10 meters long. Its wingspan even reached an astonishing 25 meters. The juvenile skygliding dragon inlaid with the dragon crystal had not only changed in size, but its dragon scales also became shinier. Each dragon scale shone with a colorful brilliance. Whoosh whoosh. As the dragon flapped its wings, Jiang Fei felt a fierce dragon aura fill the atmosphere, creating great pressure. It was as if it were a real dragon. Moreover, the claws of the skygliding dragon had become longer and sharper. It seemed like Jiang Fei's mount now had new attack skills. EVOL. Skygliding Dragon, Mount, Ancient Inheritance. Level, 76, Health Points, 304,000. Physical Defense, 10,000 plus 22,800. Magic Defense, 10,000 plus 22,800. Skills, Flame Spit, Aerial, Flame Spit, Ground, Searing Breath, Ground, Rip, Aerial, Rapid Flight, Draconian Magic Spellblazing Meteor. Flame Spit, Aerial fires a fireball at a single target, dealing 200% of the rider's attack damage and igniting the target, causing a damage of 1% of the target's total health points per second. Lasts 5 seconds. Attack range is 40 meters. Flame Spit, Ground fires a fireball at a single target, dealing 300% of the rider's attack damage and igniting the target, causing a damage of 1% of the target's total health per second. Lasts 5 seconds. Attack range is 60 meters. Searing Breath, Ground spits flames in a fan-shaped area in front, causing 200% of the rider's damage to all enemies in the range. Attack range is 50 meters. Cannot be used on targets in the air. Rip, rapidly rush to the side of the enemy's flying mount, causing huge damage to the mount. If the quality of the target mount is lower than the EVOL Skygliding Dragon, there will be a 50% chance to directly rip the enemy's mount, instantly killing it. Rapid Flight, movement speed is increased by an additional 300% for 1 minute. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Draconian Magic Spellblazing Meteors, inflicts 30 times the damage of the rider on the targets in the magic range, stunning them for 2 seconds. Attack range is 100 meters. 3 seconds casting time. Remarks, the owner of the EVOL Skygliding Dragon cannot own any other mount. Awesome! After seeing his new mount, Jiang Fei could not help rejoicing. After the juvenile Skygliding Dragon upgraded to the EVOL Skygliding Dragon, not only did its health points increase by 3 times, but its attacks had also become stronger. More importantly, most of the EVOL Skygliding Dragon's skills had no cooldown. Other than Rapid Flight, all the other skills could be used whenever he felt like it. Moreover, Jiang Fei could attack alongside the EVOL Sky-gliding dragon. This meant that while he was riding on his mount, Jiang Fei could still attack with his hammer while his mount also attacked the enemies. Previously, although Jiang Fei could also attack alongside the juvenile sky-gliding dragon, the cooldown times of its skills were all more than a minute long, so the effects were not that obvious. More often than not, Jiang Fei had used the juvenile sky-gliding dragon as a meat shield. Now, however, it was different. The EVOL Sky-gliding dragon's attacking abilities had even surpassed that of Jiang Fei's, so Jiang Fei's attacking abilities had almost tripled all of a sudden. Chapter 634, Broken Dreams. After he upgraded his mount, Jiang Fei flew toward the City of Sinners. As the juvenile sky-gliding dragon had evolved into the EVOL Sky-gliding dragon, Jiang Fei's mount did not only become bigger. Its flight speed had also increased significantly. So, he arrived near the City of Sinners very quickly. As his match was starting right away, Jiang Fei did not enter the city but went directly to the big arena located outside the city. According to the schedule, Jiang Fei had 2 matches today. There was one game in the morning and one in the afternoon. Jiang Fei also found out a little about his opponents from the schedule. Unfortunately, his 2 opponents today still did not have any of the 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not very concerned about these 2 people. In the morning half, Jiang Fei was placed in the 3rd match. The first 2 matches were duels between professional players. Both sides played very well and it was interesting to watch. This was because the combat power of professional players was actually very similar if there was no disparity in level or rankings. Battles like these that were more evenly matched were way more exciting. The first 2 matches had completely pumped the audience up with excitement. When Jiang Fei appeared, the crowd cheered. The player on my left is the famous Verger Glider. I believe that all of you don't need me to introduce him in detail. Players who have never heard of him would not even dare to admit that they have played Dawn Break before. When the host saw Jiang Fei come up, he immediately began to garner the crowd's attention. After all, a lot of people bought tickets just to come here and see Jiang Fei. Verger Glider. Verger Glider, come on, Brother Fei. Kill that kid, Brother Fei is invincible. Sure enough, as soon as the host's voice fell, the audience started to cheer. It was obvious that Jiang Fei had a lot of fans. Brother Fei, help me a little. Please drag this match as much as possible, don't kill your opponent instantly. After the host introduced Jiang Fei to the audience, he whispered to him while the audience cheered. Jiang Fei was surprised, but he immediately understood. The players in the audience bought tickets in order to watch an interesting battle. Especially those who were Jiang Fei's fans. Those fans had spent a lot of money in order to get a good seat to cheer Jiang Fei on. If he killed the opponent in one hit as soon as the match began, even though this would highlight his strength, it still meant that the audience had wasted their money. Okay. I'll try my best. Jiang Fei was not an arrogant person. Since the host asked him so nicely and it was not something difficult to do, he was willing to help the host out. The player on my right is also someone well known in the professional player community. In last year's professional league, he managed to place 39th in the rankings. He's the Elven player, Broken Dreams. In order to further lighten up the atmosphere, the host also introduced Jiang Fei's opponent. Come on, Broken Dreams, we support you, Broken Dreams. Jiang Fei's opponent was a veteran professional player. Although he had far lesser fans present compared to Jiang Fei, there were still some supporters, so the whole scene was not too one-sided. I'm hoping to learn a lot from you. Broken Dreams raised his fist at Jiang Fei. Broken Dreams was actually quite worried about this battle. After all, Verger Glider had a great reputation. Moreover, even without mentioning anything else, the huge level gap between the both of them was already a huge problem. Ho ho, you don't have to be too modest, let's learn from each other. Jiang Fei laughed. He was not a man of arrogance. Since the opponent was polite to him, he naturally treated the opponent with courtesy. Since the match had not started yet, Jiang Fei took the opportunity to check the opponent's attributes. A level 59 Elven Magician. He was a Frost Dancer, a rare class. If Broken Dreams was fighting against a normal opponent, his combat power definitely should not be underestimated. Moreover, as Broken Dreams managed to reach the top 50 in the rankings of last year's professional league, this meant that he was quite skilled at the game. He was definitely better than someone like Jiang Fei, who was a pure amateur. If Broken Dreams was against some other player, it would definitely be an interesting battle. Unfortunately, against someone as strong as Jiang Fei, Broken Dreams had no chance to showcase his talents. Let the match begin. Following the direction from the referee, the match officially started. Please. Jiang Fei took the initiative to take a step back and did not attack. Instead, he placed one hand behind him and stretched his other hand out, gesturing the opponent to make the first move. Damn! Brother Fei is really kind. He's still so modest even though this is a competition, of course. Brother Fei is the Dark Faction's idol. Obviously, he must have a respectful demeanor. Jiang Fei was just acting in accordance to the host's request. He wanted to delay the match as much as possible. He did not expect his fans to cheer for him. What the hell? You're a level 76 player bullying a level 59 player, and you still want to act kind and all that? How cheeky can you be, exactly? You're just making yourself look like a fool. Jiang Fei's fans felt like he was being kind and it was a gentleman's move. However, Broken Dreams fans could not appreciate it. They felt like Jiang Fei was deliberately pretending to be nice in order to show off. Let's begin. Broken Dreams took a few steps back and was ready to launch an attack. Broken Dreams was a professional player, so he made a living through game competitions. Therefore, regardless of whether or not Jiang Fei was being kind in order to humiliate him, he still had to finish every match seriously. As he was up against Verger Glider, Broken Dreams knew that he had almost no chance of winning. As they were 17 levels apart, the level suppression was already a huge problem. His class also did not have any special attack attributes. There was no way a magician like him could do away with Jiang Fei's avoidability and the misses caused by the level suppression. However, it was normal for professional players to lose a few matches. After all, no one could maintain a 100% win rate. For every match, even if you lose, it was important to lose after an interesting fight. Only professional players with professionalism could do this. Today, it was like this for Broken Dreams. Although he knew that he would lose this battle, he had to show his own style and his own strength, so that his fans would think that the money they spent was worth it. Ice Mirror, Broken Dreams started the battle with a unique skill. 18 ice mirrors appeared in the middle of the PvP arena, immediately blocking Jiang Fei's line of sight. Although the audience outside of the battlefield could clearly see the both of them, from Jiang Fei's perspective, Broken Dreams had disappeared into the dazzling lights refracted by the mirrors. Interesting. Jiang Fei smiled a little, not anxious at all. Icicle Burst, Broken Dreams had moved from his original position and was now behind Jiang Fei. He instantly used a skill on Jiang Fei as he wanted to test how strong Jiang Fei was. Miss! A huge miss appeared above Jiang Fei's head, but Broken Dreams was not too bothered about it. After all, there was a huge level difference between the two of them. His attacks ending up in a miss was to be expected. Icefall, after casting for a short moment, Broken Dreams strengthened his attack. A flowing glacier rushed down onto Jiang Fei's head. This was Broken Dreams' killer move, as the special characteristic of this skill was that it would certainly hit. It could ignore avoidability and it would not miss. Chapter 635, Unspoken Rules of the Game, Resist. A red word appeared above Jiang Fei's head. There were block mechanics to prevent damage for both physical and magic attacks. Players could block and parry physical attacks. For magic attacks, other than avoid and miss, there was also resist. Generally, the chances of resisting spells were extremely low, far less than the trigger chance of block mechanics for physical attacks like block and parry. However, Jiang Fei had too high a level suppression on Broken Dreams, and his magic defense was far too great. With these two paired together, it was easy for him to resist Broken Dreams' spells. How, when he saw the word appear above Glider's head, Broken Dreams was shocked. He had considered the fact that this spell might not be able to deal full damage and might deal only a small amount of damage. However, he did not expect his magic to be resisted completely. Although he was shocked by this unexpected turn of events, being a veteran professional player, Broken Dreams snapped out of the shock very quickly. Take this! Broken Dreams made a decision. He planned to give Jiang Fei a powerful blow. In Broken Dreams' opinion, even if this magic spell could not deal serious damage to Jiang Fei, it could at least dishearten Jiang Fei a little. This way, he could lose the battle with dignity. If he tried his best and still could not pose as a threat to Jiang Fei, it would hit him way too hard. Mirror Image, Broken Dreams used another killer move. As Jiang Fei had been blinded by the ice mirrors, he did not notice it. However, the audience outside of the battlefield could see everything clearly. At that moment, Broken Dreams was shuttling between the ice mirrors. Each time he passed by an ice mirror, he would leave a mirror image. In the end, there were mirror images in front of all 18 ice mirrors. There were a total of 19 identical figures on the battlefield, including Broken Dreams himself. Awesome, that's so cool. Sure enough, the audience outside of the battlefield was surprised by Broken Dreams' skill. Even Jiang Fei's fans could not help but gaze in awe. Ice Art, Execution. After the 18 mirror images appeared, Broken Dreams did not waste any time. He immediately controlled the 18 mirror images and made them form a strange battle array. He himself stood in the middle of the array. Suddenly, all 18 ice mirrors shattered and the magic element of ice stirred up the entire battlefield. Even Jiang Fei, who was a physical class, could clearly feel the powerful magic energy around him. Come on! Take this! Following a shout from Broken Dreams, the 18 mirror images instantly absorbed the ice energy on the entire battlefield and converged all the energy into the middle of the battle array. Broken Dreams, who was in the middle of the array, gathered all the energy to himself. Then, he merged the energy with his own magic powers in order to unleash his strongest magic Spellfrost Barrage. Go! Ice Dragon! Broken Dreams shouted. A crystal-clear ice dragon flew out of his wand and was headed straight toward Jiang Fei. Divine Shield, Jiang Fei subconsciously activated his skill, which granted him invincibility. This was because Broken Dreams' ice dragon looked ferocious. The dragon's body was as thick as a water bucket. Regardless of how strong it was, it had a scary momentum. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not have much PvP experience. Most of the time, he fought against bosses. So, when he saw such an impressive magic spell, he immediately activated invincibility. Boom! The ice dragon slammed into the egg-shaped shield in front of Jiang Fei. Immune! When the huge red word appeared above Jiang Fei's head, Broken Dreams' heart broke. Originally, in normal battles, as many players had invincibility skills, players would try to force the enemy to use their invincibility skill before using their own ultimatums on the enemy. However, the difference in strength between Broken Dreams and Jiang Fei was too big. Through his previous attempts, it was obvious that he could not even break through Jiang Fei's defense with his normal attacks, let alone force Jiang Fei to use his invincibility skills. So, he had no choice but to use his ultimate move. However, he thought Jiang Fei would fight back as Jiang Fei had the absolute advantage. He did not expect Jiang Fei to directly use an invincibility skill. Verger Glider! You're so weak, Broken Dreams fans immediately hissed and booed at him. In their eyes, Jiang Fei did not have the demeanor of a top player at all. It was as if the two of them had agreed to have a duel. Turned their backs and walked 50 steps away from each other. Then, when Broken Dreams turned around after lifting a revolver up, he discovered that Jiang Fei had found a tank out of nowhere and had drilled his way into the battlefield. Even Jiang Fei's fans were looking a little off. Although what Jiang Fei did was not against the rules of the game, it was not something a top player would do. However, they knew that Jiang Fei did not understand these things at all. He was not a part of the professional players community. He thought that he just had to win against his opponent. He had no idea that winning was secondary for professional players. Making the battle interesting was the most important thing. Professional players needed fans to spend money on them so that they could earn a living. So, they took part in competitions not just to win, but to please the audience with interesting battles. What's wrong? Jiang Fei was confused. He really did not know why the audience was complaining. I admit defeat. Just then, Broken Dreams surrendered. After using his ultimate move, he was low on mana points. Even if Jiang Fei did not attack him, he would not be able to keep the show going much longer. So, he just wanted to stop the battle now, while the audience was still awestruck by his moves. Jiang Fei won the match, but he was still confused. After the match, he deliberately looked for a staff member of the competition committee to ask about it. Only then, he realized where he went wrong. Oh! I didn't know there was such a rule. Jiang Fei shook his head. However, it did not really matter to him. He was not a professional player that earned a living through such competitions. So, he could not care less about pleasing the audience. He only participated in this competition for the 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom. In the afternoon match, Jiang Fei did not even feel like entertaining the audience anymore because they hissed and booed at him previously. After the referee announced the start of the match, he raised his Galestorm's hammer and killed his opponent instantly, winning the match easily. After the match ended, the competition committee had a talk with him. They asked him to cooperate and try to make the battles as interesting as possible in order to cater to the audience. However, Jiang Fei was not a professional player. Why would he care about the opinions of the competition committee? Anyway, as long as he did not violate any rules, they would not be able to stop him from participating in the competition. His purpose was to find an opportunity to fight the player that had the ancient kingdom's treasure cauldron and take it away from that player. After the afternoon match, Jiang Fei returned to the Demon Dragon Fortress through the teleportation point in the City of Sinners. At that point, the construction of the fortress was already complete. Jiang Fei's fortress was now the strongest fortress among the players. This Demon Dragon Fortress was even stronger than an average NPC fortress. After returning to the fortress, Jiang Fei did not disturb Rosette Rose and the others. Instead, he looked for Nina, Sylphie, and the other girls. Husband, master, there were traces of tears on their faces. Although Sylphie and Isabella were always quarreling with each other, Sylphie was still very sad after Isabella died for Jiang Fei. Sigh! Don't be so sad. Jiang Fei took the initiative to comfort them. After all, he knew the truth. Isabella and Ariel were not really dead. However, as it was a matter of great importance, it was not convenient for him to tell Sylphie and the others. So, he could only comfort these girls for the time being. Chapter 636, Gathering the Flesh. Jiang Fei was with his harem in the Demon Dragon Fortress until it was time for him to log off. After the game, Jiang Fei had breakfast and went back onto his journey to find and gather the flesh of the level 5 alien beast. Day after day, the harvest count had only gotten worse and less frequent. The flesh he found was getting smaller and the interval was getting less frequent. Still, he was able to gather a good amount, almost at the point of arm's length. Even though he knew that his search more flesh will only get harder, he was still satisfied that his hard work had paid off. Captain. It is advised to spend more time in the game and earn more reputation points with the female NPCs. It is vital to increase the number of our allies in preparation of the war with the metahumans, said 0541 as Jiang Fei was having a lunch break. Enough with that, said Jiang Fei as he did not want to delve further into that particular topic. Captain. I am being serious. Even though there are many girls who have reached infatuated level of reputation, it would not be enough at your current state, said 0541 as it continued to bug Jiang Fei. The reason behind its continuous battering about female NPCs was Jiang Fei's refusal to further expand his harem. Enough is enough, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not want to deal with more females, not after he lost Isabella and Ariel. For better or worse, he did not want to invite any more trouble. Captain, I am only thinking about your future. Your current mission is to gather as many female NPCs as you can. It is to cultivate more artificial souls to strengthen your own personal army, said 0541. 0541 was an advanced artificial intelligence, yet it lacked the most important function, emotional empathy. Despite being the greatest mind on Earth, it lacked emotional understanding. Hence, even when it understood Jiang Fei was not loving the talks, it continued to do so despite adding fuel to fire. Enough. On the authority of the captain of Braveheart, I command you to hibernate for half an hour. Jiang Fei roared. As you command, Captain, said 0541 before turning its system into hibernation mode. Once Jiang Fei invoked the authority as a captain, there was no disobeying of any words that Jiang Fei said. While 0541 was quiet, Jiang Fei thought about what 0541 had said. Courting more NPCs was never his intention, but 0541's suggestions made sense. If Jiang Fei could only find the main engine of Braveheart, level 5 aside, he might be able to mass-produce level 4 of the pinnacle stage biohumans. When he crossed that bridge, who would take the helm of such a powerful army? Would it be him? Even though he feared the outcome of having such a powerful army, it was vital to have it in hand to counter the army of the mutants. The best people to take control of the biohumans' bodies would be the NPC females who would be loyal to Jiang Fei. With the technology of Planet Namek, 0541 could extract the program out of Dawnbreak and implant them into the soulless bodies of the biohumans. They would inevitably become the most loyal army to serve Jiang Fei. 0541's suggestion was to have more female NPCs who possessed higher intelligence, such as Sylphie, Isabella, Nina, and Hua Mulan. The purpose was to cultivate a stronger soul that could master the perfect level 5 bodies. Normal artificial intelligence, or what Jiang Fei would refer to as dumb NPCs, would never be able to handle such a complicated body without breaking. Half an hour later, 0541 was awakened from its temporary hibernation. Now, due to its lack of emotion, 0541 failed to understand that the command to hibernate was a form of punishment for talking too much. Once it had regained its functions, 0541 started to talk about the topic again. 0541, stop talking about it. I understand the importance of it. Shall we concentrate on our current task? To find the flesh of the level 5 alien beast? Very well, sir. I understand multitasking is not humans' forte. For the next few days, Jiang Fei spent the light of days searching for flesh while he would indulge himself in the game during the night. And most of the time, he would participate in PvP fights. If he had time left, he would spend them with Sylphie and the other girls in his harem. Even though the words that 0541 kept on repeating in his brain troubled him, Jiang Fei could not help but think about it seriously. 5 days have passed in a blink of an eye, and Jiang Fei had finished the first preliminary fights of the PvP battles. There were no players who he fought that possessed any of the treasure cauldrons. The only player that was confirmed to possess a cauldron was Freewill, but sadly, he was not within the group that Jiang Fei fought in the first preliminary rounds. Within this time period, Jiang Fei had spent his time with Sylphie and the other girls to cultivate their feelings. Sadly, their emotions were not as great as Isabella. It would be improbable to cultivate such an emotion similar to Isabella in such a short time span. The only good news so far was the amount of flesh collected. Even though it was far from enough to revive both Isabella and Ariel, it was still adequate to revive just one person. Jiang Fei would want to revive Isabella first before Ariel. While he was excited to see Isabella again, 0541 poured cold water on his head. Captain, you may have collected enough level 5 alien beast's flesh to revive one person, but we lack the other vital part of the process power. How much do we have and how much do we need? My current power reserves are so insignificant that we need to collect 99.99% more power, said 0541. Jiang Fei was agape when he heard what 0541 had just declared. He had only just recently collected so much uranium from the Vatican as well as the Mutant Brotherhood. Even though he had spent a few on the recent war in Japan, he had never thought that 0541 current power reserve was so little that he needed to find 99.99% more. Why on earth would you need so much power? Jiang Fei asked. Captain? I do not understand the question. Power or energy cannot be created nor destroyed. To create a body that matches a level 5 power level, I would need a similar amount of energy to be able to do so. Right now, we have enough to make just an arm of a level 5 body. What could I do with the rest of the body? Do not forget that everything that you request of me would also consume energy. Shucks. So how did the Japanese make their biohumans so strong? Did they have a power source? Yes and no. Even though the method is different, the Japanese use the same principle as me. My power source comes from inanimate objects such as nuclear energy. The Japanese used life force as a substitute, life force, living sacrifices in layman's term, to create one level 4 body. The Japanese sacrificed a large number of weaker level metahumans. That is how they did it, said 0541, revealing the secrets of Japanese technology to make biohumans. *T. That's too cruel even for my taste, said Jiang Fei as he got goosebumps from imagining grinding 1,000 men just to make one biohuman. Chapter 637, Level 5 Alien Beast. After searching for a day, Jiang Fei and 0541 could not find anything more important in their search. After spending a little more time, Jiang Fei decided to call it a day and return to China. Even though he had failed to find enough flesh to revive both Isabella and Ariel, Jiang Fei had basically called it a success. The only problem left was power. Captain, please wait. I have detected an abnormality, cried 0541 when Jiang Fei was pulling the giant sword hoverboard. Did you find something? Said Jiang Fei. Captain, can you make your way to the apple trees at the other side of this hill? I would like to scan that area thoroughly, said 0541. All right, Jiang Fei hopped onto the hoverboard and flew towards the apple trees. A little lower, said 0541 when Jiang Fei was hovering over the trees. If he had flown a little further, he would have reached another large mountain which was an inactive volcano. Captain, please remain here while I scan this area, said 0541. Might as well, said Jiang Fei as he got off the sword and walked around for a little. 20 minutes later, 0541 came back with a report. Captain, you would not guess what I have found. Ho ho! Is it the main engine room for Braveheart? Cried Jiang Fei, excited. If it was, it would solve almost all of Jiang Fei's current problems. No. Not that. Am sorry to fail your expectations, said 0541. I have found the guardian beast of Japan. It is heavily injured, said 0541. What the F***ck, if 0541 did not add the heavily injured part, Jiang Fei would have escaped the area. It was a level 5 beast. A dangerous beast that could be the death of Jiang Fei. Captain, do not fear. It is currently in deep sleep due to its injuries, and if we are careful enough, there would not be any danger, said 0541 as it sensed that Jiang Fei was about to run away. How good is that, said Jiang Fei. An injured level 5 alien beast was still a powerful level 5 alien beast. Captain, just follow my directions and you'll understand, said 0541 as it projected an image of the location. Fine, said Jiang Fei. 0541 would never lead Jiang Fei into a dangerous situation. Jiang Fei was led to the mouth of the volcano. Since the volcano was supposed to be dormant, the exposed mouth of the volcano was covered in a thick layer of hardened rocks. However, there was one opening that looked like it was dug through recently. Fumes could be seen puffing out of that opening. It seems that the level 5 alien beast had escaped to this area as a means to hide and recuperate. This beast is kinda smart. It knew that the most dangerous place for humans to visit would be the safest place to hide, no one would have suspected that the beast would be hiding in such a place even though it was not very far from where the Battle of Japan had taken place. Sheesh! It's getting hotter by the second, cried Jiang Fei as he entered the cavity. The smell of sulfur got stronger and stronger as he made his way into the hole. The heat generated by the lava is essential for the beast to heal. It is using the geothermal heat as a source of energy to recover, said 0541. Jiang Fei was wondering why the beast would choose a volcano to hide. That was why 0541 explained the reason. Since it was a volcano, albeit being a dormant one, the distance between the surface of the earth and molten lava was not too deep. Hence, the beast did not need to dig too far to reach the depth it needed. Geothermal? Could we use that as a source of power? Jiang Fei asked. If the beast could use it as a source of energy, 0541 should be able to do so as well. Technically speaking, I am able to, but the efficiency of converting heat energy into pure energy is extremely low as I lack the necessary equipment and tools. Given enough time, I will be able to gather as much energy as I need. The thing is, time is currently not a luxury for either of us, said 0541. Oh well. At least I tried, said Jiang Fei as he thought that he had found a goldmine for energy. The beast could spend several human lifetimes to rest in the volcano, but Jiang Fei could not. As Jiang Fei proceeded deeper into the volcano, 0541 made a barrier to protect Jiang Fei as the temperature had reached beyond human survivability. Water would have evaporated almost instantly at this point. Not to mention the poisonous gas in the air that would harm Jiang Fei if he had inhaled them. The pathway got softer as Jiang Fei walked deeper. Everything was glowing in a deep red hue as the temperature grew hotter and hotter. He finally found the beast, only when he was floating amongst lava. What in tarnation is that thing? Cried Jiang Fei as he almost slipped off the hoverboard. A few hundred meters below Jiang Fei's current depth was a nasty-looking glob of thing floating on the lava as it breathed slowly. It was pinkish in color and huge. No matter how Jiang Fei looked at it, it was an indescribable thing. At best, it looked like a large clump of meat sticking to each other in a nasty way. It had a few extensions that looked like tentacles waving around. Based on the record, it is called the Doomsday Monster. It only looks that way because of the injuries it had sustained, said 0541 as it projected the original image. Oh damn! That thing doesn't anything look like its original form. Based on 0541's image, its normal appearance was more ferocious and beast-like. It was supposed to have black-colored scales all over its body. Overall, it shared similarities with the mythical creature Cthulhu, with numerous eyes in its head and tentacles around its lower jaw. The data 0541 even explained that each of its eyes was capable of blasting energy attacks. 0541, since it's in that condition, how about we cut off some of its flesh, said Jiang Fei. I would suggest otherwise. Currently, it is in a state of deep sleep. However, if any damage is inflicted, it might be awakened. Even if you could fend off every physical attack, you would never survive its psychic attacks, said 0541. Ah, Jiang Fei immediately gave up trying to harvest its flesh. Jiang Fei had completely forgotten that even though it looked like a blob of jelly, it was still a level 5 alien beast. Well then, if I can't take its flesh, why did you leave me down here? Cried Jiang Fei. Chapter 638, A Surprise Guest. We are not cutting part of it. We are taking it, said 0541. Taking it? As in taking the entire beast, said Jiang Fei to clarify the absurdity of 0541. Captain, the beast has been beaten to a pulp, literally. It will take at least hundreds of years to recover. At best, 10 years before it can even move freely on its own. In this period, it can only rely on psychic attacks to defend itself. It is nothing but a slab of meat, unable to do anything but scream. In the eyes of the other level 5 metahumans in the world, this level 5 alien beast is nothing but trash. However, they will soon understand its importance and come after it. We are taking it in to keep it away from others. One of these days, You will be strong enough to take on this beast on your own. You will need to train on your psychic defenses if you want to defeat it though, said 0541. Psychic defenses aside, if I can defeat this alien thingy, I take it that the beast will be a treasure trove for me to make stronger biohumans, said Jiang Fei. Given enough time, Jiang Fei could devise a special plan just to defeat the beast. Once he became stronger, the poor alien beast would be Jiang Fei's chicken. Jiang Fei could harvest as much flesh from it as he wanted. Like an unlimited egg supply, figuratively. Alright, do your thing, Jiang Fei instructed. 0541 sent out a beam of silver light, engulfing the entire level 5 alien beast like a cozy blanket. As it was in deep sleep, the beast was cut off from all external stimuli. It did not even realize that it was being protected by 0541's barrier. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fei thought that 0541 would be absorbing the beast into the ring as it did with the other ship fragments. It appeared that 0541 was only shielding its presence from other people. Once the light barrier was fully erected, the faint level 5 energy that the beast gave out was removed completely. Even if other level 5 metahumans stood next to it, they would not be able to sense its presence unless they got past the barrier. It is done. No one will be coming here to check on it. We are all set to leave this place, said 0541. Well, time to leave this godforsaken volcano, said Jiang Fei as he prepared the hoverboard. After he was out of the volcano, he blasted the top of the mountain and covered the entrance of the volcano with dirt. That way, no one would suspect anything hiding inside the volcano. Where to next? Jiang Fei asked. Jiang Fei's top priority was to find the main engine room of Braveheart. Energy crystals would make a good find as well since Jiang Fei's #1 concern was his energy problems. I have 3 places to suggest, said 0541. Where? Earth's north and south poles, as well as the famous Bermuda Triangle. Ah. Good call, said Jiang Fei. The poles of the Earth were icy tundra with almost no human in sight. Even if they were, the chances of them finding an alien aircraft would be low. The Bermuda Triangle was famous for its ghastly phenomenon as well as unexplainable activities. Since there are many instances of shipwrecks, as well as planes going missing in this area, it might have something to do with Braveheart. Let's go to the North Pole first, said Jiang Fei. There were many reasons why Jiang Fei would want to go to the North Pole first. The first being time zone. Since he had already accepted 0541's suggestion to court more female NPCs, he needed to play the game every night without skipping. Bermuda Triangle is located at the other end of the world, which makes things a little hard for him to log into the game. Unlike the Bermuda Triangle, Jiang Fei did not have to worry about time zones. At his position, he was much closer to the north than the south. If he failed to find anything in the North Pole, he would fly across the world towards the South Pole and only then, the Bermuda Triangle. I hear and obey, Captain, said 0541. As long as Jiang Fei listened to its suggestion, whichever the place that he visits first would not be a problem. Once the coordinate was entered, Jiang Fei set off on the hoverboard and zoomed into the sky. Jiang Fei reached close to supersonic speed on the hoverboard and took approximately less than 12 hours to reach the North Pole. Wow! It's literally nothing but ice, cried Jiang Fei as he shouted from the top of his lungs. Captain, fly around the area. I will start my scan, said 0541. Very well, cried Jiang Fei as the howling of the winds blew by, muffling his voice. To prepare Jiang Fei in the sub-zero environment, 0541 made a barrier surround Jiang Fei, preventing him from getting hypothermia. It was the same kind of technology that protected Jiang Fei in the volcano, as well as when he was deep in the ocean. The technology was created in planet Namek to allow ship crews to travel far from the normal environment. Jiang Fei flew right above the surface of the ice as the ground might be too deep for 0541's scanning ability. It was not the first time he was forced to do something due to 0541's lack of powerful scanning ability. After several hours of hovering above the ice, 0541 remained quiet for the entire time, indicating nothing. Eventually, Jiang Fei got tired and took a rest while snacking on biscuits and soft drinks. This is boring, Jiang Fei yawned. It can't be helped. When the ship crashed into Earth, many of my equipment were damaged. If I had a powerful scanning function, we only need to stay at home, and I can map out the entire Earth down to the millimeters, said 0541. Stop bragging about the past when you can't even do half of what you can now, said Jiang Fei. To be honest, Jiang Fei felt grateful for everything that 0541 had done, even though its current function and power was only at 10% of its original capability. After resting for a bit, Jiang Fei spent 2 more hours flying around the North Pole. After that, he came back empty-handed and decided to call it a night and prepared to log into the game. Jiang Fei used the giant sword and made a cave in the mountain. He found himself a smooth piece of flat ground and laid there to sleep. With 0541 providing excellent protection, there was nothing to worry about the cold. In the game, Jiang Fei continued his one-punch technique to finish off his opponents. He did not want to waste his time and efforts to make a show, as his opponents did not possess any of the treasure cauldrons. Just when he wanted to spend his extra time with the girls, a man suddenly appeared. It was a surprise guest that Jiang Fei did not want to see so soon. Chapter 639, Eliminating the Threat. The man who came for Jiang Fei was an NPC, the Master of the Seven Seas, King Elric, Ariel's father. When his beloved daughter died, Jiang Fei felt guilty and embarrassed of himself. He did not want to meet King Elric, but since he appeared, there was no escaping the talk. King Elric, Jiang Fei fumbled with his words. He did not know how to address the matter. There's no need to explain. I already know what happened, said King Elric, as he wanted Jiang Fei to know that whatever happened was not his fault. It's because I'm too weak to protect Ariel. Do not speak ill of yourself. When Ariel made the contract of devotion with you, I understood how she felt about you, said King Elric as he took a deep breath. He then proceeded to explain the concept of the contract, a secret that was not shared by anyone but the merfolk. The contract of devotion was known to the world as a life-binding contract that would link the life of both the contractor and the contractee. However, up till this day, there was no one who had ever died in pairs. When a mermaid offered the contract of devotion to another male, she offered up her life to him. Under normal circumstances, both the mermaid and the male partner would share one single life. However, when a real threat appeared, the mermaid would do everything she can to make sure her partner survived. In the most desperate attempts, she would invoke the one forbidden skill to save him. A skill that would ultimately sacrifice one's life in order to spare the other. Ever since the discovery of the contract of devotion, almost every mermaid was the first to sacrifice their lives to save their loved one. Hence, when King Elric saw that Ariel had made the contract with Jiang Fei, he accepted that fate and made peace with Jiang Fei. I'm not here for Ariel. I'm here to tell you that the Emperor of Sea is looking for an audience with you, said King Elric. The Emperor, said Jiang Fei. That's correct. If I will find someone to blame for my daughter's death, it would be the Light faction. They are the ones at fault here. The blood of my blood has been taken from me, and I shall have revenge. Thus, I seek help from the Emperor, and he has agreed to help. The Emperor might want to speak to you about this. Very well, I shall answer his call, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was not comfortable with the topic since he knew that Ariel was not actually dead. However, even if he tried to explain, both the king and the emperor would not believe him. Jiang Fei left the girls and followed King Elric to the endless seas. Through a teleportation circle in the eastern sea, Jiang Fei arrived into the emperor's palace. With King Elric leading the way, the two arrived at the royal chamber. Please inform the emperor that it is I, King Elric, and the Nephilim warrior, Verger Glider, who have arrived to answer the emperor's call, said the king to one of the giant whale warrior, standing guard in front of the royal chamber. In no time at all, the warrior returned and invited the two in. Follow me, said the king as he walked in first. Jiang Fei followed closely and was at ease. It was not the first time he had been into the emperor's royal chamber. Master of the Seven Seas, Elric is here to meet the emperor, cried King Elric as he bowed to the Emperor Poseidon. This one is honored to meet the Emperor again, cried Jiang Fei as he did the same. The Emperor nodded slightly and turned to King Elric. Elric, allow me to explain the situation, said the Emperor. Yes, Emperor, said King Elric as he stood aside. He knew that the Emperor wanted to talk to Jiang Fei. Verger Glider, do you know why I have called for you? As King Elric had said, Emperor Poseidon wanted to talk about Ariel. Is it about Ariel's death? Said Jiang Fei. That is correct. I have mentioned that Ariel is my stepdaughter. And since I am the Emperor of the Sea, Ariel is the princess for the merfolk. Now, the Light faction had openly killed my princess. What do you say I should do? Said Poseidon as his voice crackled with rage. In my humble opinion, I think the Emperor should make an alliance with the Nephilim race to turn against the Light faction, smart young lad. Augustus' daughter is one of the victims as well. I am sure that he will not cross his arms and mop about it, said Poseidon as he slammed the armrest. Sigh, Jiang Fei suddenly went gloomy when Poseidon had mentioned Isabella. Even though Isabella's character was still with him, she was no longer the same person she used to be. Her soul was gone. What was left of her was only an empty shell. He dared not meet the Nephilim king with the current Isabella lest he would only receive the wrath of the Nephilim king. What about the Nagas? Said Jiang Fei. Even though the merfolk and the Nephilim could form an alliance to pressure the Celestials, the Nagas would not stand idly by. You need not worry about them, for I have a plan, said Poseidon. If that's the case, this humble one could even have the Draconian involved in this, said Jiang Fei. The god of light and the dragon god were the two races that Jiang Fei was not fond of. If the two races could go at each other, it would be delightful for Jiang Fei. Oh! The Draconians you say, said Poseidon. That is correct, said Jiang Fei with a confident nod. I find your claim unconvincing as the Draconians are known for their neutrality. Having them to fight the Light faction is highly unlikely, said Poseidon. Even if it was Jiang Fei, it might not work. The Emperor is correct at that. It would be improbable to have the Draconians make a move against the Celestials, but if it's the other way around, said Jiang Fei, purposefully not finishing his sentence. Ah! I see what you are trying to say, said Poseidon. What if I told you that a dragon has defiled the tomb of the Pope? Will the Emperor feel that the Light faction can stay passive about this? Is that true? Poseidon roared. If Jiang Fei was telling the truth, the Church of the Light faction would surely be at arms with the Draconians. It is true, very well. I will talk to Augustus about this matter, said Poseidon. However, while we fight the Church, I cannot let the Nada make any move on the merfolk. Here is where you come into play, said Poseidon. Ding! The Emperor of the Sea, Poseidon has a hidden quest for you, eliminate the threat. Would you accept it? This one will accept the task given to him, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei accepted the quest, mainly because he knew he had wronged King Elric, as well as the entire merfolk race. Jiang Fei accepted the quest even though he had not read through the description. Very well. I will have Elric here to explain the mission details to you later. One more thing, said Poseidon as he reached into his back and placed something on a plate for his servants to hand to Jiang Fei. This will be helpful for your cause, said Poseidon. It was obvious then that the Emperor had already planned the mission before even asking for Jiang Fei to come. The meeting between the Nephilim king and he was nothing of Jiang Fei's concern. The reason he had called for Jiang Fei was to complete the task at hand. Chapter 640, Nada Soul. Jiang Fei waited for the servant to bring the plate to him. Only then could he see what Poseidon had given him. Unexpectedly, it was only a small gem. Jiang Fei picked it up to inspect it, only to discover that it had a simple description but no function. Nada Soul, false, gemstone, epic, note, looks and feels like the real Nada Soul but it does nothing. What is this? Said Jiang Fei as he took the gem. Quest name, eliminating the threat. Quest description, the race of Naga possessed the powerful physique of that of Draconian. It was a blessing through worshipping a gemstone that was called the Nada Soul located in their holy altar. The mysterious gemstone emits powerful energy. Through exposing a newborn Nada with its energy, the baby Nada would be blessed with a strong body, making him a soldier in the future. Your mission is to take the gemstone and replace it with a fake. Quest objective: steal the Nada Soul. Quest reward: unknown. Oh dang, Jiang Fei was anxious. Even though the quest did not have a failing penalty, the difficulty was too great. The holy altar of the Nada race would unquestionably be in the middle of the Nada city. Even though Jiang Fei had the ability to breathe underwater, infiltrating into the heart of the Nada would be mission impossible. Even if he could enter the belly of the beast, he would not be able to enter the holy altar, as not even ordinary Nagas were allowed to be inside. Infiltrating the altar itself was already an impossible mission. Stealing the Nada soul would be even harder to achieve. Good luck, young one. You will need it, Poseidon laughed. This one will try his best, said Jiang Fei. Even though he had accepted the quest, he had almost zero confidence in completing the quest. After he was done talking with the emperor, Jiang Fei and King Elric met outside the palace and discussed the crazy quest. Even though King Elric was powerful, there was little he could do to help him. In the end, the most he could do was teleport Jiang Fei directly into the city of the Naga. After that, Jiang Fei would be on his own. The Naga and the merfolk were at each other's throats for thousands of years. No one could remember the cause of the conflict between the two sea folks, but no sides were willing to compromise with the other. Unless the merfolks declared war with the Nagas, not even King Elric could deliver Jiang Fei into the heart of the Naga city. All right. I am ready now. It'll be in your care, said Jiang Fei as he prepared for King Elric to teleport him into the Naga's territory. The only advantage that Jiang Fei had against the Nagas was his neutrality against them. The Naga might be hostile to those of the church, but they held nothing against the Nephilim. In fact, they even gained a closer relation to them due to the hostility towards the Light faction. That allowed Jiang Fei to enter the Naga territory without being attacked. After that, with King Elric's power and authority, he delivered Jiang Fei into the endless seas where the Naga race dwelled. Alone, Jiang Fei was not sure of what he should do. Before the great incident, Isabella could still talk to Jiang Fei and inform him about the many things she knew about the entire world. If she still had her soul, she would be teaching something about the Naga race. But now, she was nothing but an empty shell. Jiang Fei swam around and tried to find an NPC to ask for his location and, if possible, try to get someone to send him into the holy altar. 20 minutes later, Jiang Fei found an NPC that was patrolling around. Makura's patrolman, humanoid, elite, level 70, health points 100%, note, ranked the lowest amongst the Naga race. Halt! State your business here, said the patrolman as he stopped Jiang Fei from proceeding towards him. I am an inquisitor of the Nephilim. I am here to discuss important matters with your leader, said Jiang Fei. Do you have anything to prove yourself? Well, Jiang Fei was stumped. If he was a real inquisitor of the Nephilim, there would be documents that could prove his identity. However, since it was a made-up lie. If you do not have proof, you are not allowed to enter the city, said the patrolman. Even though Jiang Fei was not in a hostile relationship with the patrolman, he was still not allowed to enter the city. Rules are rules, and the patrolman was only following protocol. TSK. What should I do? Seeing that the patrolman was about to leave, Jiang Fei thought that he could sneak into the city without permission. However, if he did, he might cause a scene, which would be the last thing he needed to complete the quest. If the patrolman left, he would have lost his only guide into the city. The underwater realm was so huge, and since he could not use any mounts underwater, it would take ages before he could find the city or another NPC to trick. Why are you still here? Do you have business with me? It is vital that I speak to your leader. I have information about the merfolk, said Jiang Fei in desperation. Is that true? The patrolman cried. In the underwater realm, most of the sea folk could not care less about the surface world. The only similar threat that both the merfolk and the Naga had were the pirates. However, now that Jiang Fei was offering information about their mortal enemy, the patrolman got interested. "Let me hear it," said the patrolman. "No! It is too important for someone like you to listen." "I can only tell your leader," said Jiang Fei. It was time to put on airs again. "I see. All right, follow me," said the patrolman. He completely bought Jiang Fei's lie as he was too low of rank to say anything. However, he had a duty to help his own race to fight the enemy. Besides, he might even get punished for denying the Inquisitor entry, especially when he had claimed to have information about the merfolk. Jiang Fei followed the patrolman. It was then when he realized that the underwater realm was too much of a difference when compared to the surface world. There was no such thing as roads and pavement that one could identify. Hence, without a person who knew his way around, Jiang Fei would never be able to find the Naga's city. Just when the sunlight got dimmer, Jiang Fei finally arrived at a large snail shell. There was nothing around, only sand, corals, and water. It would be hard to find this place without the patrolman guiding him. The large cone shell looked like a checkpoint, something that resembled a scout tower. "Please stay here, I need to report this," said the patrolman as he entered the cavity of the shell from the bottom. In no time at all, the patrolman returned with another taller, slightly larger Makuras. Makura's Inspector, Humanoid, Advanced Elite, Level 75, Health Points 100%, Note, the one that fights for the Naga. "Are you the one that claims to have information about the merfolk?" said the inspector. Even though this inspector was 1 or 2 ranks higher than the patrolman, he did display an intimidating aura. "That is correct," said Jiang Fei as calmly as he could. "In that case, tell me everything you know," said the inspector as he smirked. "You?" "I'm afraid I cannot do so. This information is too important. Like I said to the patrolman, I can only reveal this information to your leader," said Jiang Fei. At this point, Jiang Fei was all too familiar with that look on his face. He wanted to have that information for himself and take all the credit by informing the leader himself. "Ugh. Fine. Are you sure this is important?" said the inspector. "As expected, this goes way higher in the ranking ladder." Like the patrolman, the inspector bowed to Jiang Fei's demand. Chapter 641, The Female Commissioner. Jiang Fei tried to exaggerate, and as a result, the patrolman and the inspector started to believe Jiang Fei's position. As it was something of great importance, the inspector dared not to make any decision about it. In the end, he decided to take Jiang Fei to meet someone of higher ranks. The place where King Elric had sent Jiang Fei was part of the Naga territory, but it was only habited by sea folks other than the Nagas. The Naga themselves would not stay at such a place. The inspector and the patrolman led Jiang Fei into the cone shell. The insides of the cone shell were just like any other office building. The only difference was the method of going up. Since everyone was swimming, there was no need for stairs. The inspector led Jiang Fei across the building and into a back door where, after a thorough frisk, he was allowed to use the teleportation circle. Jiang Fei went through the portal and was surprised to see a whole new world, one that was unknown to the merfolk. It was truly an underwater city, brimming with life. Like Shanghai, the place was bustling with sea folk. There were shops, office buildings, and NPCs swimming in an orderly manner. The sea folk that were living in this city consists of many different species. There were fish, crabs, lobsters, squid, seahorses, and other kinds of humanoid sea creatures. "Dear Inquisitor, follow me if you will," said the inspector as he invited Jiang Fei to follow him. Even though he did not provide any proof of his identity nor his claims to have information about the merfolk, it was not up to the inspector's decision to deny him entry. Jiang Fei obediently followed the inspector and cruised through the busy city. In no time at all, Jiang Fei arrived at a huge building made from corals and sea anemone. "Please wait here, I will report your presence to the commissioner of the city." "If you are what you said you were, you will be invited by the commissioner," said the inspector. "Commissioner, you say," said Jiang Fei. The person that the inspector mentioned should be someone prominent and powerful like King Elric. 5 minutes later, the inspector came back with a smile on his face. "Dear Inquisitor, the commissioner has agreed to meet you," said the inspector. Deep down, Jiang Fei was relieved that he had managed to even fool the highest-ranking official in the city. "Please, lead the way," said Jiang Fei with respect. "I will be happy to," said the inspector, in a similar fashion. Unlike the dull structure of the cone shell outside, the inside of the coral building was vibrant. It was so colorful that Jiang Fei felt like it was made with pastel color and crayon. As expected of the sea folk, they had lived in the ocean since the dawn of time. It was nothing but a small feat to decorate the building of the commissioner to look like a painting from the Renaissance period. The inspector knocked on a door, and when a reply was heard, the inspector turned to Jiang Fei and nodded. "Welcome. Please come in," said a beautiful sweet voice. Lady Mirage, Nada, Lower Overlord, level 90, health points 100%, note, Commissioner of the Goldwater City. A lady commissioner, Jiang Fei was genuinely taken aback when he saw a female Nada sitting behind a desk, gesturing him to come in. Despite having 3 pairs of arms and lower half of a snake, she was extremely beautiful in nature. Her complexion was kind and mature that Jiang Fei could even look past the fact that she had 6 arms. This was where Jiang Fei had little to no understanding of the Naga culture. If Isabella was still alive and well, she would explain to Jiang Fei that the Naga was once a race that lived in the surface world. They were once part of the High Elves. However, they had betrayed the Moon God's beliefs and denounced their faith in him. As a result, the Moon God placed a powerful curse on them and chased them into the sea. The Moon God who had cursed them was not the feminine Moon God that the Dragon God had managed to court. It was the Moon God that lived as one of the primordial celestials. Due to the power of the curse, the Naga gained an unnatural strength. As a race, they had to fight for their survival. When they were cast into the sea, they needed to compete with the merfolk for territorial dominance. As a result, the Great War between the merfolk and the Naga started and has not yet seen its end. The merfolk hated the Naga as they saw them as invaders, try to claim their beloved ocean. Due to the curse, male Nagas were born with strength in exchange for their intelligence. They lacked the mastery of magic control but had beastly strength to compensate. Only a few had managed to raise the rank to be one of the governing officials, while most of the officials were female. As a result of that, the Naga race was built on a society where the females took all the major roles in governance. Since Isabella was not around to explain that to Jiang Fei, he had approached the commissioner with genuine surprise. He had no idea that almost all the high-ranking officials were females. "Lady Commissioner, the Inquisitor of the Nephilim has arrived," said the inspector as he bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Inspector." "Mr. Inquisitor, would you please come closer?" said Lady Mirage. However, once Jiang Fei took 2 steps closer to her, the look in her eyes changed instantly. The effect of Romeo had affected Mirage. She jumped up from her seat and swam towards Jiang Fei to welcome him in. "I've been waiting for you. Someone! Please get this man a seat," cried Lady Mirage as her professional demeanor was gone. Lady Mirage had instantly gained friendly reputation level with Jiang Fei from Romeo, and after that, the blessing of the Dragon God granted another 5,000 reputation points, pushing the reputation level further up to approved and almost reaching respect. "Thank you, Lady Commissioner," said Jiang Fei as he took a seat offered by the inspector. "So, elite explorer of the Nephilim, I heard that you have information about the merfolk to offer," said Mirage as she leaned against the desk. "That is true," said Jiang Fei. "Could you please tell me about it?" said Mirage. "I'm sorry, Lady Commissioner. The information at hand is too important that I must talk to your leader," said Jiang Fei as he put on a sad face. Even though he was already inside the Goldwater City, which was considered as the capital of the entire Naga territory, it was still not the core. He needed to be next to the palace, or whatever building that the leader of the Naga was staying to gain access to the holy altar. "Oh my! It seems to me that you wish an audience with the queen herself," said Mirage. "That is correct. I need to speak with the queen," said Jiang Fei. am afraid I cannot allow that. See, you are an outsider, after all, said Mirage with a broken heart. As expected, even though with approved reputation level, no random stranger could just simply talk to the Queen of the Nagas. I see, said Jiang Fei with a solemn expression. He thought that he could at least persuade the female commissioner to allow him since she was already at approved reputation level. Well, in not saying it's impossible. Perhaps if you could do something for me, said Mirage. Please allow me. I shall abide by your request, said Jiang Fei without hesitation. I could use your help in eliminating bandits outside Goldwater City, said Mirage. Ding! Mirage has a quest for you, eliminating the bandits. Would you accept it? Jiang Fei understood what he needed to do when the quest notification popped up on his feed. In order to persuade Mirage to allow him to talk to the Queen, he needed to complete a few quests in order to raise his reputation level. Very well. I shall see this through, said Jiang Fei. If he was talking to a male commissioner, he would take a much longer time to gain his trust. Thank God that the commissioner was a female. That way, he would only need to complete a few quests. By the time he was done, if the commissioner was not married, he could easily sway her heart to follow his every command. I bid thee the best of luck, Mr. Inquisitor, said Mirage as she waved goodbye in a rather seductive manner. Lady Commissioner, I shall complete your request in the fastest speed possible, said Jiang Fei as he bowed before he left. Chapter 642, One is Enough. Jiang Fei followed the quest guide and made his way to the north. After 2 hours of an excruciating swimming session, Jiang Fei finally arrived at a small sea trench. F*CK this SH*T. Jiang Fei roared disgruntledly. That was the first time he felt that the sky-gliding dragon was such a fortune. Although Jiang Fei was given an underwater mount to ride, Jiang Fei could not use it since the EVOL. Sky-gliding dragon had forbidden Jiang Fei to ride on another mount. That was the downside of having an ancient tier mount. Since Jiang Fei could not ride a mount to assist his travels underwater, he had to rely on his own limbs. Not that he was a bad swimmer, it was the fact that he had to swim further than any human ever did. Thank God that the lair of the bandits was not too far away from the Goldwater City. 2 hours of swimming was long, but the thought of swimming back for another 2 hours made Jiang Fei incredibly annoyed. From the edge of the trench, Jiang Fei could see nests that were made using seaweed and rocks. There were a few species of sea folks living down there and most of them were dressed poorly. It was a vast difference between those who lived in the city and those who lived down in the trench. Are these bandits the ones that Mirage wanted me to eradicate? They don't look malicious, said Jiang Fei to himself. Who are you? A frightened voice came from behind when Jiang Fei was looking down. Jiang Fei turned around and found a little head sticking out of a small rock not far from where he stood. Who are you? Jiang Fei asked. I am Crawley, said the little guy who came out. It was the first time Jiang Fei had seen such an odd creature. It was only about 40 centimeters tall and had a huge snail-like shell behind his back. He had a long neck which only made him look identical to a garden snail. Crawley, humanoid, normal, level, 40, health points, 100%, note, low-tier sea folk. Jiang Fei examined the little creature and found that it was so weak that it was not a threat. Only then did he ease up and relaxed. What are you doing here? Said Jiang Fei as he squatted down to talk to the little creature. This is my home. What are you doing here? Said Crawley as he stuck out his neck further, pretending to intimidate Jiang Fei. This is your home? Are you one of the bandits? Said Jiang Fei. Bandits? Crawley cried, horrified, and took several steps back. Are you one of the people who came from the city to kill us? Said Crawley as he got ready to run for his life. Huh, Jiang Fei was stunned. He had scared the little thing without any effort. He had thought that the bandits that he was supposed to kill were more malicious and evil. What? The city people is here to kill us again. Crawley cried from the top of his lungs and ran down the trench. Run for your life, run! Don't look back! If Crawley's cries of terror were the first domino, the chaos that ensued in the trench was the falling of all the domino pieces that grew wilder by the second. Many more of the sea folk that were dressed in tattered clothes rushed out of their seaweed nest and ran further down the trench. What is going on? Jiang Fei was stumped. He had no idea what he should do next. He was only a man. One man against an army of bandits. If they were the real thing, Jiang Fei would be swarmed by them instead of running away. With doubt, Jiang Fei hid his hammer away and leaped down the trench. Once he was inside the trench, a powerful odor overwhelmed him. It was the telltale signs of poverty. The water inside the trench was murky and dirty. Food and excretion were floating around as if both were the same thing. The hygiene in this place was far worse than any place that Jiang Fei had ever known. Jiang Fei fixed his sight on the escaping sea folk and identified that there were many of them were over level 70. There were a few of them, like Crawley, were under level 50. However, no matter how hard Jiang Fei searched, every single one of the sea folk that was running away was normal tier monsters. Why did the city call them bandits when they were just a bunch of cowardly creatures? They are so weak that they would not fight even the weakest Makura's patrolman, said Jiang Fei to himself. Something was wrong and Jiang Fei needed to understand why. Am I at the wrong place? Said Jiang Fei. The first thing Jiang Fei did was to check the quest guide. There was nothing wrong with it. The GPS system in the minimap had indicated that he was in the right place. Nothing is wrong. I am at the right place, said Jiang Fei. Just when he started to doubt the game system, he heard a faint sobbing coming from somewhere behind him. It sounded like someone was crying of fear yet tried their hardest to muffle their voice. It also sounded like the cries of pain. Jiang Fei followed the sound and found Crawley crying his eyes out at one of the destroyed seaweed nests. It seemed that Crawley had gotten his leg crushed by the seaweed nest during the chaos. He was seen biting a piece of thick seaweed, trying his best not to make any noise. When Crawley realized that Jiang Fei was watching him cry, he spat out the seaweed and started crying even louder. Please don't kill me. What? What? Don't kill me, tell me what is going on, said Jiang Fei as he lifted the almost weightless seaweed nest that was crushing Crawley's leg. I'm just a young boy. Please don't kill me. I want to live. I want to grow up, cried the poor little creature. When did I say anything about killing anyone? Said Jiang Fei as he tucked his hands in his pocket. Eh? Crawley gasped. He calmed down a little and stood up. Were you not from the city? Yes, I am from Goldwater City, WAHHH. You are going to kill us all. Crawley went back into a weeping little boy. If you don't stop crying, it'll snap your leg off this moment. Jiang Fei roared angrily. Crawley sucked in a deep breath and tried his best not to cry. Now, tell me, why fear the people from the city? Tell me the truth or it'll snap both your feet off, said Jiang Fei with a pretended angry glare. Crawley was clearly scared down to his very soul, but eventually, he calmed down and explained everything to Jiang Fei. Crawley and the other sea folk were considered as the weakest amongst all the beings that had lived in the sea. Their combat power was close to zero, making them a natural prey to practically anything that could put up a fight. Naturally, to compensate for their lack of combat power, they were gifted with an ultimate power that would prevent the death of their species, the ability to procreate at insane speed. Hence, for a species that could multiply faster than rabbits, it created a problem for the Nagas that lived in the city. With the number of mouths to feed, food around the area became scarce. That was the exact reason why the Naga and other higher-tier sea folk had considered these lower sea folks as bandits. They assumed that these weaker species were deliberately trying to starve the other sea folks. Hence, occasionally, the city would send out a few soldiers to conduct a cleansing to reduce their numbers. It was called as cleansing since they were seen as a pest that would eventually cause harm to other sea folks. Oh my, Jiang Fei had a headache. He could not figure out who was to be blamed for this great misunderstanding. These weaker sea folks had to resort to procreating fast in order to prevent the extinction of their species. It was only a natural counter to being a prey to almost every predator in the sea. However, due to their unchecked procreation, they had caused a draft in resources for other sea folks. It was very much like algae in a pond that would kill fishes due to their overgrowth. To ensure their own survival, the stronger sea folk had to resort to mass killing. Bah! This is truly uncalled for. If he had killed these poor, weaker sea folks, he would be completing the quest and helping the sea folks living in the city. On the other hand, if he had let them go, he would only be troubling the people in the city. Even if he let them go now, there would be other soldiers sent to kill them sooner or later. Am I supposed to teach him the art of contraceptive? Cried Jiang Fei. It was inevitable. It had to be done in order to please both sides. Chapter 643, A Great Find. Jiang Fei was in a fit of rage. How could someone like him, a complete novice, come up with contraceptive plans for these sea folks? When the killing of the sea folks could not even scare them off, how could Jiang Fei solve the problem? Even if he started his plan on educating the sea folk about practicing the standard one-child policy and population control, it would take ages before the result would be visible. In the end, he had a plan. Another plan to save him a lot of time and trouble. He persuaded Crawley to talk to the other sea folk. He wanted Crawley to spread the word, "Leave and you will be spared." "Are you really going to let us go?" said Crawley with disbelief. He had seen sea folks of the Gold Water City killing the lot of them without even saying a word. "I will, but only if everyone leaves. If I see anyone left behind, I will eliminate everyone you know." Jiang Fei snarled like a lion. "Wah! Thank you very much," said Crawley as he got up to his feet and quickly ran to the trench to join his friends and to inform them of the good news. "He is sparing us. Praise the Lord! He is our Messiah. How benevolent is he! We must not trouble the Great One anymore. Let's leave this instance. Go! Let's go! No time to pack. We've got nothing at home anyways." After a while, everyone started to come back to the top of the trench to pay Jiang Fei their respects before leaving the trench. They truly had nothing. None of them went back to their nest, for they had nothing but themselves to rely on. Jiang Fei did not really care about the inferior species. Even if they had built their nests somewhere else and troubled another city, it would not be his problem anymore. As of now, he was relieved that he did not have to resort to killing those weaklings. Now, even though Jiang Fei had deviated from the original quest objective, the system still considered it as completed, since the main objective was to eliminate the presence of the bandits from Goldwater City. Since they had left, the problem was solved. For Jiang Fei, he considered it as an absolute win. Mirage would have shared the same opinion, since all they wanted was to have the food supply near the Goldwater City, all for the city itself. After he was done with Crawley and his merry little friends, Jiang Fei turned around and made his way back to Goldwater City. What a load of crap. It took me like 10 minutes to finish the job, but I have to swim for 4 hours. Jiang Fei roared into the nothingness to vent his frustration. Having no mount under the sea was truly devastating. Back in the Coral Building, the guards and officers allowed Jiang Fei to waltz in, since they knew that Mr. Inquisitor was in good terms with the Commissioner. Since he was going to the Commissioner's bidding, it was best to let him roam around freely. "You have not failed my expectations. Good job in eliminating the inferior bandits who were terrorizing my city," said Mirage with a smile that could outshine the sun. If not for the fact that she was a Naga, Jiang Fei might have fallen hard for her. Having to kill over thousands of bandits, albeit being inferior and weak, was a work of wonder. However, she might have a different thought if she knew that Jiang Fei had only needed to scare them off to solve the problem. Ding! Eliminating the bandit quest has been completed. Obtained 8,500,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, 3,000 reputation points with Lady Mirage, and 500 Naga race reputation points. A green light flashed on Mirage's character, indicating that her reputation level with Jiang Fei had increased from approved to respect. The painful truth was that Jiang Fei was not as intimidating as he thought he was. In fact, Throughout the years surviving in this fish-eat-fish world, the weak had learned to run while the strong preyed on the weak. That was why when Jiang Fei had benevolently offered them to flee, the inferior sea folks ran for their lives without looking back. It was a trait that was embedded deep in their DNA. "I have completed thy bidding. May I speak to the queen now?" said Jiang Fei. "I'm afraid not. You may have earned my trust, but it would take more than trust to talk to the queen," said Mirage as she laid her hands on the desk. "Ugh. Just cough out whatever you want me to do." Jiang Fei thought to himself. He was getting sick of swimming around. "What must I do to meet the great queen?" said Jiang Fei. "One more. Just one more favor." Mirage raised a finger. "Please, I will do whatever it takes to have an audience with the queen," said Jiang Fei. In order to infiltrate the core of the Naga race, he had to raise the reputation level of Mirage to admire. "It is but a simple favor. Find the dragon turtle and fetch me its shell," said Mirage. "Ding! Mirage has a quest for you, finding the dragon turtle. Would you accept it? Very well. I shall retrieve the shell of the dragon turtle," said Jiang Fei as he quickly left Mirage on her own. It was dangerous to be with her too long. Who knows what she would ask him to do next? Jiang Fei came out of the coral building and examined the quest description. It was not a difficult quest as he was only required to travel to a certain place and kill a certain level 75 leader tier boss. However, since it was easy, the quest reward was just as cheap. If not for gaining reputation points, Jiang Fei would not be completing the quest. Not by a long shot. Right then, at the thought of swimming again, Jiang Fei quickly glanced at the time and gave up on completing the quest that day since he had less than 30 minutes left. The server was about to shut down in 30 minutes. Swimming across the sea to where the dragon turtle is would take Jiang Fei about 1 hour or more. Might as well call it a day and continue tomorrow. With whatever time left, Jiang Fei went to the city and did a little window shopping. Even though he saw many intriguing items, they did not appear to have any purpose or effect. The next day, Jiang Fei woke up and made his preparations to search for the ship fragment. 0541, since it's early. "Let's widen the search area," said Jiang Fei. Bored out of his mind, Jiang Fei felt that he should focus on finding the ship fragment as soon as possible. "At your command, Captain." After breakfast, Jiang Fei left the icy hole that he made and begun to hover across the icy tundra. Even though Jiang Fei had widened the search area and even put in more hours in searching, he came back empty-handed. Just when he was about to make another hole in the mountain to rest, 0541 made a discovery. "Signal detected," cried 0541. "What is it?" "Is it the main engine?" cried Jiang Fei. "I'm not sure." "Please make your way towards 0800 direction 75 kilometers. All right." Jiang Fei hopped onto the hoverboard and flew straight towards the destination. "Captain! I have found a ship fragment and it has a similar signal to the main engine. However, I cannot be sure until I am in direct contact with the fragment." Finally, after a whole day of a long search, 0541 reported a good find. Chapter 644, Phoenix, reunited again. "No time to check, let's just get down to it," cried Jiang Fei. At this point, Jiang Fei would be satisfied with any part of the ship. It has been too long since he obtained a new ship part. It would be nice to have the main engine room now. 0541 materialized the earth mover that he had used once before and started to dig into the ice. Digging through solid ice was much slower than digging through dirt. The extreme temperature of the environment only slowed down the machine. Even so, Jiang Fei was excited. As he dug, 0541 would report the depth of their position and the distance between the ship part to avoid crashing into it. 200 meters, 150. 110, 5 meters. Jiang Fei stopped operating the machine as soon as he was 5 meters away from the fragment. 0541 then materialized a hand shovel which Jiang Fei then used to crack and chip the ice away. 1 meter in, Jiang Fei suddenly changed his mind. Instead of using the shovel to slowly chip away the ice, he used the Chengying sword instead. With origin force imbued into the sword, Jiang Fei sliced and diced his way through the ice. 0541 helped to remove the smaller ice cubes that Jiang Fei cut to allow more space for Jiang Fei to work with. Captain, you are getting close. We are currently adjacent to the ship. It would be best for you to start making your way towards the side instead of downwards. All right, said Jiang Fei as he changed the direction of which he was clearing a path. 0541 projected a mental image into Jiang Fei's mind to inform him of the rough estimation of his current position. Like a mini-map in his mind, Jiang Fei carefully carved his way across the ice and made his way towards the entrance of the ship. In no time at all, Jiang Fei was able to see a silvery metal plating behind a thin layer of ice in front of him. He then infused very little origin force on the blade and carefully carved the ice and not the ship. Huh? What is this? This does not look like an engine, cried Jiang Fei when he was done excavating the ship. It was smaller than he had imagined as it was only half the size of a shop lot. 0541, is this the main engine room? Jiang Fei asked. If the ship's laboratory was already a few hundred meters long, shouldn't the engine be much larger than that? Captain, I'm afraid this is not the engine room. This is only a storage unit that was attached to the main engine room, said 0541. Even 0541 sounded frustrated. The storage unit was part of the main engine room, which explained why it had a similar signal. It was not discovered until Jiang Fei had physically made contact with it. Oh well. Although I did lower my expectations, this is still too much, cried Jiang Fei in disappointment. Open it, it better has something useful. Yes, Captain, beep beep. Chack shhhh. The metallic door slid open and boxes of storage containers were inside. What are these? Said Jiang Fei. As far as he could tell, it looked like regular boxes that were used to store small objects, like cardboard boxes. Rejoice, Captain. Although this is not the main engine room, we have found the fuel cells, cried 0541. Fuel cells. Jiang Fei went inside the storage unit and found many boxes that were thrown around the storage. They were supposed to be arranged neatly in the racks on the side. It was thrown out of the racks during entry of the Earth. Jiang Fei took one of the boxes and with 0541's instructions, he opened it. Inside the boxes were at least 10 1-inch size crystals. The crystals felt solid and were colorless. Even though they were the energy crystals that 0541 had mentioned before, he could not feel anything from it. Are you sure these are energy crystals? Affirmative. It is only normal for you to not feel anything from it. These energy crystals are stable in this condition but can emit powerful energy in certain conditions. If you could feel the energy leaking out of the crystals, it only means that it is defective and would be very dangerous. In the worst-case scenario, a faulty energy crystal would get unstable and explode with the force of a nuclear bomb. I see, said Jiang Fei. Captain, let's take all the energy crystals here. With the amount of energy here, we could last for a long time before we find the main engine room, said 0541. Oh, but this is only a small storage unit? How much power are we talking about? The total energy here in this storage unit is at least 10 times more than the total amount of energy you had gathered since the start, King Hell. These could power the entire Earth for several lifetimes, cried Jiang Fei. Compared to this room of energy crystals, the large warehouse filled with thousands and thousands of uranium was nothing but a small AAA battery. After Jiang Fei stored all the energy crystals into the ring, he asked 0541 with great excitement, so, do we have enough power to revive Isabella? I'm sorry, Captain. We have far too little power if you want to create a level 5 biohuman. What? How? Jiang Fei was stunned. Just when he thought that he had found a solution, he was dropped with a bucket of cold water. Captain, it is a level 5 biohuman. Level 5. The current power reserves are only at 35%. On the other hand, if you wish to make level 4 biohumans, we can start straight away. In fact, we can even make large quantities. No. That's not what I want, said Jiang Fei. He knew that a level 5 biohuman would require so much power that he could not possibly gather it in such a short amount of time. The Japanese had imported so much uranium that it caused a mild global panic. However, after visiting Japan for so many times, he had failed to find or detect any high radiation hotspots. Now that he thought of it, it seems that the Japanese had used up almost all the imported nuclear material to make Phoenix. I'm good now. Let us keep up the search. If there's one here, there could be more storage units hidden elsewhere. Perhaps we could even find the main engine room, said Jiang Fei as an attempt to self-console. No matter how long it would take, he will gather enough energy to make Isabella a level 5 biohuman body. Having to find something that was useful even though it was not the main engine, Jiang Fei left the place with a better mood. However, it seemed that the discovery of the energy crystals had exhausted Jiang Fei's luck as he failed to find anything else for after 3 hours. I'm going to rest a bit, said Jiang Fei as he found himself a flat area to set up shop. Instead of the open field, he found himself a small ice mountain that could block the freezing winds and rest against the mountain. He took out several energy bars that he stocked up and ate them. It was the best sort of food with the highest nutrition content. Just as he was eating through his third energy bar, 0541's proximity alarm blared at the highest volume. Warning! Omega level being detected. Captain! Evasion measures recommended, AC. Jiang Fei swallowed what was in his mouth and prepared to fight. The only people that 0541 would dub as an Omega level being would be level 5 metahuman. In a blink of an eye, a white silvery light flashed in front of him and Phoenix appeared. Oh! It's you! You gave me a terrible scare there, said Jiang Fei as he relaxed. Chapter 645, Phoenix's Downfall. As soon as Jiang Fei relaxed, he immediately noticed something was wrong. The usual dominating aura that she emanated was gone, or rather, it was messy. As long as he could remember, her eyes were supposed to be silver. Yet this time, her eyes were flickering constantly between blue and silver. She was writhing in pain. That explained the powerful aura around her convulsing randomly without control. A level 5 metahuman would be able to control their presence to the point where they could stand next to another metahuman without revealing their power. Phoenix was not doing great at that since her powers were getting out of control. It was so powerful that even a normal human could feel the power she was emitting. By the looks of it, even a monkey could understand that something was terribly wrong with her. What's wrong with you? Jiang Fei asked. I don't know. Hell help me, cried Phoenix. It was the first time Jiang Fei had seen Phoenix in such a state. She was in a state of confusion and pain. Nothing like he had ever seen. Hey! Wait, just when Jiang Fei got close to her, Phoenix collapsed and fell to the icy cold ground. Wake up! Phoenix! Jiang Fei cried as he shook her body violently to wake her up. However, no matter how hard he tried, she would not wake up. 0541, analyze, yes, Captain. I have detected a powerful surge of energy from inside her body. It seems unnatural, as if the energy inside her was trying to get out. The most likely cause is the loss of control of her own power, resulting in a surge of power that cannot be stopped, said 0541. Loss of control? How is that possible? Is there a way to control her powers externally? Said Jiang Fei. Phoenix was his one and only trump card left that could actually make a difference. Without her, Jiang Fei would be vulnerable. Power surge. Uncontrollable power. Could it be berserk? I have read something like this happening in novels. Perhaps if I could do the same as the protagonist did to the victim. If I could only adjust her yin and yang energy inside her, perhaps balance could be achieved, said Jiang Fei to himself. Oh my God! Am I going to do that with her to save her life? No! We are only acquaintance. Nothing more. I cannot sacrifice my first time with someone whom I'd only seen once or twice. What if she returned to normal and decide to kill me for tainting her body, said Jiang Fei as he started to dwell in his fantasy delusion. Captain, please stop having nonsensical thoughts, cried 0541 when Jiang Fei was thinking of obscene acts in his mind. Ah, Captain. Novels are pure fiction and some coincidence are purely coincidence. Nothing more. How could you even think of copulation at this moment? Pervert. Is there a parasite in your brain? Said 0541 rather angrily. Since it was only an artificial intelligence, it did not have a filter for insults. Oops, said Jiang Fei as he blushed. Dimwit! Look at her! She's at the brink of death and you are still thinking about sticking it in. How desperate are you? If I did not stop you, you might have gotten your mail junk burnt from the excessive energy. I'm fine now. All right. Knock it off. Sheesh. Anyway, how do you suppose we save her? Jiang Fei diverted the topic. There's nothing that we can do to save her. Whatever is happening cannot be stopped, said 0541 with no hesitation. Although there was an underlying meaning behind 0541's words, but Jiang Fei was too preoccupied to notice it. What do you mean? That I do nothing and let things run its course? That is correct. Can't you do something? I mean, you could put up a shield to block a powerful attack and even save me from a psychic attack. Can't you just siphon the power from her? Said Jiang Fei. No, said 0541. Its voice was indeed cheerful and delighted as if it was anticipating Phoenix's death. Sigh, it's fine. I know that I am beyond help. There's no need to force that little fella to help me, said Phoenix as she suddenly woke up. Surprisingly, her eyes were now blue as the ocean. Is it Jenny that I'm talking to now? Or is it still Phoenix? Said Jiang Fei as he helped her up. Phoenix could hear the mental conversation between him and 0541, yet Phoenix's eyes were silver. Whatever you call me matters not anymore. I am going soon, said Phoenix softly. What happened to you? Did someone do this to you? Tell me who it is, said Jiang Fei. No. It's me. My body, what? I don't understand, said Jiang Fei. However, before he said anything, Phoenix reached out her frail fingers and placed them softly on Jiang Fei's lips. Ah. Just shut up and listen to me. I don't have much time left. Seems that my time in this world is but short. Even so, I am aware of the conflict of the world, including the Chinese Martial Artist Alliance and the Mutant Brotherhood. War is inevitable, and the mutants have the upper hand. Even so, I know who you are and your little friend inside your head. I know the miracles that you can achieve. So, here I am, on my dying bed. I plead thee for one thing, say it. Name whatever you want, and I shall do my best to give it to you, cried Jiang Fei. Even though he knew that what he could do was insignificant compared to what Phoenix could, he would still do it if it could save her life. Moreover, she had saved him when his parents were kidnapped. If she had not appeared to present herself to the kidnappers of the Soaring Cloud sect, he might not be breathing in the icy tundra then. Heh. You are funny as you are witty. I won't ask for things that are impossible. I only wanted you to give my brother a chance to live his life, said Phoenix with eyes that could persuade even the coldest of men. Yes. I promise you that, said Jiang Fei. Schroeder was only a low-level 4 mutant with a low rank in the Mutant Brotherhood. His presence in the war between the mutants and the martial artists would be insignificant. I would not ask something without giving you anything in return, Phoenix smiled. I remembered that you had collected the dead bodies of level 4 metahumans. Although I do not know what you did with them, I can only assume that you had made good use of the bodies. Hence, I am offering you my body. After my death, I am yours to take. Literally. Do what you want with me, said Phoenix. No! This is too, cried Jiang Fei, but he was cut off by Phoenix. Heh. What good can my body do if I'm gone? As I said, I am yours. You may discard me here in this icy world of your, or even bury me, like the others. Jiang Fei was at the verge of crying. He would never think that he would react that way. Using other human bodies or beastly creature to make biopotion to strengthen himself was nothing. However, this is the body of his friend. With the little strength she had, she raised her hand and caressed Jiang Fei's face and said, "Shame. I'd never properly look at you before. If I did, I might even fall for you. If only I knew. I would have come for you. I cannot." Phoenix, before Jiang Fei could even finish her words, her hands dropped to the ground as her eyes closed. At the same time, 0541 voice came blaring in his mind. "Captain! Run!" Before Jiang Fei could react, 0541 unleashed a powerful energy barrier that forcefully pulled him away from Phoenix. Crack! Even though she had died, her body was crackling with power. Her body was shaking violently, like something inside was desperately trying to get out. In the next second, golden lightning cracked from her body and destroyed all that is around her. That was the breaking point of the energy inside her. With Phoenix's downfall, there was nothing holding the absurd amount of power back. At that one single moment, everything was unleashed. Chapter 646, 0541's plan. After lightning, a powerful wind came in like a storm. After that, the earth, or rather, the ice around her began to shake violently. Everything around her was turbulent, and it did not stop there. The area of the devastation was expanding by the second, and Jiang Fei was only able to escape with 0541 directing him. The catastrophic event lasted for 2 hours, and Jiang Fei had to move 5 kilometers away. After the storm had ended, Jiang Fei returned to the origin, where Phoenix's body lay motionless. Even though she had caused all the destruction, she was lying on a block of ice, floating in the frigid cold sea. She looked calm and peaceful, like a sleeping beauty. 0541, "Can you explain her death?" said Jiang Fei. It was only then when he realized that everything that happened to her was unexplainable. How could she, a level 5 ultimate metahuman, could die by her own hands? Her death was already determined, said 0541 with a heavy sigh. Determined? By who? Who caused that? Asked Jiang Fei without expecting an answer. It was said that level 5 metahumans were so powerful that they could find ways to extend their lifespans by up to 1,000 years. However, that only applies to a natural level 5. Phoenix was originally just Jenny, a normal level 3 metahuman. If there was someone to blame, it was the Japanese. They had toyed with things that they did not fully understand. They had only touched the surface of planet Namek's technology and made an imperfect level 5 biohuman. Phoenix may appear powerful, but the energy that was injected into her was killing her slowly. It was only due to her powerful determination that she was kept alive, till now. That was why she sometimes lost her powers and Jenny's memories came surging back into her mind. 0541 explained that Phoenix had died by her own hands. There were so many things that were happening at the same time, and it proved too much for Phoenix to handle. First, she had conflicting personalities inside her mind. Just as she could hold onto her own conscience, she was barely able to hold the false power that was inside her. As soon as both consciousnesses were gone, there was nothing holding back the power that did not belong to her. At that moment, everything went out of control. Right now, she was dead. Both Jenny and Phoenix. "I shall give her a proper burial," said Jiang Fei as he picked up Phoenix's cold body. "Captain, if I may." "You must not waste such a precious specimen," said 0541. He wanted to make use of Phoenix's body since she had offered herself to Jiang Fei. The truth was that 0541 could have saved Phoenix before she gave up the will to live. However, 0541's thinking was different from regular humans. It was without emotions. 0541 had only prioritized the survivability of its captain. At that critical moment, 0541 decided to allow Phoenix to die since it could make good use of her dead body. However, if 0541 did not stop Jiang Fei from burying Phoenix, 0541 would have lost the body of a level 5 metahuman. Not only did Jiang Fei lose a powerful trump card, but 0541 would also lose that body of hers to make a level 5 biohuman. I will not allow you to use her as an ingredient. Jiang Fei roared from the top of his lungs. Captain, I never said anything about using her to make anything, whatever. I'm sure you are going to use her to make something else, Jiang Fei snarled. Captain, did you forget the main purpose of finding the main engine of Braveheart? To make a level 5 body for Isabella to live again, cried Jiang Fei instantly. That is correct. So, what are you holding so dearly in your hands? Why are you hesitating to revive Isabella? Said 0541. No. But, Jiang Fei fumbled with his words. He wanted to revive Isabella, but he did not want to use his friend's body. Captain. If I recall correctly, Phoenix herself gave you her consent to use her body as you see fit. It is not that I want to use her body for something else, but think of it this way, we are trying to give her a chance to live again. Only differently. Humans could save other humans even after death. It is called organ donation. Phoenix did the best she could. She donated her entire body, said 0541. It was his plan all along. Lying about helping Phoenix was the first move of his chessboard, and this was the final decisive step. If Jiang Fei did not give his permission, 0541 would lose the huge opportunity to best support Jiang Fei. It went against its protocol as a captain supporting system. Saving someone else, Jiang Fei muttered. Jiang Fei thought that 0541 advice was right. 0541 was not going to destroy her body to make potion, it was trying to save Isabella's by transplanting her soul into the body of Phoenix. It was indeed a means of saving. Perhaps, by doing so, he was doing a favor for the late Phoenix. Very well, what is the next step to revive Isabella? Said Jiang Fei after he had given enough thought. In the end, Isabella was too important for Jiang Fei to lose. Captain. I suggest we revive Ariel first instead of Isabella, said 0541. It was intentional. 0541 only used Isabella as a means to persuade Jiang Fei to use the body of Phoenix. Now that he had come to terms in using her body, 0541 then changed the direction of his plan. Huh? Why is that? Jiang Fei was genuinely confused. Given the circumstances, he would want to revive Isabella first. Captain, Phoenix had only just reborn into a level 5 body. In fact, she was reborn into a body with many defects and flaws. Given that I have the medical bay, I can fix the defects, but I cannot further enhance her potential. She will forever be stuck in a body that would never progress further than the beginner stage of level 5, 0541 explained. Makes sense, said Jiang Fei as he nodded. The Japanese had not perfected that technology, and anything that they made was faulty from the start. Captain, the reason I have suggested we revive Ariel first is to find a perfect body for Isabella. Since Phoenix's main attribute was lightning and psychic attacks, this body of hers would fit Ariel perfectly. Phoenix's body was not suitable for close-quarter combat, which is Isabella's forte. It would be a waste to let Isabella take Phoenix's body. I see, 0541's plan was a success. Jiang Fei was fully convinced to use Phoenix's body to revive Ariel. It was far easier to convince Jiang Fei step by step instead of jumping straight to the point. If he had initially persuaded Jiang Fei to revive Ariel, he might reject that notion and even the idea of using Phoenix's body. Captain, do not forget that we still have a level 5 alien beast in our hands. If you revive Ariel first, we would have a level 5 supporter. With her and the Zhanlu sword, she would easily slice off a huge chunk of flesh from the level 5 alien beast. With the super regeneration, the alien beast is an unending source of level 5 material. When we find the main engine room, we could technically create the true perfected level 5 body for Isabel. That's true. Very well, I'll heed your advice, said Jiang Fei. Even though he was not doing a favor for Ariel, she was still able to survive with Phoenix's body. It was all because Jiang Fei had prioritized Isabella above anyone else. Chapter 647, The Mysterious Box, Captain, I need your verbal permission to store Phoenix's body into the ring and start the entire process, said 0541. This was the last step in 0541's plan. Once Jiang Fei gave the green light, 0541 could finally start turning things around. "I'm invoking my rights as the captain to order you to revive Ariel," said Jiang Fei. As soon as he said that, Phoenix's body glowed with a cloud of particles and was absorbed into the ring. There was nothing to hold back, even though that body was once his friend. She was gone and had given her consent to do whatever he wants with her. Command received. Body adjustment estimate time of arrival is 72 hours. Consciousness transplant will commence after. Estimated time of arrival is 24 hours. Total estimated time until Ariel's revival is 96 hours. Phew, Jiang Fei relaxed immediately and sat down. It would be 4 days until he could hear her voice again. If everything goes right with Ariel, reviving Isabella should be a piece of cake. "Captain, I have a suggestion for you, which requires your permission once more," said 0541. Its plan was supposedly completed, but there was a development that could further help Jiang Fei to get stronger. "What is it, Captain? Since we have obtained a body for Ariel to live in, you can now use the flesh that you have collected so far to make something else. We have already secured the level 5 alien beast, that's not a question," said Jiang Fei. "I am saying that until you can find the engine room, you would not have enough energy to make the perfect body for Isabella. Since energy is the last thing you need to start the process, I recommend using the already obtained flesh of the level 5 alien beast to make bio-potions for yourself," said 0541 happily. 0541's original plan stopped at obtaining permission to use Phoenix's body to revive Ariel. Since there was no need for anything else, 0541 thought that the obtained flesh could be used for Jiang Fei himself. That's true. Why keep something that is rotten when I can have a fresh one off the bat," said Jiang Fei. "The alien beast may be intelligent, but it is still a beast in the end. Like cows and chicken. Jiang Fei would not feel bad about killing them to sustain himself." After granting 0541 permission again, all the chunks of flesh stored in the ring was used to make the potion. The process will take less than a day. Be it Ariel or the potion, Jiang Fei did not expect anything to be completed in an instant. Hence, he continued his search around the North Pole. For the entire afternoon and early evening, Jiang Fei searched a large area of the North Pole and found nothing. He had searched almost the entirety of the huge continent but had not found a second ship part. When night came early, Jiang Fei made a new cave for himself and slept. In the game, Jiang Fei appeared in the city and continued his way to find the dragon turtle. After 2 hours of swimming, Jiang Fei arrived at the location the guide had led him to. "Sheesh. No wonder its name is Dragon Turtle," cried Jiang Fei when he finally saw what he was dealing with. The dragon turtle was so huge that it could easily stomp a small underwater hill. However, even though it was huge, it was only a level 75 leader tier boss. He did not even need the help of Isabella to kill him. Besides having high defense, it did nothing else but claw at Jiang Fei. There was nothing special but its size. Jiang Fei charged him with lifesteal demon form and killed it in less than half a minute. He pried off a large chunk of the turtle's shell as proof of his task completion and headed back. "What am I now? A delivery boy? A postman? Courier service, hello, how do you do? Can I help you take something that requires me to swim for King 4 hours?" Jiang Fei was constantly complaining along the way. The quest was too easy, but the travel time was ridiculously long. "Lady Mirage, here is the shell that you have requested," said Jiang Fei as he handed over the piece of shell. "Ah! Thank you very much, Mr. Inquisitor. This is what I needed," cried Mirage as she received the turtle shell and placed it on the corner of her desk as decoration. Ding! Finding the Dragon Turtle quest has been completed. Obtained 1,500,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, 2,000 reputation points with Lady Mirage. As expected, since the quest was too easy, the reward was nothing but scraps. While the reputation points was good, the rest could not even make up for the time he wasted in swimming alone. "Lady Mirage, can I be of more service to you?" said Jiang Fei as he realized that he needed more reputation points to push Mirage's reputation level to infatuated. "Actually, there is. I have a personal request that only you could help me," said Mirage as she smiled. She then pulled out a tiny jewelry box and handed over to Jiang Fei. "This box contained a secret letter that I need you to deliver to someone in the Dragon's Bay, Lady Astrea," said Mirage. When Jiang Fei reached out to fetch the box, Mirage held his hand close and winked. "This goes without saying, but—" "No peeking. Very well, I shall make haste," said Jiang Fei. Alas, Jiang Fei became the courier delivery boy that he complained about. After storing the box, Jiang Fei left the coral building. As he frowned about the quest, he took the box out and examined it. In a normal delivery mission, the items that the NPCs asked for delivery would serve as a key item that was worthless as dust. However, the box in Jiang Fei's hand was different. The box was not sealed properly, and the letter could be opened. "What could it be?" said Jiang Fei to himself. Even though Mirage told him not to peek, it only made Jiang Fei more curious about the content of the letter and the box. Maybe a peek would not harm. Chapter 648, Spilling the Beans. Jiang Fei had that thought in his mind for quite some time, and as he swam through the sea, the curiosity inside him was blowing up. 40 minutes into the journey, his curiosity got the better of him. "Arg! Might as well open it and see. I would be failing the quest, but it won't matter as I can farm more reputation easily," said Jiang Fei as he gave up and took the box out. He opened the box and took out the letter. At that moment, he had second thoughts about it, but still, not knowing what was written in the letter made him even more curious. PSHH. He tore the letter open and took out the paper. At that moment, he was relieved. The letter was opened and there was no turning back from it. Even the quest notification had popped up telling him that he had failed the quest. "What sort of stuff is written in here?" said Jiang Fei to himself as he sat down on the ocean floor and unfolded the letter. "What the hell? Thank God I can read ancient elven language." Jiang Fei roared as he finished reading the letter. It was written in ancient elven language since the Naga race was once an ancient elven race themselves. After he had read the letter, he was angry. It was a letter that was written for Mirage's close friend and perhaps lover. The content of the letter was about Jiang Fei. In the letter, Mirage has described Jiang Fei as a little feisty Nephilim man that was both attractive and alluring. Just so happens that the new queen of Nado was still single during her ascension to the throne. Mirage wanted Astrea to see Jiang Fei and test him. If Jiang Fei passed the test, Mirage and Astrea would get together and give Jiang Fei to the queen. Unlike the common society, the Nado was ruled and governed by females. It was only natural for them to have more than one male partner. In this situation, Jiang Fei was going to be wrapped up and fashioned into a gift for the queen. "Crap! This is not the outcome I'd expected," said Jiang Fei. In a fit of rage, Jiang Fei tore the letter apart and scattered the pieces of paper onto the ocean floor. Although he wanted to be as close as he could to the holy altar, he did not want to be wrapped and fashioned into a gift for the queen. It was beyond reasonable. "I cannot forgive that snake. F***ck. Jiang Fei roared. Since there was no one around to comfort Jiang Fei and advise him, Jiang Fei stormed back and barged into Mirage's office without anyone stopping him. "Oh! You're back. That's very fast of you," said Mirage as she failed to notice the burning rage in Jiang Fei's eye. "Humph," Jiang Fei scoffed and tossed the now empty jewelry box on her desk. "Oh! My. You're being a little naughty here," said Mirage as she smirked playfully instead of owning up to her mistake. "Enough, you dared to plot against me," Jiang Fei roared. My. There's no need to be so feisty there," said Mirage as she walked slowly towards Jiang Fei and gracefully caressed his face. "Get your scaly hands off me." Jiang Fei snarled and shoved her hands away. Even though he did not want to admit it, her hands were soft and smooth. Despite being an Overlord tier NPC, Jiang Fei was still throwing a tantrum at her. Are you still mad? The Queen will like you very much. Even if she doesn't, I'd still like you, said Mirage as she wrapped Jiang Fei with her long tail and rested her face on his chest. You dash. Didn't you want the information I have about the merfolk? Said Jiang Fei. When he was still clouded by rage, he had failed to notice that Mirage had completely wrapped around him. He could not even move his hands. Ha! My silly little inquisitor. Of course, you would know about them. You were sent here by that foolish little Elric. Isn't that right, my little baby doll? Said Mirage as she playfully pressed her fingers and traced around Jiang Fei's chest. Although she revealed her knowledge of Jiang Fei's identity, she was not angry. On the other hand, she was expressing an emotion of desire. Shoot! Jiang Fei was stunned. He had never thought that the Naga knew his identity. Or perhaps they had a spy in the merfolk community. My handsome one, what more could you say for yourself? Said Mirage as she could not help but rub her face against Jiang Fei's cheek. So, it seems you have only been playing with me. My feelings, said Jiang Fei on a whim. It was then he realized the reason why she would always send Jiang Fei far away for her quest. It was only a prank. Handsome one, let us not dwell on this matter. If only you weren't being a curious little lad, I would have spent more time with you, said Mirage. Jiang Fei was confused. However, he could not help but feel like a butterfly trapped in the web of a spider. You dash! Just when he was about to speak his mind, he had realized that she was too powerful. However, there was always a way around with a girl like her. She might have something planned for him. Right now, he was trapped and there was no way to fight out of this. The best move now was to play along with her. Let me go. I have something to talk about with you, said Jiang Fei softly. Oh my! I'd never known that you had such a gentleman in you. However, I don't hate it. Since Jiang Fei could easily fall for her trap, Mirage did not worry about Jiang Fei could do to her. Gently, she uncoiled herself and let Jiang Fei go free. My lady Mirage, are you perhaps with a man? Said Jiang Fei. Oh, my sweet little handsome one, aren't you a little greedy to desire me? What's the matter? Did you want to have a moment with someone else before you were with the Queen? Said Mirage as she chuckled. It was considered as the norm since female Nagas were open to having many partners. Couldn't you tell me? Said Jiang Fei as he pretended to be desperate. My. I am but unbound by any. Although the time we spent together was short, I would not mind having you with me. If you want, I can even have you tonight, said Mirage as she playfully circled around Jiang Fei whilst tracing her finger around Jiang Fei's body. Anything but that. Perhaps I could still be of service to you. In exchange, please do not send me to the Queen. That is my offer, said Jiang Fei. Ho! Mirage held her steps and faced Jiang Fei directly. Very well. I accept your offer. However, you would not be leaving my office. What Mirage wanted was simple. She would only play with Jiang Fei and treat him like a jester. As long as he remained in her office, he would not be able to do anything. Until the day she had enough of him, Jiang Fei would not be able to do anything against her. Thank you, Lady Mirage, said Jiang Fei with a smirk. So, he would be trapped with Mirage for some time. So, he would be forced to do some quests that he might not like. However, as long as the quest increased her reputation level, the day shall come when Mirage herself would be begging for Jiang Fei to stay with her. Until that day comes, Jiang Fei must remain strong. Chapter 649, Reputation Reached. As soon as Jiang Fei agreed to Mirage's term, she began to tease him with all sorts of rubbish quests. The first was to have him pick beautiful shells outside the city. Next, she had him catch sea monkeys in the city garden while she watched him. Go get him! It's getting away! Ho ho ho! Mirage laughed at Jiang Fei's silly demeanor as he tried to catch the agile sea monkeys. Just you wait. When you reach infatuated, it'll be having my revenge. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Even though he was pretending to have fun while entertaining the female commissioner, he was having the worst time of his life. It was both humiliating and degrading. All the previous female NPC reputation quests were mostly serious quests related to certain incidents. This was the first time he had to take on stupid, retarded, and meaningless quests. Having to catch sea monkeys was infuriating but still acceptable for him. This was the reason why Jiang Fei did not want to court girls. He would not be able to accept such a fate. However, this time, he had to do it as it was vital for him to get Mirage to reach infatuated. Ding! Catching sea monkeys quest has been completed. You have earned 1,000 reputation points with Mirage. Simple quest comes with little reward. Worse of all, Mirage was treating Jiang Fei just like a slave. That is why there were no experience points or even gold coins for the reward. For your next order, I want you to dance for me, said Mirage as she leaned against a bench under a tree in the park. Why, you little, what? You want do it? That's all right with me. Seems that I could send you to the queen, said Mirage as she smiled eerily. Gur. Fine. I'll dance. But this is only for you, cried Jiang Fei as he bit down his pride and started to dance around like a fool. He was halfway through the reputation level, a little bit more and he would reach the maximum reputation level. How could he give up now? Good moves. I like it. Ha ha ha. Mirage laughed as she clapped her hands to match Jiang Fei's rhythm. To be honest, Jiang Fei did not know how to dance. All he did was move around randomly with his feet and hands. It was horrendous to look at, but Mirage did not care about that. All she wanted was to torture him. That was why she was so happy. Ding! Dancing for Joy quest has been completed. You have earned 1,000 reputation points with Mirage. Sigh. Watching you entertaining me sure is tiring. Come, I want you to give me a back massage, said Mirage as gestured with her fingers to have Jiang Fei come closer. Ding! Mirage as a quest for you, massaging the beauty. Will you accept it? Sure thing, my lady. Shall I go for the joints as well? Said Jiang Fei while enduring the rage in his heart. As Mirage's reputation level was approaching admire, the quests that she gave out had become more and more outrageous. After an ordeal of torturing quests, Mirage finally reached the second last stage of reputation level. He had only needed 1,000 more reputation points to make her fall in love with him. Come closer to me. I want you to feed me, said Mirage as she wrapped her arms around Jiang Fei. Ding! Mirage has a quest for you, pampering the lady. Will you accept it? It will be my pleasure, said Jiang Fei through his teeth. It was the last quest that she will ever give out. Not that she knows it anyway. Jiang Fei took a piece of grape from the fruit basket next to Mirage and after peeling the skin off, he held the fruit closer to her succulent lips. Mirage licked the grape out of Jiang Fei's fingers and chewed on it ever so seductively. This is not enough. I want you to feed me, not with your fingers, but with your own lips. Excuse me? Jiang Fei was thrown. Is that a no? I'm afraid you don't have much of a choice here, my lovely little handsome, said Mirage as she whispered into his ears that made his hair stand. Without waiting for an answer, Mirage took an unpeeled grape and placed it on Jiang Fei's lips. There, that wasn't that hard, said Mirage as she smiled. If only you had been obedient since the start, I wouldn't have treated you harshly, said Mirage as she traced her fingers down to his chin. You're so cute, said Mirage as she suddenly came in and kissed Jiang Fei on his lips. Ugh, Jiang Fei flinched hard. *T. How could the developers make this sort of behavior? This is considered as rape. If it was the other way around, the system would have flagged that sort of behavior and smite the player with a bolt of powerful sure-kill lightning. Jiang Fei thought to himself as he was kissed. Unfortunately for him, there was nothing he could do to stop her. She had placed a binding spell on him. There was no way he could evade her. Nothing. Never would I have myself forcefully kissed by a lady. She must be a sadist. Jiang Fei thought. Thankfully, Mirage's kiss was not too long. She had only planted her lips against his and slithered her fork-like tongue into his mouth to wrestle the grape out of Jiang Fei's lips. That was blissful. The grape was only made better with your lips. Though I must admit that you tasted even better, said Mirage as she coiled her tail around Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was super confused at the latter's behavior. Was she courting him? Was she torturing him? Why is she doing this to him? As she coiled around him, she released the binding spell that was keeping him motionless. Slowly, she got closer to Jiang Fei with a gaze that spells desire and lust. Just as she was coming in again to plan another kiss. Ding! Pampering the lady quest has been completed. You have earned 1,000 reputation points with Mirage. Ding! A bright pinkish light flashed across Mirage's character, indicating that she had reached infatuated level of reputation. At that moment, her tail that was coiling around Jiang Fei loosened up, allowing Jiang Fei free movement. Get away from me, cried Jiang Fei as he was able to move and shove the woman away from him. My darling. Why, Mirage's personality changed drastically as she reached infatuated level of reputation. The kiss from before was merely a playful tease. However, this time, the look in her eyes was different. It was just like the one Ariel, Huamolan, Sylphie, and other female NPCs had, the look of love-struck. Jiang Fei was relieved. At that moment, he was free from being tortured. It was worth it, he thought. Now, he had gotten Mirage to fall in love him with and would do anything for him. When Mirage was being pushed away, she was greatly affected by it since she was in love with him. The look in her eyes was sorrow and regret now, a look that was completely out of character. Don't come any closer to me. Jiang Fei roared when Mirage was slowly walking towards him. Why? My darling. Is it something I did? Is it? Tell me. I will change. I promise I will change. Don't hate me, cried Mirage with tears falling from her cheeks. She was on her knees. You, Jiang Fei gasped in horror at what he had done to her. Even though he was right to be angry, after everything that she had done, he still felt guilty when Mirage was crying her eyes out. He could not help but feel a little pity for the NPC when she was on the ground, begging for Jiang Fei's forgiveness. No matter what kind of person she was before, the current personality in her was nothing but a preset program that was forcefully activated. It was as if she had become an entirely different person, much like the current Isabella. The previous cool beauty older sister personality was gone. Sorry. Please get up. Do you hate me still? Will you please forgive me, said Mirage as she wiped her tears away. No. I don't. Could you please take me to see your queen, said Jiang Fei. Even though he had discarded the idea to return the favor that she had done to him, he would not treat her like how he treated the other girls in his harem. He could never accept the polyandry system of marriage. Chapter 650, Naga Priestess, anything you say, my darling. I will do anything as long as you forgive me for my mistake, cried Mirage as she wiped her tears away. Now that Jiang Fei had conquered the female commissioner, heading into the core of the Naga's territory should be a breeze. Mirage led Jiang Fei into the center of the city and towards a highly secured teleportation circle. With her authority, no guards dared to question her actions. The two then accessed the teleportation and arrived into the main capital of the entire Naga's territory, Decario. Decario was once one of the capital cities of the ancient elves. However, due to their renunciation to the moon god, they and their leaders were banished into the ocean. Even though the high elves had turned into Nagas, they still treated Decario as their main capital city. Oh my, this is a sight to behold, cried Jiang Fei as he stepped out of the teleportation circle. The buildings, the streets, the underwater flora, and especially the decor reeks of elvish design. Even though the city was said to be sunk into the ocean for thousands of years, Decario still maintained its ancient presence. With Mirage leading the way, Jiang Fei was never stopped by any of the guards that were roaming around. In fact, they had to bow to him since Mirage was seen walking behind him. Without the esteemed female commissioner with him, no one was allowed in this city. Not even any citizen of Goldwater City was able to enter this place without special permission. Decario was the holy city of the Naga. The palace of the Naga queen was situated behind the holy city, while the center of the entire Naga's territory was the holy altar. There, they worshipped the evil god Solon. That is the place where Jiang Fei needed to enter to steal the gemstone, Naga's soul. Even though Mirage had reached infatuated level of reputation, she could not allow Jiang Fei to enter the holy altar, as she herself was forbidden to enter the place. In fact, only the queen and the priestess could enter. Only during a mass or special worship session was she and other high officials granted permission to enter the holy altar. "My darling, please wait here while I talk to the queen," said Mirage as she had Jiang Fei wait in front of a huge golden door that was at least 15 meters tall. "I understand." "Please, take your time," said Jiang Fei. Since she was already in love with him, there was no need to doubt her action. She could and would not do anything that would lead Jiang Fei into harm's way. After Mirage had left him alone, Jiang Fei grew bored almost instantly and wandered off to the side, where he enjoyed paintings and sculptures of the ancient elves. They were extremely beautiful and well crafted. A true display of perfectionism that was only one of the many traits of the elves. "Who are you?" said a soothing, extremely feminine voice from behind him. Jiang Fei turned around, only to see a beautiful Naga priestess. Like the commissioner, she had 3 pairs of arms, the lower half of a snake, and a face that was on par with the beauty of elves. "Pardon me, who are you?" said the priestess again. "O flower of the sea, I beg your pardon." "I am but an Nephilim inquisitor," said Jiang Fei with flowery tone to please the woman. Jiang Fei was only being extremely well-mannered due to the overwhelming title she was wearing on her head. The one other advantage players had over NPCs was their ability to see their NPC name hanging on their heads. Priestess of the Holy Altar, Rebecca, Naga, Intermediate Overlord, level 95, health points 100%. Note, one of the 12 priestess of the Holy Altar. You dashed before she could finish her words. Jiang Fei took a step closer and got her affected by the title Romeo. A green light flashed on her character, and her reputation level with Jiang Fei instantly rose to friendly. After that, with the blessings of the Dragon God, Jiang Fei had gained an additional 5,000 reputation points, which only increases her reputation level further. "I welcome you, my Nephilim friend," said the Naga priestess with respect as she smiled happily. "Thank you," Jiang Fei smiled back. It was crucial for Jiang Fei to treat the priestess with utmost care if he wanted to enter the altar. Now that she had reached approved level of reputation, the priestess was more than happy to linger around Jiang Fei, allowing Jiang Fei to ask many questions about their race and the queen. In around 20 minutes later, Mirage came out of the huge doors and immediately came for Jiang Fei. "My darling!" "Ah! My apologies, great priestess. I did not realize you were talking to him," said Mirage as she quickly bowed down to the priestess. "It is all right. Has the queen asked for this respected inquisitor?" "Yes, O great priestess," said Mirage as she lowered her head. "In that case, I shall leave him in your care," said Rebecca as she turned away and left without saying goodbye. "Are the priestess powerful in terms of authority?" Jiang Fei asked. Without Isabella talking to him, Jiang Fei was completely oblivious to the ways of the world. "Yes, there are. Unlike the merfolk, where there is one absolute authority, which is Poseidon, we, the Nagas, do not have one absolute ruler. The queen is tasked with daily managerial tasks, while the priestess has the highest authority over all the Naga. They hold the power to elect the next queen." "I see," Jiang Fei replied and nodded his head. It seems that the Naga did not practice the ancient governing system of authoritarian. Even though the queen oversaw many of the governing decisions, there were 12 prominent figures that had an even higher authority than the queen. Jiang Fei had a thought. The Naga's lives were controlled by the Naga's soul. In that case, the holy altar, where the gemstone is kept, should be the most protected place in the Naga territory, while the priestess that had access to the holy altar had the highest authority of all the Naga race. "Darling, Please follow me. The queen has agreed to talk to you. However, I must plead you to behave yourself. Do not allow the queen to know who you really are, said Mirage. After being love-struck by Jiang Fei, she had completely forsaken her loyalty to the Nagas and would stand by Jiang Fei. Relax, I got this covered. This is not the first queen or king that I have talked to, said Jiang Fei. Even if he got caught, he could simply earn reputation points with the queen and get himself out of danger. Jiang Fei followed Mirage into the large door and headed into the royal chamber. Since the holy city of the Naga did not allow many to enter as they please, the entire palace was guarded with only very few female guards. My queen, the Inquisitor has arrived, said Mirage as she entered the chamber. Please come in, said a beautiful voice lazily. Yes, my queen. Mirage quickly gave Jiang Fei a warning glance to remind Jiang Fei to mind his manners whilst talking to the queen.